It's Christmas, everybody! Okay, elephant in the room. It's not Christmas. It's not Christmas at all. However, that doesn't mean that today isn't still a very special day. Because if I have played my cards right, then this video should come out on May the 28th, 2026. This means that a mere 3,783 days ago, I uploaded to this channel a video titled Quinton Reviews, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and the Island of Misfit Toys. This movie is a strange 3D animated sequel to the famous 1964 Rankin Bass film, featuring Rudolph's midlife crisis, a Zsa Zsa Gabor hippo fairy, and one of the few Rick Moranis performances released after his official retirement. Why am I telling you about this? Well, it just happens that in this case, 3,783 days is exactly 10 years. 4 months, 1 week, and 4 days. I have long considered my Rudolph video to be Quinton Reviews Season 1, Episode 1. And while there have been other false starts and Season 0, specifically during my high school days, it stands true that as of today, I have been running the Quinton Reviews YouTube channel continuously for more than 10 years. Those of you who found me through my Doctor Who content will attest that I'm someone who loves and treasures anniversary specials. So I decided to make this a proper celebration. Firstly, I've gone through the difficulty of reconstructing almost every set I've ever used in a Quinton Reviews video. And as my most dedicated fans will attest, I had to do this because every set that I've ever used in a Quinton Reviews video has eventually and mysteriously burned to the ground. But what could be the best topic for a Quinton Reviews 10-year special? Well, I thought about it for a while, and my mind kept racing back to the same question. Do you guys remember Grumpy Cat?
Isn't she cute?
This scowling female feline rose to fame in 2012, and while she didn't have the longest life, her fame spread throughout the world, bringing joy to people of all ages.
Look at that cat! Look at that cat!
Grumpy Cat is a very interesting phenomenon. She's both the last of something old, but also the first of something new. She was one of the last impact font memes to gain prominence, but she was also one of the first memes to get mainstream adaptations and merchandising that was widely distributed. We take for granted a lot of things that this cat set the cultural precedent for. Today, we'll be studying how a simple meme can be adapted into more complex stories, how our relationship with the internet has drastically changed over the last 15 years, and the odd relationship Grumpy Cat had with a powerful cat named Gar Halloween Field. So without further ado, welcome to Fallen Titans, Episode 20. Grumpy Cat.
Oh, Grumpy Cat.
So as we've established, the Quinton Review series has been ongoing now for 10 years. It's been a pretty easy process so far, but there's one issue that I've noticed in the last 4 or 5 years that I've really had to confront head-on whenever I try and make one of these. A lot of people in my audience are young. Of course, young people have always watched my videos since my channel started gaining traction. I've always said that it's nearly impossible to run a YouTube channel without kids watching your stuff. But the distinction is that when I started out, those kids were Gen Z. Gen Z is defined, loosely speaking, as people born in between 1997 and 2009. Because of this, in the next 2 years, the youngest members of Gen Z will become adults. This is kind of a weird thing to think about. We often speak of Gen Alpha as something distant and theoretical, but those proverbial iPad babies will be voting in the next United States presidential election. Or I guess I should say some of them will. A good amount of them won't be old enough, and out of those who are old enough, I bet a bunch of them are gonna stay home and play Roblox or something. When I write one of these videos, one of the first things I try to do is find in my mind the common ground that I can assume I share with my audience. But recently, it's been the differences that are the most compelling. To the average teenager today, my childhood experiences must seem unimaginable. But the same is also true in reverse. I can't imagine being a kid and having the gross sum of all human knowledge, modern communication, and misinformation weighing down my pocket. In the same way that someone in middle school right now probably can't imagine flipping stations halfway through a bad episode of Hannah Montana and trying to decide if you want to watch the last 10 minutes of Camp Laszlo or Zoe 101. This rings especially true for the internet, which has changed so drastically in the last 20 years that it's almost unrecognizable. When I was a kid, my parents would have been considered very tech-savvy and ahead of the curve. We had one computer. It was this big, bulky thing, as heavy as the rock pushed by Sisyphus, as white as the snow adults would tell you not to eat. My dad spent a lot of his time posting to his Yahoo forum groups and looking for obscure pieces of media on sites like Demonoid. No one I knew had a Facebook or used Twitter, and viral content was shared mostly through email. The home computer felt like a mysterious and powerful object, something I would be cursed at for approaching without permission. When I did get to use the computer, I was often on Google Images, searching for pictures of the Power Rangers, or Steve from Blue's Clues, or just the word candy, and I would pretend that I absolutely just wanted to look at pictures of candy because it certainly had nothing to do with the picture of the girl in the bikini that would consistently show up at the end of row 3. I was actually taught how to use Google Images in elementary school because my parents didn't know about that feature before I showed it to them. Back then, if they wanted a picture of, let's say, a hot dog, they would type into Google search, hot dog images, and then they would just click on the regular web results that popped up on the first tab. I'll never forget that first day when we all made our way into the computer lab and the teachers handed out to us all floppy disks. And as they did this and as we wrote our names down on them, the teachers said, "Do not lose these. These are very expensive." Didn't these used to be bigger? The point is that the internet was a very important part to my childhood, but it was always just out of reach. If I wanted to play Flash games or look up facts about Pokemon, I either had to beg my parents to let me use the PC, try to finish my schoolwork really, really quickly whenever we did a trip to the computer lab, or walk to my local library. Even by this point, internet memes were already a thing. All Your Base Are Belongs to Us, the Badger song, the dancing baby thing. But I still remember to this day the first time that I saw an internet meme and felt an honest connection with it. It was a simple picture of a cat, and someone had added text to the image. And that text read, "I can has cheeseburger!" This simple image kickstarted one of the most influential blogs in the history of the internet, icanhascheeseburger.com, known today as icanhas.cheeseburger.com. Here, site owners Eric Nakagawa and Kari Unibasami would post images with text superimposed, giving human personifications to the very non-human animals and inanimate objects featured in the images.
I has a feather. I has snow. I has a floor.
I has a shovel!
Wet cat is not amused.
Hangover cat says, "No loud noises."
Make ready my ship, General. It is time to show those dogs what we are made of.
All I want is just one sandwich. The internet's too serious for me. I'm just a cat. Stop anthropomorphizing me.
This website was probably my first experience with social media. And while it might seem ridiculous today to call a blog social media, what else is it? Every week or so, I'd log in to see all the new posts, and many of them would be contributed by members of the community who, like me, were just fans browsing this website. There was something so special about all these strangers online personifying these animals as if they could only barely imitate human speech, and they were using that power for completely inane musings. And this is really where I developed a sense of humor for jokes that would only make sense if you were a regular user of the internet. If you've ever wondered why older memes often have text at the top and bottom of the screen, grammatically incorrect writing, and extremely exaggerated personalities, this site was one of the big influences. As I Can Ask Cheeseburger marched on, some of the animals featured in these macros would become kind of recurring characters, and those lucky few would be imbued with a certain charm, something that made them so comforting that you kind of wanted to invite these personas into your home. Somewhere around 2008 or so, my mom bought my sister and I our very first meme merchandise. It was mostly just a bunch of Charlie the Unicorn shirts, but my sister had this one shirt that I'll never forget. It was a real photo of a cat standing on its hind legs, kind of with its paws together as if it had just been swatting at a toy and the toy had got away. Someone had then photoshopped a lightsaber into the paws of that cat, and the text next to it read, "I Can Has Cheeseburger." Now, I thought it would be cool to try and track down one of those shirts to maybe wear it for this video. Sadly, I could not find even an image of one, but what I did very quickly find was an endless stream of AI-generated images of cats holding lightsabers. And that really reminded me what was so special about that original meme blog. When you saw a picture posted to this blog of a cat making a crazy face or doing a wacky pose, you knew that was a real cat who was probably out there somewhere. And to me, that's an essential part of the meta of that humor. The setup of the joke is the understood context of what that original image actually was, and the punchline was the personality that the editor was giving to the animal by adding that text. And of course, you could say that a lot of these images had filters or were photoshopped, but that made it even cooler. Because when you look at a photo like this of two cats fighting with Jedi powers, you know that somebody made that. Somebody slaved over an image editing software to create that image. And they didn't do it for money. They didn't do it for fame, they didn't do it for power, they did it for a love of the game. As these cat memes gained traction, a website called YouTube was also becoming popular. And this led to a parallel culture of cat videos becoming a phenomenon. And there's one very special animal that I think is one of the most interesting examples of the impact that an internet cat could leave on the world. This is Keyboard Cat, or rather, it's a plush toy based on Keyboard Cat. Keyboard Cat was introduced to the world via a video uploaded to YouTube on June the 7th, 2007. In the following 2 years, this recording would become an iconic mascot of internet humor, and the cat included would become one of the most famous pets in the world. The video in question was filmed by a man named Charlie Schmidt and featured his orange female cat, lovingly named Fatso. If you somehow couldn't guess, Charlie sits underneath the keyboard, holding Fatso up and puppeteering her by holding her underneath that tiny little dress. Once again, the charm of this video is the fact that it's practical. This was not an animation, it wasn't made by a computer. And I'm sure when this video came out, people watching it probably found themselves wondering what this cat was really like. Once the camera was turned off and she was freed from that dress, perhaps Fatso would celebrate her internet fame by laying in a beam of sunlight, or playing with a paperclip that Charlie had dropped on the ground. The truth was a bit simpler than that. You see, Fatso the keyboard cat was dead. Not only that, she had actually been dead since 1987. Fatso was born in 1978, making her the second most famous cat born that year featured in this video. Charlie had recorded the cat on a VHS camera shortly after those became popular on the market. This was originally just for him and his friends. Fatso passed away not too long after this, but by some strange miracle, 22 years after her death, she had become one of the most famous pets in the Western world. So how does a cat with a posthumous hit become this weird animatronic plush thingy? Well, it's at this point in our story that we meet Ben Lashes.
My name is Ben Lashes. I manage Nyan Cat and other memes and the people behind them.
Ben was a friend of Charlie's, and at this point he had some experience in the Seattle music industry. Up to this point, he had been the lead singer of the indie pop group The Lashes. The band dissolved around the time that Keyboard Cat became popular, and Charlie spoke to Ben about how to properly capitalize off of this strange internet thing. Ben had connections and innovative ideas about networking, and he ended up becoming Keyboard Cat's manager. And after a few years, the two worked together to make an official Keyboard Cat plushie animatronic toy, which was sold in very limited numbers and you had to order it online. This was before becoming an internet influencer was as common a feat. While today, having a viral piece of media on the internet might inspire someone to make more content and to monetize that content, back then, in many cases, what people were actually reacting to was the use of their likeness in media made by other people. And in those situations, even the personal ownership of that content was unprecedented. Soon enough, Keyboard Cat was being discussed on late night shows and had merchandise available for sale, although mostly online. Being a meme manager eventually became Ben's full-time occupation. Some of the memes from this time that Ben was known to represent include Disaster Girl, Leroy Jenkins, Chuck Testa, Success Kid, the ridiculously photogenic guy, the dancing baby thing, and Scumbag Steve. It's at this point that we enter the 2010s. Now, there are 3 cat memes that Ben Lashes has a claim to fame for representing. The second came into being in 2011. I present Nyan Cat. As you can see, Nyan Cat was a piece of high art, the modern equivalent of the works of Frida Kahlo or Jackson Pollock. Nyan Cat originates from LOL-Comics, a blog ran by Christopher Torres, which was heavily inspired by internet memes of the day. In 2011, Torres hosted a charity livestream where he drew comics and art inspired by comments from the chat. The live stream ended up raising $85, all of which was donated to the American Red Cross. At one point, one determined chat member wanted him to draw a cat, and another wanted him to draw a Pop-Tart. And so he drew a cat Pop-Tart hybrid. The cat half was a portrait of Marty, his beautiful cat that was of the foreign blue breed. An important note is that when cat breeds say blue, they mean gray. A few days after the stream, he turned that image into a GIF, or a GIF, if you enjoy being wrong about things. 10 days later, Torres shared a cover by Momo Momo of a Japanese song by Dannywell using the vocals of Hatsune Miku. The song is just the word Nyan repeating over and over, with Nyan being the Japanese equivalent to the English word meow. Torres announced that this was the official theme song of the meme. Within a few months, that image was spread all around the internet, and Ben Lashes reached out, becoming the meme's manager.
Ben contacted me one day and was like, yeah, I think this is a big property you got going on. And I was like, all right, I'll trust you for a little bit. Ever since then, he's been amazing. He's been like the go-to guy.
Does it get any cooler than this?
This led to talk show appearances, pop-ups, and of course, t-shirts. Perhaps the biggest victory was the official Nyan Cat plushie, which would play the song when grabbed, and the song was in fact officially licensed. This was released by Jakks Pacific and was on store shelves at Toys R Us around the country. In the past, meme merchandise had existed, but for the most part, you had to order it online. It was that kind of obscure. This is perhaps the first instance where, within 18 months of this meme becoming popular, you could walk into a physical store in any city in America and buy official merchandise of an internet meme. Sadly, the inspiration behind Nyan Cat, Marty, passed away about a year after the meme became popular due to an infection caused by the feline coronavirus. In 2012, Keyboard Cat and Nyan Cat were both featured in the video game Scribblenauts Unlimited. But these appearances were not sanctioned. Ben Lashes assisted his clients in successfully suing Warner Brothers. This, alongside disputes over unlicensed merchandise, helped establish the intellectual validity of internet memes in the copyright space. But we are getting ahead of ourselves, because it is now time for the part of the video that idiots in the comment section will link via timecode as where the video starts. On April the 4th, 2012, in the home of a Morristown, Arizona native named Tabitha Bundenson, known to her friends as Tabby, something unexceptional happened. Her cat, a black, white, and orange calico named Callie, gave birth to a litter of 4. One of the cats was orange, one of them was white, one of them was black, and one of them was a little bit of everything. Tabby wasn't entirely sure who the father was, but the primary suspect was a blue and white tabby who, according to my research, was likely either a neighborhood cat or a local stray. Tabby, the person, not the absentee father, was having a rough point at this time in her life. Her boyfriend had recently passed away, and her job as a waitress at Red Lobster was just barely holding things together. She spent much of her time wishing a better opportunity would show itself. Tabby was also known in the community as someone who would foster animals and then adopt them out when ready. Ending up with litters of puppies or kittens was not uncommon for Tabby. So, she began placing ads around town promoting the fact that these 4 kittens would be available for free to anyone who would come by her home. However, Tabby had a 10-year-old daughter named Crystal, and Crystal took special note of one of these kittens.
Crystal, my daughter, attached to her instantly. I usually give our kittens away, but she put a hefty price tag on this little one. Anyone who responded to my ad for the cats were rudely informed by Crystal that Tardar was not a free kitty.
Crystal was immediately taken back to all the times she had visited her mother's workplace to have lunch and dinner, and she thought to herself that this little kitten looked like a big glob of tartar sauce. And so that's the name the cat got. The cat was named Tardar Sauce. Now, Crystal didn't actually know how to spell tartar sauce, so the cat's name was spelled incorrectly, and this would very quickly lead to one of the only contentious parts of this origin story, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. In the next few months, as that kitten grew into a young adult cat, her new look was taken note of. She appeared cantankerous, unpleased. I guess you could say pissed off. Everyone thought this was very cute, and I can only imagine photos and videos were passed around to all their friends and family. This is where Crystal's uncle, Tabby's brother, enters the picture. Brian Bundenson was a technician for Time Warner Cable, an amateur photographer, and an avid internet user. It was he who had the idea to take photos of tartar sauce and share them on the internet. In doing so, he christened her with a new name. On September the 23rd, 2012, Brian shared to Reddit a photo with the caption, "Meet Grumpy Cat." Reddit absolutely loved this cat, comparing her to celebrities like Nick Offerman and Mike Smith of the Trailer Park Boys. Numerous users also attempted to Photoshop her to make it look like Tardar was actually smiling. As a matter of fact, many people in the thread found it hard to believe that the original photo wasn't Photoshopped. So the family uploaded a video, and from here things only continued to snowball.
It's weird.
He looks so angry.
Gosh, look at how angry the kitty is. This cat does not like being pet. Those eyes are like scary. Why does it look angry? Like it's mad and it looks possessed. That is adorable. That kitty is so cute.
That's like me in the morning.
Is that cat mean?
One commenter with 86 upvotes shared to the thread an image they had generated via the site Quick Meme. It read, "I had fun once. It was awful." Soon, other captions were created, with Grumpy Cat depicted being annoyed at such things as the existence of dogs, or her owner using a laser pointer to taunt her, or, for some reason, gender dysmorphia. It became a bit of a running theme that everyone on the internet seemed to assume that Grumpy Cat was a boy. And this caused a tiny little bit of confusion later on when the brand absolutely refused to depict her this way. This image continued to be shared with more and more impact text captions. And as more videos and photos of tartar sauce were released, this cycle would repeat.
Why don't you slip into something more comfortable? Like a coma. The worst thing after waking up? Everything until I go to bed again. What doesn't kill you will hopefully try again. I'm sorry that I offended you when I called you stupid. I honestly thought you knew. You woke me up just to tell me that I'm a pretty kitty? I have an idea. Go away! Dashing through the this grass. I'd like to bury you under it like a good neighbor. Stay over there! I hate cat memes!
But her main catchphrase, universally, became, "No, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. When compared to former feline internet celebrities, Grumpy Cat had one thing that put her ahead of the clouder. Whereas a lot of former internet cats were only recognizable from one angle, doing one facial expression or one pose, Grumpy Cat just actually looked like that. In every photo of her, she looked like that original meme that got shared on Reddit. She was very expressive, except that technically she was very unexpressive. One of my favorite old Grumpy Cat memes is a picture of her with her mother, Callie. And someone has placed a speech balloon and connected it to Callie. And Callie is saying, if you keep making that face, it will stay that way. Now, this is very famous as the thing that all mothers tell their children to get them to stop making grumpy faces. But in this case, she was right. Grumpy Cat's face did get stuck that way. Which kind of begs the question, what caused Grumpy Cat's appearance in the first place? The truth was that Tardar Sauce suffered from feline dwarfism, specifically a subcondition called osteochondrodysplasia. This is a condition which affects the development of bone and cartilage in the body. As you can imagine, this can lead to very, very severe health issues alongside chronic pain. PetMD lists some of the common symptoms of this as reluctance to move or jump, vocalization during exercise, abnormal posture or walk, skeletal deformities, reclusive behavior, decreased appetite, poor grooming behavior, and decreased energy.
That's like me in the morning.
Tardar Sauce's condition might not seem obvious when you're just looking at photos that show her frumpy mug, but when you look at photos and videos that show her whole body, and especially her legs, it's a different story.
People on the streets of New York were swarming around everywhere that we went because we had to walk from place to place. We had some people that would walk by and then just freeze and be like, oh my gosh, is that Grumpy Cat? She started like hyperventilating and jumping up and down. She had like tears in her eyes. It was like John Lennon was right there, like back to life. It was totally insane.
It was this condition that caused Grumpy Cat to look so grumpy. To properly illustrate this, I found this partial side profile of Tardar Sauce, and another one of a different cat of a similar breed who wasn't born with osteochondrodysplasia. This cat's name is Opel. It's not particularly important that you know that, but I feel like calling cats by their names is a basic formality. Opel was also the name of my great-grandmother. She was really mean. Now, this is not a perfect comparison, and I am by no means a veterinarian or any kind of animal expert, but it seems to me that Tardar Sauce's condition caused her skull to be kind of misshapen. Her eyes are a little bit lower, her face seems flatter, and her muzzle is pulled in a lot more, which just happens to give the effect that her eyes look kind of half-closed, her brow looks furrowed, and her mouth looks curved into a frown. Tabby noted in one of her first interviews with the media that Tardar Sauce's disposition could sometimes match her appearance.
Tardar is not as coordinated as a normal cat, so she is likely a little angry about that. I think she likes to be held and petted sometimes, but being the pet of a 10-year-old could make anyone grumpy.
But make no mistake, despite looking unhappy and having a condition that clearly made her life harder, when I look at videos of Tardar Sauce, especially those of her in her forever home, she seems to have had a very happy life.
Why is the cat so grumpy?
It's just her face. She's actually a super lovable cat. She just looks grumpy all the time.
But she's not grumpy?
Not at all. She loves to be petted. She's really happy.
It's really just a face. I mean, right? You don't do anything to sort of inspire, oh, looks like right now she looks super grumpy, but I know she's purring. We can hear her. Yeah.
And she always looks grumpy, but she's really always sweet.
She seems to be a sweetheart.
She really is
don't
all the
tell
time.
Anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah, everything's going really, really well. Grumpy Cat's a
Grumpy's
sweetheart.
so mean.
She is just the calmest, sweetest little thing. I think she's the newest antidepressant. She's like, I'm gonna go ahead and take a cat nap.
I've known a lot of cats over the years, and I think I've gotten pretty good at reading their body language. The thing about Tardar Sauce that stands out to me is that she seemed generally content around anybody. There's plenty of videos of her being placed next to other famous internet animals, and she never hisses, She never hides. You see this clear curiosity, but without the expected aggression. If you're not a cat person, one of the easiest ways to judge a cat's mood is based on their eyes. In the wild, a cat is both predator and prey. And if a cat is going to pounce on something, they will make extended eye contact with it. And so when a cat sees another thing making extended eye contact with it, it assumes that that thing has similar intentions. And in this circumstance, the cat's not going to break eye contact because the cat doesn't know what that thing is up to. But if a cat is not threatened by somebody's presence, or if they're even comforted by that person, they will have no problem blinking. So if you ever make eye contact with a cat, slowly blinking and turning your head away is the clearest way to communicate that you don't see them as prey. And if they return the favor, they feel the same way about you. And in that circumstance, it might even be appropriate to walk up and give the cat a little pat on the head. So from here on out in this video, take note of how often Grumpy Cat is slowly blinking at all of her surroundings, constantly trying to communicate that she is, in fact, not as antagonistic as she might otherwise appear. Now this is a Quinton Reviews video, and more importantly, it's a celebration of all the content I've made in the last decade, good and bad. So it would feel like a misstep if I didn't stop in the middle of this one to soapbox about something. I think it's important to discuss the ethical complexities of cats suffering from feline dwarfism, because in some circles, even phrasing it that way is controversial. The reason is that there are indeed many breeds of cats which are intentionally bred to have this condition. The main example is the Munchkin cat, which only came about in the last 90 years. These are recognizable for kitten-proportioned limbs on a regular cat body. The Munchkin breed is then often crossbred with other breeds to create different kinds of purse cats. Several countries or territories have outright banned the breeding of these animals, and that is a trend that I think should continue. To be clear, cats that have these sorts of conditions should not be widely euthanized. I think they should be taken care of by patient and available owners and given the best lives possible. But creating a living being and intentionally sentencing them to a lifetime of pain and suffering just because they look kind of cute is sort of evil, in my opinion. Right now, I suspect the cat owners around the planet are nodding their heads and saying that this shouldn't even be a conversation, while dog owners around the planet are going, whoa, whoa! To be clear, Tardar Sauce was not intentionally bred to have osteochondral dysplasia. Her mother didn't have it, and her alleged father doesn't seem to have had it. And her owners clearly took very good care of her, so she is not a part of that generalization. Okay, I found a kind of a rare pre-corporate Grumpy Cat video on their YouTube channel that kind of shows the whole family just being cats. But the video has this like really annoying like Coco Melon music blaring in the background, so I thought I'd give you a play-by-play instead. So in this video, they're trying to get Grumpy Cat to play on camera. First thing they do is they throw what I think is like a big hairband or something. It kind of looks like a little heart-shaped piece of plastic, and they try and get Grumpy Cat to play with that, but instead she just kind of licks it. So then the family goes, oh, I know what, we'll get that weird string with a bunch of knots in it. The little, like, really thin rope. And we'll have Grumpy play with that. And so they bring that out. And they try and get Grumpy to, like, really, interact with this string thing. But instead, we've got another visitor. Mama Grump has shown up, and Mama Grump says, hey, I want to get the string. And Mama Grump is going to show her daughter how to get the string. And you can see here, they're both kind of studying it. So this is, when you're playing with your cat, the cat can only do so much. And in terms of what the humans are contributing here, this is terrible form. This is pretty low bar string play. For quick reference, I decided to record video of me playing with Bonbon. Keep in mind, Bonbon is 11 years old, so she's not as spry as she used to be.
Also, I used a pipe cleaner, which is kind of a cheat, but Bonbon goes insane for pipe cleaners. When you're playing with a cat with string or pipe cleaner or toys or whatever, you're really trying to imitate the kind of cat and mouse mentality of the satisfaction of the hunt, you know what I mean? A lot of people use laser pointers to play with cats. In my opinion, that's terrible. It's really awful. Because you see here, you know, Bonbon's getting like a physical thrill out of being like, I'm gonna catch the thing, and then she gets it. She grabs it, and even if I pull it away, she physically got to grab onto the pipe cleaner and get that satisfaction. Whereas with a laser pointer, the entire enjoyment as a human comes out of the fact that the cat thinks they're gonna get that, and then they don't get it, and then they're confused and upset. I just think that's cruel, so personally I am anti-laser pointer. Also, it's laundry day. That's why I have a comforter on my bed without bed sheets. It's definitely not because I did laundry 2 weeks ago and haven't felt like putting my bed sheets on. You see, what the family's doing here, you know, when they try and play string with these cats, it's the equivalent of being like, oh, I'm gonna take the dog out to play fetch, and then you just hold the stick in front of their face. And you go, here, fetch the stick. And the dog's like, what do you want me to do? It's just there. By the end of the video, it seems like Grumpy's just confused. Tardar Sauce is just kind of confused at what she's supposed to get out of this. I think she's just like, she feels like she's more watching a strange situation than actually playing. I feel like I'm being kind of harsh here, and I'm almost worried that some of you are getting the impression that I think these guys were bad cat owners. So I think I should also point out that it seems like Grumpy also wasn't super into playtime. To illustrate this, I wanted to show you guys another video from the same era of this YouTube channel. In this one, the camera operator has much better form and Grumpy does play, but even then it seems like she only has so much energy that she physically can contribute to playtime. Regardless of my over-exaggerated nitpicks, it's obvious in these old videos that these cats had a good home.
Very slow, they won't notice.
Tardar Sauce.
After being introduced to the world in September 2012, Grumpy Cat had basically every form of social media by October the 3rd. This was then followed by an official website, grumpycats.com. When the Grumpy Cat brand first launched, there was actually a point in time where you could send in fan mail to the family. And many people sent in cat toys and treats for Tardar Sauce and her brother to enjoy. But things got bigger and bigger very quickly, and the lives of the Bundinsons changed fast. In December, the family connected with Ben Lashes, and this is when things really changed. That month alone, Grumpy Cat appeared on NBC's The Today Show, and had articles written about her featured in Now This News, Vice Media, and My Damn Channel. By the end of the year, Grumpy Cat also had a lot of merchandise, and shirts with her face were even available at a Hot Topic. Earlier in this video, I said it was remarkable that a meme could have merchandise physically on store shelves within 2 years of it becoming popular. Now, Grumpy Cat had done it in 3 months. In no short time, Tabby and Brian would quit their day jobs, and being Grumpy Cat's caretaker became their full-time occupations. By the end, the cat would make them millions. I found this amazing quote from a New York Business issue that has an amazing article about Grumpy Cat. And for context, this quote comes from Ben Lash's lawyer, so this would have been someone working on the Grumpy Cat brand. Look, the point isn't that we're whores and we'll do whatever, Lash's lawyer Cameron says. The point is, this is a fucking meme, so we're not too precious. If somebody wants a koozie with Grumpy Cat on it, mazel tov! If all that wasn't enough, December was also when BuzzFeed knighted Tardar Sauce the #1 most important cat of 2012. A crushing defeat to the other 29 cats featured on that completely real listicle. Whenever I find myself studying a brand that is culturally perceived as something simple, my first curiosity is always, how do you adapt that into something bigger? One good example that I haven't made a video about would be the Barbie movies. Barbie as a toy isn't really a character, she's a model to project character onto. So anytime she gets adapted, she usually ends up reflecting different aspects of whatever culture is present at that time. In her first animated films, she was the leader of a cosmic rock band, because that was a big trend in the 80s. And then she had an animated adaptation of the Nutcracker story that was clearly inspired by the success of the Toy Story films. And her latest movie is half feminist manifesto, half pop art slideshow, with a perfect cast and a really oddly paced third act. In the last episode of Fallen Titans from about 5 years ago, we reviewed the Fred Figglehorn franchise. The Fred YouTube channel was culturally perceived as the screaming antics of an exaggerated toddler having a hissy fit, but the franchise was then reimagined as this coming-of-age story about a neurodivergent teenager with a very overactive imagination trying to navigate social rejection. The series then slowly turned into an exaggerated experiment in surrealism, and what happens when the narrative insists upon the perspective of the protagonist no matter what.
I'm gonna get that cake, Fred.
In this video, we're going to be looking at a few examples of Grumpy Cat being adapted into other media and other forms, other experiences. Sadly, the oldest example I could find of this kind of idea, I pretty much can't experience. Because in 2013, Grumpy Cat had her own coffee. The Grumpaccino.
So Grumpy Cat has become a bit of a cottage industry. Grumpy Cat has her own coffee?
She has. We have Grumpaccino that just came out the other day. You can find it online at drinkgrumpycat.com.
Hold on. How do you go from a popular cat to making coffee?
You know, it just came out of nowhere. We were really surprised.
I would love more than anything else to sample this chocolate blend recommended for kids 7 to 17. But the only way for me to get a Grumpaccino today is to buy one used on eBay. And strangely enough, I hesitate on spending $200 to poison myself with 13-year-old coffee. But maybe I'm just losing my edge. Also, I didn't get to meet Tardar Sauce, but Tucker Carlson did. The world isn't fair.
Grumpy Cat, you have made us less grumpy and more cheerful.
It's just the shape of her face, right?
That's really all it is.
That's the way it turned out.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Now, I was able to get my hand on this, which is the Grumpy Cat's Odor Eliminator. And on the front there, Grumpy Cat is saying, "Smells. I hate them." So yeah, this is your odor eliminator, made by Grumpy Cat, I guess. Instructions: apply directly to the source of the odor and to all odor retaining surfaces. The next oldest thing I could find, and by all accounts the first actual piece of media, is this. Grumpy Cat, a Grumpy Book. This is basically a long journal written by Grumpy Cat with words to live by, autobiographical comics, and that sort of thing. And here's Grumpy Cat, and she's learned to say no in all the different languages. This is a great book if you want to actually learn about Grumpy Cat's real life. The book kind of shifts back and forth between, standard memes, but remade, in Photoshop and InDesign. And then, collections of photos of Tardar Sauce in her home with her roommates, specifically her brother Pokey and a very big dog whose name I believe is Shaggy. But a lot of time, Arizona is just rocks and sand and burning sun. I avoid direct contact with the outdoors whenever possible. You see, stuff like this, actually like characterizing Tardar Sauce's real life, the further we get into the brand, the less they're going to be doing this. You cannot imagine a late-stage piece of Grumpy Cat fiction outright saying that she lives in Arizona. They just wouldn't do it. Demotivational posters. Love is to be avoided at all costs. Be miserable. A friend is someone who doesn't know how much you hate them. Just give up. Frown and the world frowns with you. If you hate something, set it free. If it returns to you, destroy it. You know, a lot of YouTubers who do these sorts of special, event anniversary videos, they'll do little giveaways to try and help share the video around. And it just happens that I accidentally got a second copy of this book. And so I've decided that I will be keeping it. 2013 was the year that Grumpy Cat became an official ambassador for Friskies, a collaboration that would continue for several years. Of course, not every use of Grumpy Cat at this point was completely sanctioned. In the spring, a school in Pennsylvania held a competition to design a billboard discouraging drinking and driving, specifically around prom season. 2 of the 4 billboards that won featured internet memes.
Any good advertiser will tell you it's all about grabbing the attention of your key demographic. As it turns out, an internet sensation known as the Grumpy Cat is good at getting the attention of teenagers. JT DeMarco designed the Grumpy Cat billboard.
I think it does work because it's something that's really popular and a lot of kids see, so they kind of can relate to it.
It's exciting.
Missy Day chose another popular internet hit.
You know, I was just really trying to think of things that were trending at the moment, and I knew that I saw that pretty much everywhere I went, so I thought it would be a good idea to get my point across.
One lesson the students learned is how to get your point across fast.
It's quick. It's, there's not much to read. It's real simple because they only have like 7 seconds to read it.
Another interesting story about Grumpy Cat fan culture is from Huntsville, Alabama. In 2013, the Low Mill Arts and Entertainment Center came up with a clever way to raise funds. When an online auction was in the pipeline, instead of having all the artists work on individual pieces on a whim, they asked everyone for their take on one subject: Grumpy Cat. So everyone at this art center made their own pieces of Grumpy Cat fan art. Here's Judson Portzer with a stained glass Grumpy. Aaron Michael made Grumpy Cat chainmail. Dustin Timbrook painted this Grumpy Cat water tower. Tracy Singleton sculpted Tardar Sauce soap. Emily Bodnar designed a series of snowflakes around the internet meme. And finally, we have Calvin Hubbard.
Oh, look, it's Calvin.
Oh, look, it's Calvin. Who made this sour-faced sculpture. I think my favorite has to be Jennifer Stottle Taylor's painting of Tardar Sauce with a group of dogs, followed by this piece by Joanna Littleton, which clearly depicts Grumpy but doesn't paint anything except for her face. The online auctions for these items ended up raising $8,000, which is about $11,400 in today's money. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, so let's get back to 2012. The public celebration of Grumpy Cat was growing every single day, and Tardar Sauce began to make public appearances that only seemed to grow in size. In August, she was featured as a special guest at the Minnesota State Fair, which that year hosted an internet cat video festival.
There are millions of cat videos on YouTube alone.
We are gonna have a cat party. We're gonna have a cat party. We are gonna have a cat party. So bring your cat and some.
And now there are cat video festivals. This one presented by the Walker Art Center of Minneapolis, held at the recent Minnesota State Fair, packing some 13,000 cat fanciers into the grandstand. Cat video superstars are emerging, like Grumpy Cat, honored at the fair with her portrait and seeds. But still, she looked grumpy. Ben Lashes was there from LA to support Grumpy. Ben is the cat's agent.
She's got everything from t-shirts to costumes to even by this Christmas plush dolls will be out so everyone can have a Grumpy Cat.
Later in the year, Disney began an advertising campaign where they would get various celebrities to show their Disney side, kind of talking about what they love about the Disney parks. In November, a special video was released to coincide with all this, showing Grumpy Cat exploring Disneyland. Tardar was shown around the park before it had opened for the day, I am assuming, and she was filmed interacting with different costume characters, such as Goofy and, of course, Grumpy. It's very strange to see Tardar Sauce walking around very iconic areas, but with this liminal vibe where there's not a tourist in sight. That same month, Grumpy Cat experienced another crossover, as Mashable released a video showing her having an argument with Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street. By New Year's Day 2014, she had been featured in a music video for the song It's Hard to Be a Cat at Christmas, and she even had her own plushie, but we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Grumpy Cat also had an iHeart radio station, a photo app called Grumpy Cat Photobomb, a slot machine Facebook game, a Magic 8-Ball website, and a special weather app.
You think you're more crabby and cranky and cantankerous than me? You're challenging me?
2014 was the biggest year for Tardar Sauce as an actor. In April, she appeared in a skit where she auditioned to replace David Letterman. That same month, she did an interview with Paradise Magazine, and then she had a cameo on American Idol.
Caleb, this is Grumpy Cat. Still grumpy.
In May, she appeared at the MTV Music Awards dressed in an homage to Will Ferrell. And then in July, Grumpy made what is probably her second biggest TV appearance when she was in a Cheerios commercial, shown meeting the mascot, Busby.
Not even a smile?
At the end of the ad, Busby pisses Grumpy off, and it's implied she starts chasing him around the living room. Of course, they don't show her doing this, because they probably didn't know how to get her to do that. Can you imagine if Grumpy Cat then met Barry B. Benson from B-Movie? That would be an epic crossover. You know, I could see it happening right now. Grumpy Cat would be like, great, another bee. And then Barry B. Benson would be all like, I just think the hive has a right to defend itself. That year, Grumpy also wrote a second book, The Grumpy Guide to Life. On the surface, this one is very similar, but in my opinion, I think this one's a little bit better. It has this great gimmick where the front cover opens up to a little spread there. There's a hole on the front cover. And I think the graphic design in this one is just a little bit more impressive. Next time you think you've hit rock bottom, give me a call. I'll hand you a shovel so you can keep going. People are like balls of yarn. For the most part, they're boring and useless, but I still get a lot of pleasure out of watching them unravel. Something better could be just around the corner. That's why I prefer to move as little as possible.
That's like me in the morning.
Books like these are bare bones in terms of taking internet memes and kind of trying to elevate them into that next frontier. But it's a great buy if you can find it for a good price. I'm very fascinated by stuff like this, where a moment in culture that can feel so intangible and irrecoverable is now a physical object that forever sits in your home. But everything we've spoken about thus far isn't what people think of when it comes to this cat's impact on pop culture. In late 2013, it was announced that Tardar Sauce would be starring in her own movie. This came out the following November. Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever is not only a Christmas movie, it is a lifetime Christmas movie. And as we all know, Lifetime Christmas movies have a reputation for being very, very good.
But hey, I've seen a few bad movies in my time. From Sinister Squad to The Thinning Duology and too many Ouija movies to count. Hell, I sat through 3 live-action Drake Bell Fairly Odd Parents movies, and I only needed a couple dozen hours of therapy. So how bad could this really be?
Okay, so I am sitting down right now to go ahead and record my live reactions to this film, Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever. Now, I just want to say something important to me here. When I started this channel, I wasn't alone. There were certain people in my life, and I look back today and I realize, you know, not all the same people are there. But there's one person specifically who was there when the channel started, and I still have in my life today that is so important that I couldn't do this without them. And that is my cat Bonbon. Also, Caleb is here. Are you excited to watch this movie, Caleb?
You have said very glowing things, such as...
Yes.
Because I believe I've inquired about it a few times, and you said such things as, do you remember Grumpy Cat? To which I said, no. And you're like... and I think the conversation kind of ended there. So.
Yeah. Well, this is... this Grumpy Cat was a meme. She became very famous, and Lifetime, I believe, decided that they wanted to make a movie with her, and it ended up being a Christmas movie. It is supposed to be not good.
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa. Are you ready, Caleb?
Yeah, I made sure not to take my medication. So, maximum level potential for breakdown.
So we start things off with a swooping introduction of where 95% of the movie will take place. A well-populated mall right before Christmas. As we zoom in on some carolers, a chroma keyed Grumpy Cat takes things over.
Welcome to Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever, the movie! You don't have to watch it, but I know you're going to, so if you
That's the weird thing about this movie is I looked at all the promotion, and it was like, it'd be like a Grumpy Cat meme that's like, I made a movie, it's bad.
Yeah.
But it's not, but you should watch it anyways. And I was like, wow.
I fucking
that's
hate
very...
that kind of humor. Oh, I'm so... Brief pause.
Oh, God. Oh, the puppet. Oh, fuck that puppet, man. That's all. Oh, God.
Never mind. This is going to be a wonderful movie. I was going to go on a rant about how I hate, like, tongue-in-cheek, like, oh, this is bad, but we know it's bad kind of humor. I hate lampshading, like, something that's shitty, you know?
Yeah.
But never mind, actually. Look at this majestic creature.
Grumpy Cat is voiced in this movie by Aubrey Plaza, a famed actress known for her deadpan humor, dark aesthetic, and stunning appearance. Plaza had been a common fan cast for the character leading up to this, and the filmmakers reached out on a whim to see if she'd be interested.
I just got an email that said, Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever. This is an offer. It's a voiceover. It's a live-action movie. It's a Christmas movie on Lifetime. I read it immediately and was like 100% I'm in. Let's do this.
Do you channel a grumpy cat? I mean, are you grumpy yourself?
Not in my everyday life. I wouldn't say that I'm grumpy, but you know, I'm an actor, and when I have a role that I'm doing, I had to channel Grumpy Cat. We spent a lot of time together. I interviewed her. I studied her.
When she first saw this offer, she actually hadn't heard of this meme before, but she started researching and was even given opportunities to meet Tardar in the fur. Her initial recording sessions featured little to no reference material, with her basically just reading the script. But as they finished filming the movie, she actually got to see the material that they had to work with. This is, funnily enough, very similar to Bill Murray's experience voicing a similar character in another movie about a famous grumpy cat. Plaza's dry humor left a massive impression on the final product. In fact, in an interview with Parade.com, she went as far as to say,
I turned it into a Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of thing, rather than just a straight voiceover movie.
Plaza's performance in this film is not only good, it's load-bearing. I feel strongly that no other person in the world would have been more fitting for this role, and the energy she brings to the performance elevates every scene she's in. So this old mall has a failing pet store, which is where Grumpy Cat lives. We learn that she's been adopted several times, but always gets brought back due to her not being a fun pet. As an old woman comes in to walk around, the other pets begin pleading for her attention, because, by the way, we can also hear their thoughts.
Oh, did I mention that I'm easy to clean up after? All I require is a newspaper subscription for the mess I make in my cage. Wait, where are you going? Oh, drat.
Not gonna happen, people. We're all gonna die in here.
Hey, check out this spin class of 1, lady. See these hamster hamstrings? They're like sinewy pistons of steel.
This sucks.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
I just looked at the fucking time code.
Yeah.
Better not to get your hopes up.
I won't.
Soon enough, the shop owner gets another visitor, the owner of the property the pet store is leasing from. The littlest pet shop is several months behind on its rent, and this little twink has come by to gloat that the owner will soon be evicted. But the owner reveals he has a secret up his sleeve that is going to change everything. He then picks up Grumpy and reveals that he plans to post photos of her on the internet.
Her face will launch 1,000 products, everything from t-shirts to coffee mugs. After that, TV appearances. And, oh, I don't know, maybe a Lifetime movie.
Early corporate attempts at like capturing meme culture are fascinating, I think. Like, do you remember the Wendy's commercial? The memer?
Wendy's new jalapeno fresco spicy chicken is so deliciously hot, it's generating reactions from everyone, like the memer.
Ooh, eat spicy goodness like a boss.
Eat spicy chicken sandwich like a boss. Like, I think that was like the year after this movie, you know.
I only smoke on Saturdays, so it doesn't even count. It's a trap.
I think the Smosh movie has something similar where it's like there's, in like the early 2010s, marketing was like slow to catch up to the fact that like memes were an organic thing.
Yeah.
Just like you got a lot of these like weird like rationalizations about memes like this. Like anytime like they tried to take a meme and make media out of it, it's like they would apply that sort of like and the reason it's popular is actually because of all the traditional media approaches that we took to make it that way. You know, his smile. Have you ever seen American Psycho? You know, the fucking, hey, Paul!
However, Grumpy Cat then interrupts things and says that the plan is preposterous. No one could ever love and celebrate a grumpy old sourpuss like her, so she elects to rewrite that scene from the start. The owner reveals he has a secret up his sleeve that is going to change everything, and it all comes down to one dog.
I'm a superstar. Supermodel, super dog, super hair, super fur.
Caleb, the guy making, the guy like whispering in our ears, I thought it was you. Like, I thought that was you. I was like, this is a weird bit, Caleb. I thought you were just being like, yeah.
This is Jojo, who the owner claims is the most expensive Leon burger in the world. This is going to be his ticket, as the dog is worth $1 million. Caleb and I were kind of confused at first about if they were still doing the whole make the animal an internet meme subplot. So we were trying to figure out what he meant by it's worth $1 million. Like, is that in merchandising? Did he pay $1 million? Or like, what's going on?
Wait, so did he breed a dog worth $1 million?
It's purely speculative then, right? Like, I've got this, guys, everybody, I need you to buy in right now. This meme coin's about to go to the, this meme dog's about to go to the moon.
So to clarify, the store owner has either obtained or bred this dog, and an anonymous buyer has agreed to purchase it for $1 million, meaning he'll be able to pay his back rent. Jojo is initially personified as very pompous and self-important, speaking of himself with an aristocratic cadence.
Oh, this is where I belong. In the spotlight for all to see. Go ahead, feel free to take photos. Selfies are extra.
However, throughout the story, this will quickly melt away, as he instead begins to be written as a lovable buffoon, much like Patrick Starr, or Cosmo, or Wade Freeman.
Wade Freeman, all-star quarterback. Represent!
I think the reason they abandoned the original joke is that some of the later scenes are meant to be more intense, but the dog playing JoJo just looks happy to be there. Reworking his voiceover to make him a dunce makes this less jarring. Clearly defeated, the twink landlord leaves the store with his tail behind his legs. We soon meet the rest of our human cast. To start things off, there's our other protagonist, Crystal, played by Megan Carpentier. Crystal is a middle schooler who struggles with social cues, but when we first see her, she's walking by various adults who work at the mall and greeting them all on a first-name basis.
Yo, Mac, what's up?
Living the dream.
Hey, Monica.
Hey, Crystal, how was school today?
But when it comes to girls her own age, Crystal struggles to form connections and make friends.
Do we look like a bunch of nerds?
What a dork.
As if we actually need to get smarter.
Ah, the youth.
Next, we meet Crystal's mother, Tabby, played by Shauna Johannesson. If you've been paying attention, you'll know that Tabby and Crystal are the names of the real owners of Tardar Sauce. Tabby is the owner of a local restaurant, and we learn that she has recently gone through a divorce, as Crystal's father ran off with a barista.
Maybe Grumpy and her can bond over the fact that they both have deadbeat dads.
Since abandoning them, he has become increasingly absent as he plans to start a new family. This will be the first Christmas that Crystal won't be seeing her father. The guy dressed up as Pharrell Williams here is Zach, a mall elf played by Evan Todd.
But that's not to say that a certain little elf wouldn't love to build you a new pair while he's on strike.
Be careful flirting with me. Last time that happened, it ended in a spectacularly awful divorce.
Huh.
I ship it.
Zach flirts with Tabby through the scene, and she returns the favor but is evasive about commitment. That is, until Crystal appears and forces her mom to agree to a date at a Christmas party that night. Tabby finally agrees, but only if Crystal comes as well. Next, we meet George, the bumbling security guard with a heart of gold. Now, this is a 2016 Quinton Reviews segment, meaning that I need to spontaneously change the names of all the characters and refuse to ever explain why I find that funny. In this first scene, Paul Blart is flirting with his crush, despite him being married and her showing a very clear lack of interest. I think the movie wants us to think that the movie thinks this is charming. Finally, we meet Donnie and Roger, two men studying expensive rings at a jewelry store. I like queer representation.
Yeah.
It's band issues.
Oh, they're in a band. In a band.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise, they're cat burglars.
Not that kind.
Surprisingly enough, they do affirm that they are indeed actually in a band, and they want to rob the store so they can afford to buy a tour bus. However, they're disappointed in how crummy the store's inventory is. It's then that they overhear a news report being filmed about the pet store owner, and how a buyer has agreed to pay $1 million for his aforementioned dog. Oh, Paul Blart's on top of this.
Yes, King. Profiling. Real science. Profiling, King.
I don't trust white boys. I know those white boys up to something.
Crystal ends up moping about those teen girls who were cruel to her earlier until she's visited by a mall Santa. But not the mall Santa we saw earlier.
Sleigh's in the shop. I usually work Westbrook Mall.
Stranger danger.
Where's your Christmas spirit?
Some people are mean for no reason.
Stranger danger.
Luckily, people like you get special compensation from people like me this time of year.
Stranger danger!
The Westbrook Santa gives Crystal a wish coin, which he says is a little trinket he likes to give out to kids. Crystal doesn't believe in that kind of stuff, but this Santa subscribes to the law of attraction and tells her that just saying the wish out loud might be a good thing for her.
I wish I'd meet a friend, one who listens to me and on whom I can depend.
Crystal thinks Santa has vanished magically before we learn that he's just hiding on the floor. But as we fade to the commercials, the coin begins to glow.
This movie is awful. Oh, hi. Sorry.
I was just live tweeting my own movie. You can do it too. Just hashtag worst Christmas ever. Or don't, I don't care.
I feel like I'm having a therapy session with this movie, and I'm the therapist.
What does that mean? What?
There's the movie's constantly like, yeah, it's just I'm the worst movie ever, and I'm like, nah, man, you're all right. It's just
come on,
yeah.
Crystal stops in at the pet store where she likes to hang out with the animals, but when Grumpy makes a sarcastic comment, she can actually hear her.
You were talking to me.
What are you, some kind of blonde witch? You can't understand me.
I heard all of that.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Well, stop it.
You stop it.
You stop it, witch.
Are you having a conversation with the girl?
Tell her I'm available.
All right, so I was about to say that I really like this scene until the bestiality hit us.
I'm gonna be honest. I was like, I was half zoned out. The bestiality flew right over my fucking head. It was like so par for the course at this point. Yeah, I actually didn't mind. Like there was like an actual like joke happening there. You know, not.
I think the reason is this is the first time in the movie where Grumpy Cat hasn't just been narrating someone else's movie.
Yeah.
Things get awkward when the only other employee at the store sees the two talking.
It's cool. I talked to the bird. Hands in the air, sucker! Hands in the air, sucker! Yeah.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to them.
Where did he go?
You can talk
Back
to
up.
the
Hold on. Where did he go?
I don't know.
Because he walked
Maybe
like behind
he's Santa
her.
Claus.
Crystal pulls Grumpy Cat to the side to explain to her that she had just made a wish on a magical coin, and that clearly her wish came true.
Okay, I'm embarrassed for you. You are a loser.
But I wanted a person, not a cat.
Hey, look at the freak having a conversation.
How did they get there? People in this movie just fucking teleport?
Except Santa.
Crystal runs all the way to the Santa display, only to find the regular Santa is still there.
Do you know the Santa from the Westbrook Mall?
Westbrook closed a while ago.
Okay, so, I have some thoughts, some general comments about the plot so far, and I figured what better place to talk about that kind of thing than this little corkboard I got set up over here. Now, those of you who are used to watching my 2020s content are used to seeing this baby up on a blank white wall in my apartment. But because this is a 2016 review on a 2016 set, the pinboard is currently oriented into a near exact recreation of the first pinboard segment I ever did, way back in Quinton Reviews' Grave Encounters 2. Society! It was in that original Quinton Reviews pinboard segment, the very first one, that I uncovered the unbelievable conspiracy that the movie Grave Encounters 2 is not a movie. It doesn't star actors, it's not a work of fiction, it's a real piece of found footage. The entire movie is real. Now, Grave Encounters 1, that one's not real. They filmed the movie at real hospital. Movie real is. The movie is real. Also, I think I die at the end of that video. That used to be more, that used to be more in vogue, just like dying at the end of your review. So anyways, if you just give me a second, I'll clear all this out, I'll get prepped, and we can actually do the real pinboard segment. I bet you guys can't tell what I'm cutting out. It's gonna be such a surprise. Who's that Pokemon? Hey Jojo, what do you say? We don't really care what you learn today, so don't come in, please get out the way. We don't really care what you learn today. Hey! That's how I feel every time I turn on this goddamn camera.
Okay, so here is the actual problem that I'm having with this plot so far. So Crystal made a magical Christmas wish. She made a magical Christmas wish. Now, to be clear, I'm not challenging the fact that Christmas magic exists, okay? I'm not Neil deGrasse fucking Tyson. Christmas magic clearly exists. We're not challenging that. But what specifically did she wish for? Okay, so Crystal, she needs friends. Crystal doesn't have friends. So her specific wish was she wants a friend who will listen to her, on whom she can depend. Now you go ahead and explain to me how the wish we just studied equates to I made it so this cat can talk to you. You know, I get the trope of wacky genie magic, and usually it's chaotic and works against the protagonist. Sometimes in fun stories it can work in their favor, but still in a chaotic way. But I like it to make sense, you know? And here's my problem. Okay, so she needs a friend. Okay. You got a friend. She wants the friend to be someone she can depend on. I think by the end of this film, Crystal and Grumpy Cat can depend on each other. Number 3, she wants a friend who will listen to her. She did not wish for a friend who would talk to her. That wasn't in the wish. So Grumpy Cat doesn't need to talk as a human to meet the prerequisites of the goddamn wish. She wants a friend who will listen to her, she can depend. Grumpy Cat does that without being able to fucking talk to her. Also, this is making me want a fucking pizza. If you could make me a pizza that looked like that, I would eat the shit out of that.
Hey Quinn, did you hear that Dick Cheney's robot heart finally gave out?
You guys saw that too, right? That wasn't just me?
Hours later, Crystal finds herself attending what I can only describe as an awkward adult party. You know the sort, where you plan to have some friends over to hang out and catch up, but there's not really anything to talk about, and you haven't set up much to do, you don't have a movie or anything, so it's a whole lot of you just stand around and eat some of the snacks that you bought the night before.
Oh wait, this is the script of my Scary Godmother review. My bad.
Crystal can't stop thinking about the talking cat and sneaks out behind her mother's back to go see Grumpy.
I gotta take these glasses off. I'm getting a migraine.
Are they the correct prescription?
I had laser eye surgery, so I don't need glasses anymore, but I thought I should wear glasses.
Don't do that.
Because it's all supposed to be throwback. Like, I didn't rebuild my bedroom from when I was 18 to be like, well, I'm not going to wear glasses because I don't need them.
As she enters the pet store, we find out that she swiped the store owner's key so she could get in after hours.
Felony, felony, felony.
Don't give me that look.
What look?
That look of judgment you're giving me.
This is my look of tacit approval.
You know, they're not hitting everyone out of the park, but they haven't struck out yet.
Yeah.
But this turns out to be bad timing, as Danny and Rager come back that night to perform their big heist.
Come on, Paul Blart. You can do this. Never mind, Paul Blart, never mind. You do not got this, man. You do not got this.
We were so distracted here that I totally missed that they do my joke during this scene.
Don't even think about it.
Yeah, Paul Blart! Great. Now it's not funny, which means that I have to commit to the bit twice as hard. Why you gotta make things difficult for me, movie?
With security incapacitated and the phone lines pulled, the heist goes forward. But the bandmates no longer intend to rob the jewelry store. They now want the dog. Dandy and Branson barge into the pet store. They barge into the pet store, and the girls hide. While staying in the shadows, Crystal has the forethought to steal Derek's car keys. While the pair get back to the getaway car, they realize they can't get away.
Guess it's just a car now. They don't suspect someone else is involved until Crystal accidentally sets off a motion detection Christmas display, causing music to echo through the empty mall.
There hasn't been an actor on screen which looks like they're not trying.
Yeah.
I will say. Like, genuinely, like...
The two chase after Crystal and follow her into a sporting goods store. Crystal decides to hide Grumpy Cat somewhere quiet and to think of a plan.
I am glad that they're not making the disabled cat do a lot.
Yeah.
But also, I fucking hate that we're watching a movie ostensibly about a cat that will be doing nothing.
Yes. By medical necessity, Grumpy Cat will not be doing anything.
Crystal suits up in tactical gear and shoots the two with a paintball cannon, although Grumpy Cat imagines this a different way.
We gotta get out of here.
Oh my god! That's hilarious!
This causes a long string of wacky events until the boys lose JoJo and Devin accidentally takes an arrow to the foot. Get it? Because I'm referencing... Because this video is like about old memes and I referenced an old meme. Whatever. Crystal grabs Grumpy and rushes off again before quickly throwing Declan's keys into the wishing well. Meanwhile, the Twink landlord from before stops by and finds the dog. Denver and Boston find Twink with the dog and attack him.
Gotcha. What is your problem? Our problem? How would you like it if we shot you with a paintball gun? Mm-hmm. So, are you gonna tell me where my car keys are? Or are we gonna have to amp this up?
I'm sitting here laughing at the thought of like the next 10 minutes of this movie just being these two guys curb stomping this dude.
Yeah. Honestly, guys, I just came back to get my laptop out of my office. It's not really an office. It's more of a cubicle. Oh, God!
Oh, wow.
This is some Batman shit.
With the phone lines cut and her cell phone not with her, Crystal runs to the security room to seek out the aid of Paul Blart.
Did he fall asleep?
I feel like I would. Might as well. What else are you gonna do?
Fucking stand up?
I hadn't thought of standing up. Standing up would not have occurred to me, evidently.
Blart says that the armed pair took his cell phone and is confused when he learns the boys are trying to steal a dog instead of something from the jewelry store.
Well, he's worth a lot of money.
How much money?
A lot!
A lot of money, you say? Then he punches the little girl.
Yeah, he just locks her in the closet.
I'm what's stopping them from getting away.
12-year-old girl thwarted the robbery.
Meanwhile, the Twink says he had nothing to do with stopping the boys from stealing the dog, and in fact, he wants them to take it, so he can foreclose on the pet shop and put in a fast food chain. The boys decide they believe him, but they can't let him leave. Paul Blart walks Crystal to the front of the store, telling her to go home while he'll take the dog to the authorities. The two bond as Crystal talks about how bad her life has been going, and admits that connecting with Grumpy Cat has been the only positive thing to happen to her.
I wish I had a friend. Law enforcement, it's a lonely business.
See, there's the schmaltz I was looking for.
Are they allowed to show the Target logo? I mean, I guess it's basically free advertising. I certainly don't think they were paid to put that in there. I'm pretty sure this was filmed at a real mall. I don't know which one. I guess I could look that up. Crap, where's my phone? Oh, there it is. Yep, right there. Shit, oh, two-factor authorization, damn it. No, it's just me. It's just me. Just let me use, I need to Google I need to Google something. I need to look, I need to get on Yahoo. I gotta Bing this thing. I need to ask Jeeves about something!
Okay, look, here is your stop. I can take it from here. Hey, don't forget your cat, huh?
Thanks.
But then, Blart's phone rings. Crystal points out that Blart had said his phone was taken, and he says that he must have gotten confused.
We can call the police now, right?
We're not calling the police, Crystal.
Oh, he is gonna steal the dog.
Yeah, when I said he has a heart of gold, I meant that it's malleable and quick to sell out. So this is the big twist of the film. Paul Blart not only wants to steal the dog, but he was actually the mastermind of the entire operation. It was he who hired the two goons and had them stake out the jewelry store. He falsified his own imprisonment and has been lying this entire time. In hindsight, this twist works very well, as it makes a second viewing of the film even more captivating, as all the clues were always there. When Blart drove by the bandits earlier in the film, we read that as profiling, but now the scene comes across as a kingpin intimidating his subordinates. Blart takes a teenage girl's foot to the knee, and then she makes a run for it. He then calls Louisiana and Charleston to chew them out about how badly the operation has been going, and explains to them who their opposition actually is. We briefly cut back to what must be the longest Christmas party in the history of time, before getting back into the chase.
Oh, whoa, that's not a real cat. Wow, that's weird. Do you notice that?
What am I noticing?
In this specific scene, when they show, when she's holding Grumpy Cat, it's actually like a puppet. Okay, I think starting here at least, but if you, it's really obvious in a second.
Oh, yeah.
Like, look at...
She stepped with it and its head bobbed dangerously. In a way where it was like, even if it was a non-disabled animal, I'd be like, ooh.
Is this the end of the line for Grumpy and Crystal? Will our heroes
I don't know, the movie's kind of growing on me.
Oh yeah, same.
So they tie up Crystal in the pet shop and try to get her to give up where she hid the keys.
This is the awkward part of the movie where his plan only makes sense if he just murders the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, where it's like you gotta kill a kid if you want the plan to work now, but he's just like, I'm gonna tie you up and then nobody will stop me.
Paul Blart reveals he knows how to get the information out of the girl. She asks if he's going to hurt her, but he responds, I'm greedy, not evil. Instead, he reveals that he is going to hurt Grumpy Cat, and says that if she doesn't give up the keys, he will throw her into a garbage disposal. There's an odd case of unintended character acting here. This is the only moment in the film where Grumpy kind of breaks and freaks out about what's happening.
He's not bluffing! He's not bluffing! He's petting me way too diabolically. Tell him, Crystal, you gotta tell him!
And when he first picks up Grumpy, it's the only moment in the film where Tardar Sauce is visibly in distress. Like, this is some of the only footage I've seen of this cat where she's very clearly going, put me down, put me down, put me down. Paul Blart begins to prepare to hit the road while Crystal grows more despondent. Then Grumpy does a cutaway to promote a bunch of merchandise that doesn't really exist before name-dropping the brand's actual website.
To see what else is new this season, please visit www.grumpycats.com and please be grumpy when you do it. Grumpy people only.
Crystal is totally defeated and begins to cry. Not only have the bad guys won, but it's been proven to her once again that there is little to no good in the world. All she's done in her life is trust and try to be kind, and all she's got back is deceit, cruelty, and isolation. Grumpy decides to try and cheer her up, and she tells Crystal about all the times she's been adopted and then returned, and how it's made her feel grumpy. Crystal says there's no use in love if nobody gives it back to you, and Grumpy Cat says this is how the pets feel, having people come in every day just to be ignored. But things are different for her.
Your mom loves you. Look at her. She loves you. Taco guy loves you. That guy loves you. Who is that guy? Even your dad loves you.
The speech gets all the animals excited, and they decide to all help fight back against Blart's plan. So Grumpy breaks them all out while the A-Team theme blasts in the background. One thing I haven't mentioned up to this point is that pretty much whenever Grumpy Cat needs to run or jump or basically move in any way, they use a stunt cat. I'm guessing this is partially because Tardar Sauce's condition impacted her mobility, but also because she wasn't trained to do anything except just sit there and look cute.
This is actually pretty effective in the film, although I'm disappointed to report that none of the stunt animals are listed in the credits. I was really curious about if the cat they used for these shots actually looked this much like Grumpy Cat, or if they dyed her fur or used cat makeup or something, I don't know. While we're on this topic, the puppets we pointed out in the live reactions were created by the Jim Henson's Creature Shop, and once again, they're very impressive. Next time someone asks for my favorite Muppet, I'm gonna say Tardar Sauce.
She's also my favorite anime.
Why? Because you're the amazing you. And that is why I've decided to adopt you. That's right. You're now on Team Grumpy whether you like it or not. And this team is going to win. Wearing Grumpy t-shirts and Grumpy baseball caps and Grumpy glow-in-the-dark buttons, am I right?
So this is a movie about Grumpy Cat, but the script is stronger without it being Grumpy Cat. I think if the cat was actually just a grumpy asshole character cat instead of the meme Grumpy Cat, it would be like a stronger script.
Yes.
You know?
I do think by having the asides of constantly being like nudge, judge, wink, wink. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Did you know that this is a meme? Did you know that memes exist?
This is a meme.
I think that drags it down. I do think I am invested in the character work, and to be clear, I think Tardar Sauce and Aubrey Plaza give a really good performance though.
Tartar Sauce?
Tardar Sauce is the name of the cat.
Oh, I didn't know that.
By the way, do you want to know a fun fact about the name Tardar Sauce?
Sure.
Tardar Sauce the cat is not named like Tartar Sauce the condiment, because Tardar Sauce's name is a very edgy joke that people would have thought was funny in 2012, but people would not be happy with today. And to give you a hint, Tardar Sauce originally had a nickname that was a shortened version of that name.
We talking like with a delta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's spelled Tard, you know.
Yeah. Well, rest in peace, Arsler Cat.
Alright, so now that I've casually unleashed Pandora's box in the middle of this wacky film review, we kind of have to stop and talk about this for a second. It is indeed true that when Tardar Sauce was first introduced to the internet, her nickname was this 4-letter word. But actually, when you study things a bit closer, it's a little bit worse than that. Because the truth is that when the Grumpy Cat social media and website launched, the official name of the brand was blank the Grumpy Cat. Now, I've spoken to some people involved with the brand, and I've also read a ton of old interviews, and the story that I've been given is that Crystal spelt Tardar Sauce that way because that's how she thought Tardar Sauce was spelled. Obviously, everyone's a little bit stiff on this topic. It's easily the most contentious part of the Grumpy Cat story, and it's really unclear how Grumpy Cat got that 4-letter nickname, or who gave it to her, or why it ended up so front and center in the initial social media postings about the cat. Although I do want to remind you that the Grumpy Cat social media brand and all the websites and stuff, that was all launched by the uncle, not by Crystal herself. I think an important piece of context that should be highlighted here is that at this specific point in teenager culture and also internet meme culture, that 4-letter word had taken on an unexpectedly endearing sentiment. Back when I was in elementary school, which would have been about 2002 to 2006, I got called the R word a lot. It was a pretty common thing that would happen. And whenever that happened, the sentiment that was being delivered was basically them saying, hey, you're a freak. You are a freak. But around the early 2010s, when I would have been in middle school and entering high school, if I heard somebody call another person the 4-letter variant of that word, it was basically them saying, hey, you're a wacky little guy. You know, you're a silly Billy. To celebrate that, I'm going to call you a slur. So basically, what happened is that the brand launched under that name, blank the Grumpy Cat. And then after like 6 months of that, somebody came in and said, hey, you guys can't do that. Plastering the R slur all over the photos you take of your physically disabled cat, that is only going to have negative long-term repercussions. And so in March 2013, all the YouTube videos got their names changed, all the social media accounts got their names changed, they also got their ats changed because that's how deeply embedded this was at the time. And basically, they started to pretend that there was never any correct name for this cat other than Tardar Sauce or Grumpy Cat. But the awkward fact is that a lot of the die-hard Grumpy Cat stans who were there since the beginning, they continued to call her this basically until she died. Personally, I find it kind of hard to get mad at the name of a cat that was picked 14 years ago by a 10-year-old. And that's my big hot take about this. If it was intentional, if she did intentionally make that pun, with 10-year-olds are crazy, man. I'm not gonna get mad at a 24-year-old for picking the wrong name for their cat in 2012.
So back to the movie. While Blart gathers more supplies, the animals rise up.
What else am I gonna do?
Surprise!
God. What if he does that to every animal? He just throws the dog.
Get back, all of you! Ow!
Oh, wow. That's just an actual assault.
How'd you get free?
I like how you say that as if she's gonna get in trouble for that.
No, it's
you shouldn't. You can't, what's he done to justify that? he ain't done nothing wrong.
It's like the first time that someone's gotten physical. Like, I guess it was the punch earlier. Where did Twink Guy go?
Oh yeah.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, hold on.
What happened to Twink Guy? Did they tie him up and I forgot? I feel like the movie forgot about him. Or I bet towards the end of the movie they're gonna show him like hanging upside down in a bakery or something. He's in like a meat locker and he's just dead. Yeah. They did curb stomp him after all.
Yeah. Blart regains the upper hand and takes the dog and leaves. Grumpy thinks they failed, but Blart left his phone behind, which is really what they needed. Meanwhile, at the party, Tabby and Zeke have hit it off, but Tabby gets a call from an unknown number, which turns out to be Crystal, who tells her mom that she's at the empty mall, the security guard and two randos are stealing a dog, and that she has the wild thornberries power, but just for one specific cat. Around this point, I started trying to pitch a spiritual franchise to Caleb.
I think we should all just pretend this is the third Home Alone movie. Like, there's 3 Home Alone movies, it's the first 2, and then this, and that's it. That's what I think.
There is a third Home Alone movie.
Oh, I know, but we're pretending it doesn't exist, as the same with the 4th and I think the 5th one. Those movies don't exist. This is the third Home Alone movie, and it's a trilogy. So every Christmas, you guys need to watch Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, and Home Alone 3, Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever.
I don't think you need to do all that, actually. You could just watch Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever. Yeah.
Just cut out the middleman. Get to the meat of it.
Yeah.
Tabby wants Crystal to stay in place, but she goes to try and hold up the bad guys, who have gathered at the wishing well.
Good thing you didn't go commando, right?
Yeah, because somebody did a crappy job playing with the little girl.
That's actual assault.
Can we just get out of here?
Grumpy decides they need proper wheels to catch up to the bad guys, so she steals the mall's display Camaro.
But you're a cat. How are you gonna...
This quickly turns out to be yet another Grumpy fantasy sequence. But, so, here's the thing. Before they revealed that, I was 100% on board. I immediately accepted that Grumpy Cat can drive a car. Like, no questions. I had nothing to say. That's how locked in we were at this point. So the scene replays, and this time, Grumpy Cat convinces Crystal to steal the car instead.
Try the visor. Aha! How did you? We are in a movie!
The bad guys and Team Grumpy then have a car chase showdown in the parking lot, stretching things out just long enough for the cops to get there. Crystal plays chicken and tricks them into crashing into the security booth, but Team Grumpy is caught off guard as well.
Crash positions!
They may have looked like a puppet, but they actually threw that fucking cat as hard as they could at that Christmas tree. No, but for real, like, you can go to jail for $5,000. $1 million is like... That's like a long time in jail.
So Paul Blart, Iowa, and Frankfurt get arrested. The dog is back with the pet store owner, Zach didn't fumble the bag, and Tabby and Crystal are reunited, with Crystal reaffirming that Grumpy Cat can talk.
It's okay. The good news is there are people who can help you, and we will get you the treatment that you need.
Crystal asks her mom to just forget about it, and Tabby agrees to just forget everything that happened that night and celebrate their love.
No.
You can be a little schizophrenic and have a good life, I think.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. This little girl, B&E'd, fought with criminals, stole a fucking Camaro, almost got into a head-on collision.
The pet store owner then arrives and thanks her for saving the day, and ends up giving her a job. And then...
Hello?
Damn. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
We end off the film on Christmas Day, where Tabby has got her daughter a secret Christmas surprise, as the family has officially adopted Grumpy.
This is the best Christmas ever.
Sure, go ahead. Ignore the title of my movie. Wow.
Wow, that was occasionally not bad.
Yeah, I actually...
I found myself
going in
the back half of that movie.
Going in, my best expectations were this movie was going to be a bad movie, where at the end I'd be like, you know what, I'm glad they made this bad movie. But I think I think they did a good enough job that I actually don't want to say this movie is bad. One of the first things I learned when I started reviewing things is you have to accept that you're coming into their house, which means you have to accept the expectations of what this thing could be. And I feel like for a Lifetime original movie about Grumpy Cat forming a bond with a young child and stopping a heist, I think this isn't the greatest movie it could have been under that context, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Genuinely, like, after the first 50 minutes, I was like, this is not an easy movie to take the piss out of, because it is competent. You know, like, it's very easy to be like,
yeah.
I remember watching like Grave Encounters or Ouija, and it's like they're so fundamentally flawed at like a basic filmmaking level that there's kind of always something to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like Lifetime is very good at making what people might call slop now, but like mediocre but well-made stuff.
Watching this movie truly was, I think, an actual unironic epiphany where I was like, if I wasn't a YouTuber, I think making Lifetime movies would actually be my calling. I think I would actually enjoy that, because it seems fun. It looked like a fun movie to make.
Everybody in the movie looked like they were having fun.
Yes.
As well. Like,
and you know, the thing about Grumpy Cat is, initially when I started looking into this cat, I wondered if I was going to come to the conclusion of like, you know, you really shouldn't be flying a cat around the world to meet people at conventions. If you actually know like cat body language, Grumpy Cat looks pretty content. Like, she looks like she's having a good time in this movie.
I wasn't miserable the whole way through, like I was for a lot of stuff we watched, you know?
Yeah.
I found myself laughing at some jokes. Like, it's not gonna set the world on fire, but it didn't need to. It needed to be a goofy little movie featuring Grumpy Cat.
It's definitely true that this is better than a lot of the stuff we've watched. I also think we're showing great character development here. Because I think if I was talking to 2017 Caleb, he'd be saying something like,
Quinton, I'm gonna shit my pants. This is so terrible.
Quinton, this movie's so bad, I'm gonna bomb a hospital.
This This is the kind of shit that they found on Osama bin Laden's laptop.
That's a good one. This is the movie that was on Osama bin Laden's laptop. That's a really good one.
Have you ever been through that repository?
I think I've watched a video of other people doing it, and it's like Shrek 2.
Yeah, Shrek 2.
News reports about himself. An SNL sketch about himself.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Funny little guy. Osama.
What else are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, it's true. If you're holed up in Pakistan, what are you gonna do but watch Naruto and just wait to die, I guess.
Yeah. Well, isn't that's all any of us can do? Is just watch Naruto and wait to die.
The Grumpy Cat movie was filmed in August 2014 and was released in November, which is a pretty tight turnaround. Several shorts were also released to promote the film, featuring Grumpy Cat having photos taken with a mall Santa, rejecting carolers, and even meeting the real Santa Claus. There was also a video of the human cast members doing the Ice Bucket Challenge, and Aubrey Plaza getting into character with Tardar Sauce. Upon broadcast, the film received 1.7 million viewers. Years before, this would have been seen as a disappointment. Today, it would be seen as a Christmas miracle. And in 2014, I'm guessing, it was somewhere in the middle. One other interesting thing happened with the brand during the holidays of 2014, specifically in China. There, a famous mall put up a pop-up showing various statues of the Grumpy Cat character. This included a tribute to Darth Vader Grumpy, a somewhat more obscure offshoot of the original meme. In March 2015, Grumpy Cat was featured as a special guest at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. In July, she was one of the guest creators invited to VidCon in California. And in September, she threw the first pitch at a Diamondbacks vs. Giants baseball game. And when I say that Grumpy did that, I mean that Crystal did it. And Grumpy watched. But remember, they're connected via telekinesis, so that still counts. And Tardar Sauce wrapped up 2015 as a special guest at the Hollywood Christmas Parade. At this point, Grumpy Cat's longevity and level of recognition is remarkable. In just a few short years, the brand had been elevated from a Reddit inside joke to something known by even the most powerful people on the planet.
And it does make you wonder, why is it that Republican politicians are so down on America? Have you noticed that? I mean, they are gloomy. They're like Grumpy Cat.
But presidential name drops and, of course, internet memes aside, the most memorable way that Tardar Sauce's presence was felt in the pop culture of the 2010s was all that famous merchandise, and I thought right here would be a pretty good time to look at some of that stuff. Right here in this bin, I have some of the non-traditional stuff, the things that you guys probably aren't expecting me to have. And it's also stuff that mostly is from the very beginning of the brand. To start things off, I bought a bunch of buttons on eBay, and they all came on this little strip of styrofoam. And it makes it feel like a little exhibit you'd see in a museum. Like this is stuff you'd see if you went to an anime convention in 2013. This shade of black really brings out the color of my soul. I torture all of my friends. It's how I show love. Meh. Stop staring at my button. And of course we have a Grumpy Cat pin. I hate you so much. Well, this seems like a collection of buttons that were Definitely owned by someone who was very cool and fun to hang out with. Earlier in this video, I wore one of Grumpy Cat's many shirts, which was the Three Wolves Moon parody with Grumpy Cat instead of the wolves. If you like that design, you can also get that on a mouse pad. Yay! Mouse pad! I feel like mouse pads are like funny. I don't know when was the last time I actually bought a mouse pad. I know they still exist. I know you can still go and buy them, but every time I see one, they don't look like this. You know what I mean? They're usually a little more thick, and they got that like weird foam padding for your wrist. You know, basically, you know, they got tits. So they don't look like that anymore. Right here, I have some Grumpy Cat trading card protectors. I thought we should actually try and test these out. Luckily, I do have some trading cards. This right here, this is a little deck pack. This was given to me by a fan at the very first fan meetup I ever did. The first time I ever tweeted out, hey, I'm going to be at this location, come meet me. I can't really do that anymore because it's not safe, but a fan gave this to me the first time I did that in New York City. And I actually kept it all these years, and it's a little deck box, and it has all these Yu-Gi-Oh cards in there, and I've never actually opened these, so we're gonna see. We're gonna figure out if I can improve these Yu-Gi-Oh cards by putting Grumpy Cat on them. These are all cyber. Oh my god! Look. These are all like cyber dragons and shit. Every one of these cards has cyber on it. That's so. It seems like an inside joke that the person who gave this to me would have understood. But I don't get it. Ooh, look at that. Look at that baby. Wow. Oh, that's nice. Oh, Bull. Bobby. For all I know, these are really rare cards. I just haven't opened them in 8 years. Well, excuse me, I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! Since I was like 9. I was definitely more into Yu-Gi-Oh! Than Pokemon. Like, I liked the Pokemon cartoon. I never played the games. In fact, I didn't even know it was based on a game until I was like 14. Like, you know, keep in mind I was a PS2 kid, so. Look, the Ace of Spades. What does that mean? You lose! Oh! Hope you don't mind giant man-eating worms. Oh, I wonder why he said that. Oh my god! Imagine I pull up to a Yu-Gi-Oh con. We're about to do a battle, and I whip these babies out. I whip these babies out, and maybe a little bit more depending on my mood. Check that out. Check this out. Now tell me that doesn't improve the card. That absolutely makes the card better. I don't care what you say. That Yu-Gi-Oh card is improved now. That is a better card because we've done this. Ancient Gear Howitzer. Chimer Mech Rampage Jackson. Cyber Johnmus. This one looks cool. I don't know if it's rare, but it looks cool. Cyber Dragon Indifity. Cyber Dragon Nova. Look at that. Look at that. Look how much character Grumpy's adding to this Yu-Gi-Oh deck. On each one of these cards, the cards are protected, and you got Grumpy Cat on there. I mean, this is improving the entertainment value. I also think it's improving the value. Dark Rebellion XYZ Dragon. Who even cares what that is or what it does? You don't even need to read this, because look, Tardar Sauce is in the corner. That's baller. Chimerach Rampage Jackson. Look, Grumpy Cat. I figured it would be a good idea to show the Grumpy Cat Odor Eliminator again. I showed this a little earlier in the video, but that part was out of focus. It wasn't intentional, but it was kind of by the design of what I was doing. You see, I'm trying to actually film all these individual bits on the actual kinds of cameras that I would have been using at the time. And the first two cameras that I ever used when filming this channel were a really crummy 2008 camcorder that I got for Christmas. And then my yearbook teacher lent me a T1i, and the reason he lent me the T1i is that no one would use it. It was such an old, bad camera that if people opened the camera closet and there were just T1Is at the bottom, they would close the camera closet. So he said, you can just take one of those. Naturally, later on when I could afford a new camera, I gave it back to him. And he said, what the heck? But that's where that went. And I was like, what? You told me to take it. The funny thing about filming videos starting off with a T1i is the T1i's viewfinder doesn't flip around. So if you don't have someone else to help you film, you're kind of just doing everything blindly. So in a lot of those early videos, if you notice that the shot is slightly or even substantially out of focus, the reason is that I couldn't see the shot when I was filming it. And I eventually learned to start the camera, start recording, sit down on the couch or in front of my set, and then go back to the camera, stop recording, and look at what I just recorded to see if I was actually in focus. That was the only way I knew how to do it. So, of course, when I was using a T1i to shoot parts of this video, I was out of focus for most of what I recorded, but I said, hey, I captured the vibe, you know what I mean? This is the back side of the Grumpy Cat odor eliminator. This is the front side. Don't focus on my face. Don't focus on me. No, ignore me. Don't look at me. I'm irrelevant. Focus on the Grumpy Cat. These final few things are pretty much just Grumpy Cat memes and catchphrases slapped onto other stuff. First of all, here's a puzzle set it's 100 pieces, and it's a Grumpy Cat meme that goes, like a good neighbor, stay over there. You might remember that from the little meme compilation we did earlier in the video. And yeah, that's 100 pieces, and I'm never going to build that. These are some Grumpy Cat bookmarks. They both say, I had fun once, it was awful. And finally, I have a little keychain lanyard thing. And on one side it says, Grumpy Cat, and on the other side it says, I had fun once, it was awful. Now, if you'll believe it, if you can believe it, this is the thing I bought most recently. I put off filming this segment because I saw this online and I said, ooh, I have to have that because it fascinated me so much. And you might be thinking, Quinton, what's fascinating about this stupid thing? You know, it says Grumpy Cat on one side and it says I had fun once, it was awful on the other. What's fascinating to me is the phrase I had fun once, it was awful. The people managing the Grumpy Cat brand had nothing to do with that quote. And I think that's a very fascinating thing to kind of, you know, put some thought into. There was a moment earlier in this video when I was talking about the concept of being a meme manager, and I said it was an interesting error early on because basically you weren't trying to monetize your own content. It was almost like you were trying to monetize other people's content that was made with your likeness, right? And I said that in a part of the video that wasn't especially relevant to that point because I think I was talking about like Nyan Cat or something. But this is a really, really interesting example of that because somewhere out there in the world, there is someone, whether they're alive or dead, there is someone who came up with the phrase, I had fun once, it was awful. They made that internet meme, they came up with that joke. But because the likeness is owned by the Bundenson family, they stake a claim in that content. And I think that's very indicative of the era that Grumpy Cat became a big viral thing. I think if this happened today, this aspect of the story would be looked at in a much more complex way. I think of something like the Ruby Slippers from The Wizard of Oz, right? The Wizard of Oz, the books are public domain. If I wanted to, I could go out right now and make my own Wizard of Oz movie. It would be ill-advised, but I could technically legally do it. But what I couldn't do is show the Red Ruby Slippers, because the Red Ruby Slippers were not introduced in the books. They were silver in the books. They were made red to kind of show off the Technicolor advancements they were making. So because of that, you can't, or you're not supposed to show red slippers when depicting stuff from The Wizard of Oz, because that part of the story is still copyrighted. In the same sense, right now, you can go out and you can sell t-shirts with Steamboat Mickey on them, right? Because Mickey, his first year or two, or maybe 3, are in the public domain now, so there's absolutely nothing stopping you from going out and monetizing those early works. But you can't, like, make merchandise of a Mickey in the sorcerer hat, right? Because that's a different version of the character that is still copyrighted. It wasn't created in that original moment by that original person, so it's still, out of the public domain. And if you want me to bring up franchises that are not like public domain bound, you could look at the Ash versus the Evil Dead films. There is a film in that series which is kind of its own thing and introduced some new elements to the franchise. I believe this included him working at a place called S-Mart, but when they did more sequels, they couldn't get their rights to that specific movie, so anything introduced for that film could not be referenced directly in sequel content released after that, at least from what I'm aware of. I might be getting details about that wrong. And I think if you're not really connecting with, like, the Grumpy Cat comparison, I think another comparison might be, like, Slender Man, right? Slender Man was originally created because in the Something Awful forums, a bunch of people basically said, hey, let's just make up a legend. Let's just make up a story and see if we can get people to believe in it. And someone in the forum, wrote a little story, and I think got on Photoshop, and they created the Slender Man story. And basically, people started going, hey, can I use that character in this thing or that thing? And he started saying yes, and eventually started asking to be paid for it, right? But the thing is, like, if you were going to make a Slender Man TV series, does that mean that you have to pay royalties if you show something that was introduced in a video game? Or if you show a superpower that was introduced in a YouTube ARG, does that mean that element of Slender Man is owned by the creators of that ARG? To connect this back to Grumpy Cat, if one person uploads a picture of their cat and another person puts a joke next to that picture of the cat, can the person who took the picture of their cat claim ownership over everything that's done with their photo? To the point that they're trademarking jokes people are making about their animal. I think the reason that situations like this at the time were not seen as this legally complex and did not lead to any litigious action is that there was an understanding that everything on the internet was collaborative in nature, that this was kind of culture and media being created by the collective. And that's specifically what internet memes were. People didn't mind the idea that, they weren't going to get paid royalties if they came up with a funny joke for Grumpy Cat, and then Grumpy Cat put their joke on a bunch of puzzle pieces because they were like, that's the point of a meme, that's the culture. And I think we don't live in a world that is that uncynical anymore. I think if something like this happened today, I think these complex legal questions would be on the forefront. I think they would be like the first thing people want to know, because they'd be saying, hey, I wrote a funny joke and now it's being sold at Walmart on a puzzle. What the hell is happening? I don't want to use memes if, you guys are going to use my jokes and sell them without asking me. Whereas at the time, it was a simpler time and people loved that kind of thing. And so, yeah, that's why I bought this, is because I just think it's fascinating that the Grumpy Cat brand is claiming ownership over a joke that they didn't write. Alright, so that was supposed to be the last one, but it seems like there's something still in here. I honest to God don't know what it is. Come on. Alright, it is a Meet the Robinsons Pez dispenser. Okay.
So as I said, what we just discussed are some examples of more atypical Grumpy Cat merch. And there's even more weird stuff out there that I don't actually have myself. There's Grumpy Cat pencils, pathway lights, birthday balloons, scarf hats, a nightmare-inducing Halloween mask. But the thing everyone remembers is the plushies. So am I going to talk about those? Well, I'd like to, but there's a little issue. You see, there's more than one kind of Grumpy Cat plush. It wasn't something that was just made by one company for one Christmas season and never again. There were many different iterations of different Grumpy Cat plushies and figures, and in some cases, multiple companies were making different versions all at the same time. And I feel like in this case, I should either do this right, or I shouldn't do this at all. And what do you guys really expect? That I first thought of this video during the pandemic, and I've spent the last 6 years of my life slowly collecting every single Grumpy Cat plush I can find just so I can compare them all for this segment? So I do indeed own a lot of Grumpy Cat plushies, and I'd like to tell you everything you could possibly need to know about all the different options and which ones are my favorite. If you go back to the very beginning, there were originally 3 different companies releasing Grumpy Cat plushies at the same time. Those 3 companies were Ripple Junction, Gund, and Gans. Ripple Junction is going to be the easiest starting point because I don't have a lot to show. In fact, the only plushies I have are these 2 that I'm holding in my hands right now. This is the kind of vanilla generic tartar sauce, and this is a special one that is wearing a collar that says no. Yeah, and I just noticed this, but one side of the collar says no, and then the other side of the collar says date of birth 4/4/2012. So that's a really cute detail. I hadn't noticed that before. Even this early on, we can already see the difficulties in making official Grumpy Cat merchandise start to rear their ugly heads. The most iconic part of Grumpy Cat are her eyes and her frown. At one glance, your merchandise needs to show that she is annoyed, but not furious. However, Grumpy Cat is still cute, so you need to make something that is pleasant to look at, but still delivers a negative energy. So what Ripple Junction has done here to accomplish this is they've given her these kind of fusions of eyebrows and eyelids, and that gives her this scowling appearance. However, the problem is that the size of where those eyebrows are is basically the size of where this brown patch is on the actual Grumpy Cat. So they've had to blow up those brown markings further back on the head in order to make that design work. On its own, this works well enough, but when you switch back and forth between this and the original meme, I think this wasn't the best direction to take this design. It also seems like the quality of this design is going to vary plush to plush, because when you look at this other plush that is pretty much the same design, I think it is far more effective and just instinctively looks a lot more like Grumpy Cat, and I think the important difference is somehow the eyelids here are slanted correctly where she does look grumpy, where here she almost looks kind of sad and confused. Also, something worth noting is that this Grumpy Cat basically has no neck, so the line at the side of her head goes straight down, and usually on the other plush you wouldn't notice this, but when they put this collar on her, and the collar kind of slides all over the place, like an 80s shirt you'd buy at Spirit Halloween, it really makes you go, wow, this looks weird. It's weird the Grumpy Cat doesn't have a neck. Despite how many critiques I'm giving this thing so far, this is far from the worst of the plushies we're going to look at. In fact, if I were grading these, I would easily say that this deserves a C+ or a B-. If you had this, I'm guessing that most of your friends could identify what this was supposed to be without, like, needing a bunch of context clues. Next, let's talk about Gund. Now, this is the company that made some of the more high-quality plushies, and it's also some of the oldest plushies that were made of the characters. So this is very likely to be some of the stuff you guys are nostalgic for. Here we have a generic Gund Grumpy Cat with all the fixins. They clearly are going for the slightly stylized but relatively more realistic Beanie Baby style look. This one has a yellow nose, and I don't know if that's like sun damage or if it actually was yellow when they released it. The rest of these don't look like that. That's why I'm not sure. Gund is probably the best at kind of getting her eyes right. When we look at some of the others, you'll probably catch on that sometimes her eyes tend to look kind of weird on the other ones. You see their eyes. I don't know. This old camera has a weird viewfinder, so I can't even tell if you can see her eyes, but she has eyes, trust me. I wouldn't lie to you. This is a very good plush. If I could change one thing about it, I think I would change the color of her mouth. The mouth here is pink, which I'm sure is accurate. I can't remember off the top of my head. But because of that, it kind of blends into the white fur. And if it was black, I think at a distance it would pop more and you'd be able to instantly recognize, oh my god, that's Grumpy Cat, because it has that big old frown. But with this design, you kind of have to get kind of close to see that she's frowning at all. One of the things I find the most fascinating about Grumpy Cat is that even though she was heavily merchandised, she wasn't exactly designed for this kind of thing. To the extent that if you were going to design a character like Grumpy Cat from scratch, you would not pick half of the visual features that Tardar Sauce was born with. She really is just about every color a cat could be. When you look closely, some parts of her fur are brown, some parts are white, and then some parts are this kind of orangish off-white. And if you look at the Ripple Junction plushies, that's actually a detail that they get right. You can look closely here, the shade of white along the side and the back is different than the shade of white on her chest there, so there are actually two different shades of white. This is a detail that Gund didn't really capture at all. But then there's another detail here. If you look closely on her front paws, there's these brown lines. The reason is the real Grumpy Cat had two brown blots on her front paws. One was on the front, and then one was over on the back. So the way the Gund has tried to capture this is that they just put a bunch of brown lines on the front of each paw. And if we compare this to one of the Gund plushies from later in the line, you'll see they've given her this little sleeve here, which goes all the way around her leg, and the other leg doesn't get anything. So that's a very interesting detail, that Grumpy Cat is not perfectly symmetrical, but so far, most of the plushies we've looked at, in fact, I'd say all of the plushies we've looked at up to this one, have been perfectly symmetrical, because it just makes more sense from a manufacturing point of view to make a plush that is the same on the left and right and has more simple features below the head. So with those initial plushies out, Gund did what I think is a no-brainer, and they started doing Grumpy Cat in little outfit variants. Here we have Grumpy Cat in a pink sweater that says no. This is Grumpy Cat as kind of a superhero incarnation. On the back it says GC. This one is Grumpy Cat as a unicorn. A little bit foreshadowing there, but we'll get there when we get there. And finally, here's Grumpy Cat as an Old West sheriff. Now, up to this point in the video, I have been avoiding mentioning Garfield by name, too often. But I think it's impossible to tackle this subject without at least bringing up that comparison. I would say that the Gund line of Grumpy Cat plushies are very similar to the Dakin Garfield plushies. You know, they have these sculpted noses and sculpted eyes, and they clearly built up a reputation for high quality, and then they said, hey, let's just release the same plush a bunch of times, but basically put it in different outfits. That's very similar to what Dakin was known for with the Garfield brand. As a matter of fact, for a while now, I've had this inside joke with myself that I've been trying to collect all the different collectible cat characters, but as Old West cowboys and sheriffs. So to start off, this is Old West Garfield, and now this is Sheriff Heathcliff, and then we got Sheriff Hello Kitty, and now we have Sheriff Grumpy Cat. This town ain't big enough for the four of them. So at this point, Gund has found their rhythm. They're making regular stuff. So let's get weird with it. To start off, this is the oversized Gund Grumpy Cat. This is the biggest Grumpy Cat that I own. I'd say it's the biggest non-promotion Grumpy Cat plushie. So this is the biggest plushie that you could probably buy at the stores. When I first got this thing, when it was sold to me on eBay looking like this, with its eyes out all the way, and it kind of looks like a lemur now that I look at it. And I was like, that's kind of weird. And then I realized you can rotate the eyes, which is also odd. But then I realized that the eyelids had kind of slipped behind the eyes. So I kind of had to pull them down. And now it looks a little bit more like Grumpy Cat. Obviously, this doesn't compare in the slightest to my giant Garfield, but I still think there is a charm to giant Grumpy Cat, or I guess bigger than average Grumpy Cat. Not much left to say about her. You can see that they do kind of execute the thing where the white on her face here is more white than the kind of yellowish white on her fur. And they do that thing again where she has like a sleeve to hint at the rest of the details below the neck. But other than that, it's kind of simple, you know, so fun to throw around. In 2017, Gunn released a line of little blind box Grumpy Cat mini plushies. I got really into these a few years ago, and it was really frustrating because I couldn't find the specific one that I wanted. This is Grumpy Cat playing in a box. This is Grumpy Cat sitting on her owner's laptop. And this is Grumpy Cat having caught a little blue fish. You'll notice that these plushies don't keep the kind of angry eye look that Grumpy Cat has, and because of that, it's a little harder to identify that this is supposed to be Grumpy Cat. I don't care. I think these are lovely. As I said, for ages, I could not find the specific one I wanted. In fact, I developed the classic conspiracy theory that they just didn't make all of them. But then one random day I was actually able to find the one I wanted, which is this one of Grumpy Cat holding a bag of catnip. I don't know, this one's just special to me. I just think it's really, really cute. While we're talking about mini plushies, I also got my hand on this little gun. Oh wait, this is the wrong fucking plushie. Since we're talking about mini plushies, this thing exists. This was included in a monthly Loot Crate service called Nerd Blocks. Loot Crate is kind of a trend that was more popular in the 2010s. It's basically this kind of service where a company will send you a big box filled with different kinds of eccentric merchandise, and then you open the box and you go through it, and you might find one thing that you like, and then you don't want any of the rest of it, but you can't offload it no matter how hard you try, and then you regret getting the service. So that's what a Loot Crate is. This is the most recent Gund plush that I have. It's a more cartoony depiction of the character. This is going to be more in line with the stuff we're going to see towards the end of this segment. She has a bowl next to her, and that bowl says Grumpy Cat. And thank goodness for that, because I don't know if I would recognize what this is if that wasn't there. Next up, let's talk about the final of those original three, Gans. Now, this is the line that I have the most mixed feelings about, because on one hand, I do think that at a glance, you can identify that this is Grumpy Cat. I think you look at this and you go, oh, look, Grumpy Cat. And that's not something that all of these plushies are going to pull off. But I do think this thing is ugly as sin.
I'm coming into your home. Kill me. Kill me.
Now, if you're my age or a little bit younger, you might recognize the name Gans because that is the company most known for a line of plushies called Webkinz. Webkinz is an online browser game that has been running since 2005. It seems to me that it was probably inspired by other games like Neopets. Neopets was kind of like Pokemon meets Tamagotchi. You wanted to collect all these virtual pets, but you also had to take care of them to prove that you were a good mythical pet owner. Webkinz took that basic idea of kind of an online clubhouse game, but added in a physical element, where you were mainly meant to adopt these animals by buying a physical plush and then putting your one-time code into the browser game.
I'm getting that now! A Grumpy Cat plushie. Grumpy Cat arrives in Webkinz. Oh my god. I need that! I'm forcing my mom to get that. He comes with grumpy food and a Grumpy Cat bed. The daisy of the official Grumpy Cat Webkinz pet is Marshmallow.
Now, I don't technically actually own a Webkinz Grumpy Cat. I didn't think to check until about a week before I filmed this, and that it was then that I realized that none of these are Webkinz Grumpy Cats because they don't have the little tramp stamp thing. And I looked up the prices of them on eBay, and they all cost like 40, 50, 60 bucks, but they all still kind of look the same as the rest of the Gans Grumpy Cats, and I just decided it wasn't worth it. But you know, you can use your imagination and pretend this thing as a tramp stamp.
So I think overall that this pet is great, and it's super cute because it's like, I don't know, it's just really adorable, and it's like there's actually like a Grumpy Cat and everything, so it's like a character pet, I guess you could say. And so I'm definitely going to be getting this pet as long as they have it in my Hallmark. So, because sometimes I have to go to like 3 or 4 to try to find the Webkins I want, and I've had to do that before. So here's another quick little thing I found. So it's really cute how it's like saying no. I wonder if it's actually going to end up saying that. And then it's so cute. It says, I purred once. It was awful. So anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed my first review. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and let me know in the comments whether or not you like the idea of this pet. So, hopefully I'll be uploading another video tonight. If not, I'll definitely be uploading one tomorrow. So thank you guys for watching. Have a good day.
Hey you guys, so I finally got my Grumpy Cat Webkin. It is so freaking cute and it came today, which was way earlier than expected, so it was super exciting. I'm making her a girl and her name is going to be Gherkin. I don't know why, I just thought that sounded cute. So yeah. Oh, and there's her certificate. I really think this is such a cute pet. I'm obsessed with like the actual Grumpy Cat. Totally follow her on Instagram. But this makes me really super happy. Neo-Gothic grandfather clock. Cool. Her food is bad-tempered tuna. That's real cute. And then I think her item is a bed, so that's gonna be weird to put in the bathroom, but hello. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Holy crap.
Hi guys, Mega Webkins Obsession here, and I'm about to adopt my new Webkins, Grumpy Cat. Oh my god, I'm so happy because, like, my sister got it for me, and I thought I was getting it in like a week or 2 or something, but now I got it like now, like earlier, so I'm gonna adopt it now. I'll be right back once I typed in the code. Alright, so here's Grumpy Cat, and I need to clarify that the real name is Tardar Sauce, so I will be right back once again. Okay guys, I just clarified, and apparently Grumpy Cat, aka Tardar Sauce, is a female. Okay, I'm gonna feed my Grumpy Cat, and I'm gonna buy some food. Okey-doke, now I'm gonna ask it some things, because this isn't Grumpy Cat. Oh my god. This is like, what? Oh my god. This isn't Grumpy Cat. What? It's supposed to go, no! I'm confused. Whatever.
All right, so here's some of the GANs variations. First of all, we've seen this already. This is the kind of vanilla Grumpy Cat. She's got the iconic brown sleeve that the other company was doing. This is a very similar plush, but it's in a Christmas sweater. So there's your Christmas variant of Grumpy Cat. We've got a couple variants of Grumpy Cat in Santa hats. This one is Tardar's kind of sitting on her stomach, and then this one is the kind of classic on all fours style. Finally, here is Grumpy Cat wearing a collar that says no. So there you go. The collar says no. Her birthday is not on the back of this one. So, if just in case you wanted to know, if that's what you're looking for, don't get this one, I guess. Once again, I am conflicted about these. The big thing that makes me lean towards not really liking them is the eyes. These have clearly been designed with Garfield as kind of a reference point for inspiration. Garfield has this iconic look where he has these big eyes, and then he has these eyelids that are usually half closed, and this displays that he's not very invested or attentive. He's laid back, he's a lazy cat, his eyes are half closed. Kind of similar to like characters in Family Guy, So they clearly kind of lifted that element when making these plushies. They designed a full eye and then an eyelid that kind of half covers the eye, but in my opinion, it doesn't really work. Because Grumpy Cat isn't Garfield. She doesn't have her eyelids half closed. She looks like that because that's just the shape of her eye sockets. And when you look at the kind of small plushies that are more handheld, I immediately get why people would navigate towards these because this is kind of, you know, the perfect size for a little cat plush, and it's very cute and charming. But the bigger they get, just the more bug-eyed and weird Grumpy Cat looks. Speaking of which, I found footage of this company's booth at an old Toy Con, and they have this massive Grumpy Cat plush in the background that looks like it's about the same size as my giant Garfield plush. So if anyone out there has one of those, I'm one call away. Hit me up, baby. I'm down for an adventure to get a really big Grumpy Cat. Now, the aesthetics of those eyes are actually not their biggest issue, because this design would eventually end up getting the company into some hot water.
2 new recalls tonight that parents of young children should know about, involving some stuffed toy animals and some electric breast pumps. Gans is recalling stuffed animals because they could be a choking hazard. These are the cute Grumpy Cat plush toys. What a cute little kitten. Unfortunately, the Grumpy Cat's eyes can come off and choke a baby.
Huh. You know, technically my eyes could come off and choke a baby too, if you were persistent. Do I need a recall? To throw in a few more of these, this is the Grumpy Cat ball plush. It is Grumpy Cat, but it's a ball. You can play volleyball with it. I don't know, but there's a certain charm to that about big ball Grumpy. This one's kind of built like a teddy bear, and again, you will note the coloring of the limbs to try and hint at the more detailed, you know, features of the real cat. And then right here we have a window clinger. Wow, where'd they think of this? I can't think of what this reminds me of.
The window cling, which is probably our most popular piece. It reminds a lot of people, older people I guess, of Garfield, of the Garfield window cling. But this is a really popular piece, and I'm excited about that.
Now, while we have finished talking about the original big 3 companies involved with the brand, I am going to throw in a few more before we transition away. First of all, there's this guy. This dude was made by a company called White House Leisure, which is, I believe, a European company. And I could only find one plush of Grumpy Cat made by these guys, and that's probably because this thing is awful. This is a bad plush. It's almost kind of like this plush is doing everything I've disliked about any of the plushies so far. It's just completely haphazard. You know, when we're talking about which of these plushies are the best, usually the scale is like, how much does this look like Grumpy Cat? How much does this capture all of Grumpy Cat's different qualities? Do you immediately think Grumpy Cat when you look at this? With this thing, I don't even think this looks like a cat. Like, if you saw this on a shelf somewhere and you thought this was a llama, I would not blame you. That's how bad I think that they did here. I think this thing looks like a llama more than it looks like a cat. It's just really weird and haphazard. Every decision they made here was wrong. I also want to mention the Grumpy Cat puppet made by #Collectibles. This one definitely has its charm, but I just didn't feel like paying the prices that people were expecting on eBay. But I did find a number of promotional videos which were pretty interesting to watch.
Hi, Grumpy Cat. Finally meeting. Hi. I'm very adorable. Grumpy Cat doesn't seem to care too much about Grumpy Cat puppet, but it'll take a little time. They're gonna be best friends. So cute.
Can you imagine if you were trying to take a nap and a giant came into your room with a slightly oversized puppet designed to look like it has your skin, and the giant starts going like, I think you and I are gonna be best friends. And then the giant picks you up so the skin suit puppet can kiss you on the cheek? Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Now, between all these different plushies, there's one specific detail that I find really interesting, and I'm actually curious if any of you have picked up on this as well. The most standard pose for these tends to be Grumpy Cat kind of sitting on her backside, you know, with her front legs going straight down and all her weight going on these back legs. If you've ever owned a cat, this is a very common pose for them to do. It's pretty much just how cats sit. She's just sitting on her butt. That's all I'm trying to say. She is sitting on her butt. But the interesting thing is that I've noticed it's actually very difficult to find pictures of Tardar Sauce doing a pose even remotely similar to this. I think the obvious reason for this would be because of her osteochondrodysplasia. Because when you look at pictures of her, you will notice that her hind legs are actually underdeveloped. Because of this, it was potentially uncomfortable to rest all of her body weight on that part of her body. In most pictures of Grumpy Cat that you'll see, you'll note that she's actually kind of resting her weight on her stomach, kind of pancake style, like this. My best guess, as per the reason for this discrepancy, if you want to call it that, is that in most of the early Grumpy Cat memes, in those early photos that went viral, you can see her face and you can see the upper part of her chest. The reason for this, as far as I can tell, is that it seems like she was laying on her back for a lot of those photos. But because people tend to imagine a Grumpy Cat both sitting up and showing off her face and her chest there, she's doing that typical arched up pose just for the merchandise, even if it's not completely accurate to how the cat would actually act. And that is just a small example of the ways that people's perception of what Grumpy Cat was, who Grumpy Cat was, became more important than actual details of Tardar Sauce and her private life. Before we move on to the next bit, I want to point out, I was looking at this Gund plush a while ago after I'd already filmed that bit, and I noticed the Gund plushies have toe beans painted on. I don't know if you can see that very well, but she's got little pink toe beans. So that's bonus points. That's, you know, they didn't get bonus points earlier for that, but I think they should get bonus points for that. So we are not done looking at all the different kinds of Grumpy Cat merch and plushies that I own. Far from it. However, there's a kind of tangential topic that I wanted to cover, and I figured it'd be fine to take a little break halfway through here. I guess in a sense you could call this an intermission. Hold on one second. Hello?
Tread lightly.
Oh. All right. So while I've been working on this video, I've been posting continuous previews of it to my Patreon. And someone on there messaged me and said, hey, I actually knit scarves as a hobby, and I have one that's relevant to this video. Do you want it? And I said, yeah. And here it is. This is it. It is a Nyan Cat scarf. So this side is Nyan Cat, and then there's a little rainbow scarf past that, and it goes down to that end. And I got sent this by a fan. I just wanted to show it off. And I wanted to specifically say thank you so much, Robin. This is one of the coolest things anyone has ever sent me. And I really appreciate that you were willing to pass this along. Now, am I telling you that story just to plug my Patreon? Yes. But I also think it's a good reminder that when it comes to these meme brands, the community that follows the brand is the reason it's special in the first place. Let's go back to my Grumpy Cat collection. When you're trying to build up a collection of a random character or a franchise, what's the cheapest way to do it in the long run? From my experience, the cheapest way to get a ton of stuff is to go on eBay, search the thing you're looking for, and then the word lot. So you'll end up finding a lot of eBay postings of basically kind of mini collections, all relevant to that thing. And those collections will cost more than buying one thing, but it'll usually cost less than if you bought each of those things individually. And one of the eBay listings I bought for the Grumpy Cat project, it not only came with a bunch of really interesting official merchandise, it also came with some unofficial paintings of Grumpy Cat. And I felt like I needed to show these off to kind of say like, hey, these are kind of cool. Not only that, they're as cool as everything else that we're looking at here. First of all, there is this painting. That is a Santa Claus Grumpy Cat. You can see that right there. And let me see, what does it say on the back here? Maybe there's some context clues. This painting is called Christmas Grumpy, and it was done by C.J. Lee in 2021, actually. Yeah, so Grumpy Cat stuck around in many people's minds. So that's one painting. And here's another one. This is like kind of an old school portrait. This is, you know, if this was in an episode of Scooby-Doo, the eyes would be kind of watching you as you walked through the hallways. It seems like something that would be hung up in your grandma's home. And I find that really charming. And there's an N in the corner. I like the idea that there's someone out there who liked Grumpy Cat, but just collecting the official merch wasn't enough. They really had to allow themselves to get in that headspace of meditation and bringing yourself into the moment to transfer their appreciation for this character from palette to painting. I don't know. I'm not an art critic. And I think that's kind of a beautiful representation of what Grumpy Cat meant to a lot of people and what Grumpy Cat probably still means to some people. So those are awesome and I love those. But after I was done kind of studying them, I realized I still didn't have my fix of Grumpy Cat fan art. So I did something that I haven't done in a long time. I logged in to the website DeviantArt. DeviantArt is a social media website that was basically designed for sharing fan art. It had its peak in popularity, I'd say, in between 2005 and 2015. I often browse it if I kind of want to look at a time capsule of how certain fandoms reacted to various trends in culture. Naturally, when I first searched for Grumpy Cat on DeviantArt, the first stuff that popped up was more recent, which sadly meant that a lot of it was AI generated. But once I clicked past that stuff, I found pages upon pages of really compelling material. Key Imagination has made this awesome drawing of Tardar Sauce scowling to herself in some corner, and here Wilhelm1945 has made this really fun Grumpy in an art style that just feels like it could come to life. This really reminds me of like old Monty Python animations. One of the most beautiful pieces I came across was this one by Artur Salados, which shows Grumpy's pure black heart and all the kind of power that she brings with it. I think you can definitely say that a lot of these pieces of art definitely influence the brand. As one example, check out this painting of an Obama-inspired Nope poster, and what do you know, I just happen to have that on an official shirt, pretty much. They just copied that idea. And then you have this iconic piece of Grumpy kind of vomiting up rainbows. And I can't shake the feeling I've seen that kind of thing all over the place in those Grumpy Cat books and that kind of thing. You can find a ton of Grumpy Cat in different, really interesting art styles, such as this lovely drawing by Elise, showing Tardar being held by Glasses Person, as the tags calls this character. And you can't go wrong with a little bit of 2010s pixel art, such as this piece by Forest Mammal. Of course, not everything posted to DeviantArt is 2D fan art. I found a number of people who attempted to turn themselves into Grumpy Cat. Some people did this through face paint or makeup, while others did full-out cosplays. Some people posted physical merchandise that they made by hand, miniature plushies, posable figures, needlepoint art, clay sculptures, painted wine bottles. If you can think of it, it's probably out there. One of the most common trends was people making custom Grumpy figures for their littlest pet shop collections. Jumping back to traditional art, a handful of the older stuff I found was pieces inspired by kind of regular top text, bottom text memes. This included a few takes on the no gag and one good thrown in for good measure. This one states, "I heard it's your birthday. I bought you nothing." Here's one of those rare Darth Vader Grumpy variants. It says, "Luke, I am your cat." Really cooking with that one. I tell you, they don't make memes like they used to. And finally, here's one that reads, "She's a girl and she's on fire?"
good. I also found a few old school memes that weren't really fan art, and obviously that doesn't fit what we're going for right now, but two of these were so dated that I had to throw them in. This first one is from August 2013 and reads, "Justin Bieber is dead. Now I can finally rest in peace."
That belongs in a museum.
And this next one, I'm guessing, is potentially a prequel to that one. Justin Bieber says, "Never say never." And Grumpy Cat says, "Die." And she's firing her laser. A Grumpy Cat fired her laser and killed teenage celebrity Justin Bieber. And now that teenage celebrity Justin Bieber has been murdered, Grumpy Cat can rest in peace. That is, I believe, the full story that we can piece together from those two internet memes. Some of the posts I found depict what I would consider Grumpy Cat OCs. Here, Derpy Kitties has provided a crossed view between Grumpy Cat and their character, Cheerful Cat. On a similar note, here Craffy Cat shows off her handmade figures of Grumpy Cat and Happy Tiger. And finally, here's Leia Star's art of one Grumpy Caterpillar. Wow. Would you believe this thing looks exactly like my sleep paralysis demon? Fun fact, while I was working on this video, I actually came up with my own Grumpy Cat OC. This all circles back once again to Nyan Cat. What happened is I was looking into Nyan Cat and all the different details of that phenomenon, and I discovered that back in the day there was a common anti-Nyan Cat kind of fan character that was really kind of popular. And his name was Tak Nane. He is a black cat with red eyes, and he's half waffle. And his name is literally Nyan Cat spelled backwards. This really inspired me. So I am now happy to present my own evil Grumpy Cat OC. Tak Ipamerg!
I hope you have a very nice day. I once experienced anguish. It was amazing. Yes.
A good amount of the art I found was people trying to work Grumpy Cat into their own personal fandoms. So naturally, I have a long list of interesting crossover fan art. For instance, the image on my shirt here was done by Jen Eric Live and depicts Grumpy Cat combined with the 12th Doctor, Peter Capaldi. Here we have an edit showing Ruby from Max and Ruby combined with Grumpy. I think that's a very fitting combination. Here's Grumpy doing the over 9,000 gag from Dragon Ball. Here, Amazing Angus, I have to say that name very carefully, Amazing Angus has drawn two characters from Sonic the Hedgehog, kind of cosplaying Nyan Cat and Keyboard Cat. And if you want one that will really take you back, Night Rain 96 has reimagined Grumpy as a character in the Warrior Cats franchise. And here, her name is Grouchtail. My sister and like a couple of my friends were really into Warrior Cats, so they tried to get me to like get into it, you know, and read it. And so I read the first book. And first of all, the first book is anti-cat owner propaganda. Okay. I was, even as a kid, I was like, this is some bullshit. Older cats get lethargic. Yeah, like, so do older people. Fuck you. And then the other thing is that, like, the main reason I couldn't get into the book series, because I could overlook that, right? The main reason I couldn't get into the book series is that I'm dyslexic, and sometimes names are really difficult for me. And for some reason, Warrior Cats had this stupid gimmick where the characters, like once or twice a book, the characters would change their names. And so I'd be reading the book and I'd be like, who the fuck is, like, who is this character right now? And I'd have to like take notes and be like, oh, this character
like 5 chapters ago, their name was this, so I have to remember that. And I was like, fuck this. Like, it's not even that good of a book. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. One of the most famous series of Grumpy Cat fan art was the material done by Cao Xin, who showed Grumpy Cat invading Disney films like The Lion King or Beauty and the Beast. These were so popular that they actually got a good amount of coverage in actual articles and stuff. By articles, I mean BuzzFeed, but I thought that would undermine journalistic coverage if I said BuzzFeed. This piece shows Tardar Sauce reimagined as a character in the Zootopia franchise, and we see here that she has just finished beating up the Arby's Fox guy, enough that the Arby's Fox guy has bled all over the floor. And the sheep lady uses Grumpy's dead name. So that's how you know she's evil. I found 1 or 2 pieces of Grumpy Cat either meeting My Little Pony characters or being combined with My Little Pony characters. And then there's this art of Grumpy Cat meeting Garfield in his art style. Man, a Grumpy Cat Garfield crossover. That's just stupid. And to end off on one that's a little bit more modern, here is a piece from 2020 that imagines Grumpy Cat as a character in the Has-Been Hotel franchise. Not really my thing, but I get it. Sure. Yeah, whatever gets you going. What I have just shown you is merely shaved ice scraped off of the peak of the Grumpy Cat fan art iceberg. I found so much stuff in so many interesting art styles, but because I couldn't possibly comment on everything, here's just a quick compilation of some of my favorites. There's one last piece of art I want to look at. I know you all might be fatigued of this double sidestep, but I simply can't move on without showing this piece off, because this is probably the most important piece of fan art that this meme ever received. In 2012, shortly after the meme first blew up, Aaron Hunting made this piece of art showing Grumpy Cat and her brother, Pokey. This went viral, and the brand's managers didn't just like it, they bought it. This piece of fan art became the template for the evergreen look for Grumpy Cat. In fact, throughout this video, you've already seen this design a few times. It was in the movie, it was the basis for that Christmas display in China, and as we're about to see, a lot of merchandise is directly based on these designs. In fact, arguably, about a year after the movie came out, the brand totally shifts away from using real pictures of Tardar Sauce to represent the Grumpy Cat, and instead bets everything it has on this 2D look. In doing so, the brand was arguably able to outlive the old top text, bottom text meme format that had birthed this phenomenon, as they were able to try and make more evergreen content. To quickly show off some merchandise that used this design, here is a Grumpy Cat Christmas stocking. It says Bah Humbug, and the Grumpy Cat on there has a little Christmas hat on, so that's really cute. This is kind of like a wall plaque that has the design on it, and then this is a do not disturb sign, I think. For when you're doing it at the sleazy motel, and you don't want to get bothered because you're doing it. Any person that brings a Grumpy Cat door thing to a motel to put on the door, they must be getting laid. Right here, I have one of the figures that was produced by GAMS. These are considerably more rare than the plushies. As you can see, Grumpy's there, and Grumpy looks all grumpy. Not a lot of details on the character outside of the face and some of the tail, but that is clearly based on the evergreen design we just looked at. And if you're looking for, a Grumpy Cat figure, this is one of them. And she even has little metal or some kind of whiskers. I can't tell if it's metal or if it's tubing or something, I, of course, have several plushies that were made with the evergreen design in mind. The first company we have is Toy Factory. These would have come out in 2017 or 2018. And I guess I only have one of these because I have two, but they kind of look like they're the same, maybe with some slight color variation. These are very similar to the Ripple Junction plushies we looked at way back, in the sense that they also invent a kind of anachronistic gray eyebrow to make the cat look more grumpy. I think these are more offensive to the extent that the gray eyebrow takes over the part of the face that's supposed to be brown. So now the face has this complete, like, uncanny color incorrectness that kind of makes these look bootleg, if I'm being honest. They were then followed up by the Magic Power Company. These guys were probably the best at making the cartoon Grumpy Cat. I realized just as I was filming this that I don't have a generic plushie for them all, so all of these are going to have some kind of weird theme or gimmick. Starting off, this is a little Christmas Grumpy Cat. Her hat says, "Ho ho no," and then she has the black hat and the red scarf. And then we go over here, and this is basically the same thing, except it's a red hat, and it says Bah Humbug with a green scarf. And then this is some weird, like, Ebenezer, like Victorian caroler variant, I don't know. Next up, we have Bipedal Grumpy Cat with a broken heart. I think that one's pretty fun. And then we have Grumpy Cat with a big black heart that says no. This may be my favorite Grumpy Cat plush. I don't even think you need to know who Grumpy Cat is to think this is fun. Like, I just think it's really charming. To end off this section, Magic Power also released a couple animatronic plushies that would dance to a 1980 ballad by the J. Geils Band. Gonna get copy striked for that one. Now, if you can't afford a Grumpy Cat plush and you want an alternative, you might be interested in the Grumpy Cat paper dolls. This was the original version. It was made in two different sizes. This was the big paper one where you'd kind of cut out Grumpy and you could put all these different outfits on her, and Pokey came with that as well. And there's a ton of different, outfit options. And then this is basically the same thing, but it's like a sticker book. So you can kind of stick Grumpy Cat on your locker. And it's a little bit more like low effort, definitely. But also fewer options as far as I can tell. I know for a fact that there's another paper doll book that I bought at some point that is just the cartoon version of the character. But I don't know where the hell I put it, so you're just gonna have to trust that that exists, I guess. There's quite a few things which technically qualify as Grumpy Cat plushies that I don't have, like the Grumpy Cat slippers, the Grumpy Cat dice holder, and Grumpy Cat pet toys. If you're more interested in the figurine side of things, you might want to check out the Garden Rocks, the Snow Globes, or the Salt and Pepper Shakers. This is actually one of the few examples of Pokey merchandise. There was also a 5 and below bobblehead and a Funko Pop, but those are a little bit later in the timeline, so I just didn't throw them into this segment. All right, so we're going to try and wrap this up right here. I am running out of sets to reference from old videos, so this set is my best attempt to do an homage to the Rick and Morty Szechuan sauce video, which I'm sure all of you remember. That's probably one of my greatest videos, the video where I talked about Rick and Morty sauce. Basically now I want to try and put a bunch of these in order from the ones I like the least to the ones I like the best. First of all here, we got Ripple Junction. Ripple Junction is probably the least good out of the original three, but because it's just by itself here, it stands on its own. This right here is our first Gund plush. I do think Gund is definitely superior to Ripple Junction. I have discovered while editing this that on a thumbnail level and on video, Gund is not nearly as impressive as it looks in person to me. There's just something about the eyes and the how light reflects off it that it looks weird on camera. But I stand by the fact that Gund is definitely better than Ripple Junction. To clarify, by the way, we are not going to be doing every single plush in this scaling. Just because I have so many, it would be ridiculous. What I've tried to do is I start off by giving each company one plush on the scale.
I gave them each 1 plush, and then I gave selective companies extra plushies if I felt like they had other releases where that release has a redesign that's drastic, or there's something about that plush that drastically changes how I would place it on the scale. So right here we have Gun's second plush. This is either a redesign or they changed materials, but it's very, very different from the original Gun. In my opinion, it is going to be a little worse than Ripple Junction. Next up, we got to do Gans. There are going to be 2 Gans plushies, but only 1 real, like, serious design. Bonbon, I'm trying to get an extra angle of the plushies up close. You can't. It doesn't work if you sit in front of the camera and then scratch yourself against the lens. Okay, you're not going to listen to me? Oh, great. Now they can see all the stuff I barely moved out of shot. So first, we have the regular Gans right here. This is the one I have the most mixed feelings about. I think I'm going to put it right below the original Gun. But I'm also throwing in this Gun ball. This Grumpy Cat that's like a little ball. Now, I don't know if this is great as a Grumpy Cat plush, but I'm kind of basing this on which plushies I like the most in general, and I definitely think that if you looked at this blindly, you would think that this plush is one of the cutest. So I'm going to put it above Gun just by a little bit. Honey, can I have my camera back? Can I have my camera back? Come here, come here. Good girl. Good girl. You're my pretty girl. This one should not be a surprise. This is White House Leisure. This is the one that I said looks like a llama. We're going to put this at the very end over here. This is absolutely the worst Grumpy Cat plush that I own. And as of right now, we are actually officially into the cartoon era of Grumpy Cat. Toy Factory is definitely the worst animated Grumpy Cat plush. I think I'm going to put it in between Ripple Junction and Gun 2. I think Magic Power Company is definitely like slightly below Gun 1. This is another big round one. It's the one that does the thing. So obviously I do have a soft spot for big round Grumpy Cats, but I think this one's definitely less charming than the Gans one. I know I don't like the Gans eyes, but somehow on the big sphere, Gans is just more charming to me. The fact that those eyes look more real, it's funnier than when it's animated. So I definitely think that's probably going to go right below Ripple Junction. And finally, another placement I have spoiled already. This is our final Magic Power Company. And this is Grumpy Cat holding a big heart that says no. And this is definitely my favorite Grumpy Cat plush that I own. Like, if after watching this video you want to own one Grumpy Cat plush, in my opinion, this is the one. But I also included the more standard version of Magic Power Company just because I still wanted to be fair in my judgment, because really it's the heart that pulls this together. But in my opinion, this is great. Because even though, you know, the animated version of the character might not be your favorite, it's got the big frown, you can recognize that, it's got the eyes, it's got the no, and even if you don't know what Grumpy Cat is, or you don't recognize that this is Grumpy Cat, this is a cute plush to own. So those are just a few of my hot takes about the Grumpy Cat plushies and merchandise. There are highs and lows, but in the end, it's fascinating how many small details the brand was able to keep consistent over a full decade of material.
Hey, we're out of toilet paper.
What? John, miss? What are you doing here? Get the hell out of here, man. I ain't buying you toilet paper.
Look, I can use my hand this time, but next time, you know.
I gotta start locking my doors. Jumping back to 2015, Grumpy Cat had a few notable appearances in different media this year. To start, Grumpy Cat, Keyboard Cat, and Nyan Cat were all added as unlockable characters in the mobile game
Nyan Cat. While these were just overlays, in October, the brand would release 2 more important adaptations. The first was Grumpy Cat's 3rd autobiography, Grumpy Cat, Know It All. See, it says know it all, like the word no. Isn't that clever? This book is easily the most repetitive out of all the ones we've seen so far. The basic gimmick is that on each page, the book will introduce a new concept, and Grumpy Cat will say, no, as if to implicitly say, does Grumpy Cat like this thing? No, 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 no. The graphic design is just as charming as it ever was, but this one's scraping at the bottom of the barrel a tiny little bit. The more notable release was issue 1 of the official Grumpy Cat comic, Grumpy Cat and Pokey, released by Dynamite Comics. This comic would introduce some of the biggest changes to how Grumpy Cat would be depicted for the rest of the 2010s and going into the 2020s. First of all, well, she's a cartoon character, and she's showing off that evergreen design that we spoke a little bit about earlier. To make this video, one of the first things I did was I tried to save as many pictures of Grumpy Cat as I could in different folders sorted by year. And one of the big goals here was to try and find as many old pictures of Tardar Sauce from before like 2014. And of course, some of the earliest pictures that were ever released of her were photos taken in her home, photos taken of her in her backyard, on her family porch, hanging around the other pets that the Bundensons owned. That is where this comic also pulls inspiration from when creating a larger family for Tardar Sauce. For instance, the family had a dog named Shaggy, who was this big thing with blonde fur that Tardar Sauce was always pictured kind of standing next to, never looking too pleased. In this comic series, and all of the stories after this, the character will just be known as Dog, with the joke being implied to be that Dog has a different name, but Grumpy Cat doesn't care to learn it. The second character will be Pokey, Tardar's brother, who the family also ended up keeping from that original group of kittens. In these comics and all future adaptations, Pokey will be depicted as a bubbly, positive, and excitable kitten who stands in stark contrast to his sister. And early in this project, I found this kind of perplexing. Because when I was looking through those original pictures, Pokey didn't exactly seem like the happiest animal in the bunch. In fact, in a good number of photos, the resemblance between the two cats is rather striking. The thing about Tardar Sauce and Pokey that really cracks me up is that they both tend to do these faces that I'm used to seeing on senior cats, 15, 16, 17. They give off this face as if they're angry that you woke them up, because they have no right to be walking around on this earth. So outside of just desiring some character with a stark contrast, how did Pokey become the happy one? Well, I think it all begins with one specific photo from the original batch, where Pokey is sitting on the ground, looking up, and it just barely looks like he's smiling, something even the caption points out. Then you see pictures of him climbing through a Christmas tree or wearing an elf hat, and you start to see where that character begins to build up. But there's one specific photo that really solidifies the source of this dynamic, in my opinion. And it's this image of Pokey and Tardar Sauce kind of caught up in an awkward pile. But it kind of looks like Pokey has climbed on top of Tardar Sauce to get a better look at something. This is the exact kind of energy that the comics bring to these characters. The 2015 Grumpy Cat comic run had 3 issues, with each split into a series of shorter stories, each featuring their own artist and writer. These stories strike a really good balance that the previous books and the movie missed out on. There's a more complex dynamic and storytelling style than just turning a meme into a 2-page spread, but the stories don't have to rely on an overly human cast to have a plotline. Because each story is made by a different writer and artist interpreting the same general pitch, there are slight inconsistencies from story to story. Inconsistent details include, can the dog talk in complete sentences? Is he a lovable goofball or a criminal mastermind? And of course, does Grumpy Cat's backyard have grass? But what stays consistent is the characterization of Grumpy and Pokey.
A good number of these stories are fairly grounded, featuring the characters interacting with the world around them, with the only supernatural element being that they can clearly understand all of the humans.
Just call me back, okay?
Callback? Sure, I can do that. Grumpy, any ideas what a callback is all about?
I'll be around at your place later.
Huh? You're coming here?
Text me back. Call me back. Yikes, humans are so weird.
But let me know what I should bring with me first.
Bring with you? Why, that's obvious. Treats! Bring lots and lots of treats!
I'll try calling back later to confirm.
Guess I put the checkers back where I found it.
What? You're not going anywhere with that device. I'm waiting for confirmation on those treats!
You shouldn't have been messing with it in the first place! You said so yourself!
That was before we established communication with the human.
We didn't establish contact. You did.
Yes, and a personal delivery of treats is the result. Now give that thing back to me!
No!
Like most comics, the series also featured a lot of different cover variants to try and encourage people to go out and buy the same story a couple different times. This is cover A to issue 1. It features Pokey adding his name to the title of the comic, and he says, "Look, Grumpy Cat, we have our own comic." And Grumpy Cat says, "I already hate it." Or at least I think that's what she says. Yep, looks like I got it. Paint by the numbers, I'll tell you what. This is another cover for issue 1. It depicts Grumpy and Pokey becoming superheroes. This is actually a reference to one of the comics this year, which is about the two trying to become superheroes. And I think this is one of my favorites of all time. We see here Pokey and Grumpy destroying their owner's comic collection, and Grumpy is ripping up a copy of Action Comics #1 while she makes eye contact with you. And of course, we need one that's a little gimmicky, kind of reminding us where this all started. So this is one shows Grumpy in a blank void, and up here it says, "Create your own meme cover." Okay. Okay, there you go. How did I do? Issues 2 and 3 I have a lot fewer of. The first cover I have here of issue 2 shows Grumpy Cat thoroughly not enjoying a performance of Grumpy Cat the Musical. And the second cover I have, I believe this is like Grumpy and Pokey in like, you know, kind of a Bard's Tale or RPG or whatever. And I think this is them like in a dragon's lair. So I think that's what's going on in that one. Pretty cute, pretty cute. Still grumpy, though. And the only poster I have for Grumpy Cat Year 1, Issue 3 is this one, which shows basically the two of them on the ground just hanging out, and Issue 1 is in the corner. So there's that. While we're talking about comic covers, I think I should mention a technically non-licensed appearance of Grumpy Cat in comics. On the cover of another comic series, and this was actually in DC Comics. This is one of the copies of Sinestro #1, and as you can see here, Sinestro is being depicted via a Grumpy Cat meme. And it says, "Nothing frightens me, I am fear," and he's got the yellow power ring. To me, the most interesting comics in the series are the ones that invoke the supernatural. In the first story of issue 1, Pokey finds a treasure map in the backyard and wants to go to a spooky abandoned house to hunt for said treasure. But as they explore, we find out that this is actually Ed Gein's house! I'm joking, of course. Grumpy Cat makes a bunch of fake ghosts to play a little prank on her brother. But then after they leave, a real ghost shows up and complains that the darn cats drew faces all over his stuff. In one story of issue 3, the pair decide they want to explore the neighborhood, and they end up meeting their neighbor's dog, named Marbles.
Hello, neighbors!
I've seen enough!
Hi, I'm Pokey, and this is my sister Grumpy, and you must be Marbles.
How did you know? The hat has failed. I'm defenseless against mind-reading aliens and fainting goats.
Relax, I just recognized your voice. You know, from when you shout your name at night.
Every night. All of the nights.
I'm really good at yelling my name. I could do it for hours.
You don't say.
Marble shows them around his master's home, which is very clearly owned by an unkempt scientist. The group accidentally activate a time machine in said basement and are sent back to August the 18th, 1920. They are chased by an old-timey dog catcher, but quickly befriend a white pigeon, who turns out to be owned by Nikola Tesla. By entering a time portal in his study, they return to the 21st century. In the final story of issue 3, two honest-to-God aliens land in the backyard of Grumpy and Pokey's home and begin talking to the siblings. The aliens are using a translator, but their technology struggles to understand some of these specific nouns that the cats are using. So instead, they use their technology's ability to judge the tone of how these cats describe the Earth. After Grumpy Cat begins bitching about dogs, the aliens decide this is not the place for them, and they leave. It turns out that they have been looking for a place to vacation, and because of this encounter, they have decided not to stay on Earth.
Goodbye!
They never heard a yelp?
Isn't that wonderful, Grumpy?
What?
We are not alone.
There goes the neighborhood.
So yeah, Grumpy Cat has scared off the planet's possible first contact with alien life. But it's just as well, they probably would have left as soon as they saw all the white people. At this point, it's safe to assume that the Grumpy Cat comics and the Grumpy Cat movie do not take place in the same continuity, if only because it's kind of hard to explain how Pokey got adopted by the humans. Speaking of which, at this point in the franchise, you really start to see the focus shift even further away from Tabby and her family. In these comics, whenever a member of the household shows up, they're carefully cropped to keep their full faces out of frame. One thing you have to keep in mind is that it seems like Tabby and Crystal weren't exactly rushing into the limelight in the first place. I mean, they didn't share photos of their cat on the internet because they wanted to become famous. There is a stark difference in how the brand will be presenting itself from here versus how it was presenting itself when this whole thing first started. In those first few years, the websites and the social media would share regular details not only about Tardar Sauce and Pokey, but about all the pets in the house and even members of the family. But I suspect that by 2016, the novelty of this virality might have been wearing a little bit thin. This is probably why very few members of the family have social media today. It's probably why the dog is named Dog in the comics instead of Shaggy. And it's also why I don't know when, if, or how Pokey passed away. While Tardar Sauce remained in the spotlight, it clearly became very important to let the character of Grumpy Cat take prominence over everything else. The following year, the series was renewed for a second run of comics. This was promoted via Free Comic Book Day, where this issue was released. You could get this for free, and it featured reprints of several stories from year one. Alongside this, there was a series of newspaper-style strips released via the Dynamite Comics website.
Whoa! The red dot is back! Grumpy, I think I got it! Huh? Where'd it go?
Goals are illusory. Only failure is real.
Oh, there it is again! This time I'll catch it for sure!
These comics are interesting, to say the least, because they basically confirm that Grumpy and Pokey were not born in 2012, as they're depicted being essentially immortal and having lived through several previous decades.
The 1980s. Not my favorite decade. They played host to the most gut-wrenching of gifts. This must be it! My very own VHS player! Oh, finally! I can watch my Star Wars VHS tape! What the? No! No! Betamax! Not VHS! She bought me a Betamax! Why? Auntie Gertrude. Worst relative ever. We all know the expression. It's the thought that counts.
You're going to love your present this year. Some sucker traded us for all your worthless Apple stock.
Of course, some thoughts count more than others.
This continues the trend of Grumpy Cat shifting away from being a real celebrity animal and towards her being more of a character or even a concept that can exist in any setting or context. The second year of Grumpy Cat comics continues what the first run did without any major shakeups. Most of the stories still revolve around Grumpy and Pokey exploring their neighborhood and sometimes running into the other animal characters, with cameos from people like Dog, for instance. In one story, they're competing with other cats to see who can get to the top of a tree the quickest. In another, the pair are seen getting lost in a forest, where they then run into a pair of near doppelgangers. The other two cats are so similar to Grumpy and Pokey that in the final panel, the speech balloons are connected to the wrong characters. In the first story of issue 1, Pokey suggests that Grumpy's tortured demeanor means that she should try and become a poet, and so they take to exploring a nearby forest to hunt for inspiration. The pair find that the trail diverges into two different paths. Pokey wonders if they should take the path less traveled, and Grumpy says it doesn't matter. This is actually a very good interpretation of the poem that they are referencing, which is, of course, The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost. When I was young and this poem was taught to me in school, they would usually teach it to us when we were at a pivotal point in our lives where we had to make a decision that would lead to different options as per where our lives would go. And because of that, I always thought that the poem was genuine because that's how it was taught to me. And it was only recently that I learned that the poem was actually supposed to be heavily sarcastic. And the reason is that it wasn't intended for the people at that point in the path making the decision. It was intended for people at the end of the trail, metaphorically, looking back on the journey they had made through the path. And the joke is that if you're actually standing there at the end of your hike, wondering if the other path would have changed things drastically, then you're a fucking loser. Obviously, I'm exaggerating for comedic effect, but pretty much the joke was that you're supposed to imagine you're hiking with a guy literally. And he said, you get to the end of the hike and he goes, oh, what if we had taken that other path? It would have made all the difference. And you're like, God damn it, man. Why can't we just enjoy the thing we did? Like, why you gotta be like this, motherfucker? And so the moral is actually that when you're at the end of your life, you shouldn't stop yourself from appreciating the journey you've had because you get caught up on the journey you could have had. When they get back to their house at the end of the story, Grumpy decides that she still needs inspiration, so she decides to look up photos of beautiful scenery on the internet. Then she finds herself scrolling down to the comments, and soon enough she announces that she cannot become a poet because she will never live up to such talented writers, and it is implied that the comments were all very cruel and cynical. This run of stories is so consistent with year one that even the inconsistencies are consistent. For instance, we've just spoken about how there is a forest, or maybe several forests, near Grumpy's home where she sometimes explores. But in issue 3, they depict the land outside of Grumpy's house being a massive desert when the family's drone accidentally abandons Grumpy there. This is obviously inspired by the fact that the real Grumpy Cat lives in Arizona. A few other stories just show the two cats getting up to various antics in their home, such as hiding from their owners when they think they're about to be taken on a road trip, trying to use the internet to take over the world, or having nightmares about an apocalypse caused by all humans disappearing. In one story, a new family moves into town and Pokey develops a crush on their pet cat. Pokey attempts to romance her but gets flustered, and Grumpy Cat has to take over the dialogue. This is a sly reference to the 1897 play Cyrano de Bergerac, although if we're being honest, it's actually probably a reference to Roxanne, starring Steve Martin. These comics also feature a good number of stories with supernatural elements. In issue 5, we get a sequel to that time travel story from year 1. At the beginning, Pokey and Grumpy once again visit the eccentric home of Marbles and his owner. There, they accidentally activate a killer robot, although Marbles insists it's pronounced Ribbit. The Ribbit chases them around the Earth and even the Moon somehow, causing mass destruction until they figure out how to befriend it. One of my favorite strips of the year can be found in issue 2.
Here, Grumpy and Pokey are shown taking part in some kind of neighborhood talent show. They're trying to do some magic, including pulling a rabbit out of a hat, but it all goes wrong and Grumpy storms off.
We just need a little help spicing things up. And I stashed something under here for just this kind of situation.
The magical tome we found in the haunted mansion and used to resurrect a mummified pharaoh for our friend Cleo?
I could have done without the exposition, but yes.
Hey, do you think we should have told the audience we were leaving?
I doubt they even noticed.
Did you see that? They just disappeared.
Magic is so awesome.
The siblings come back and Grumpy attempts to read some spells. Just outside of their view, these incantations summon a massive demon. As they continue, the rabbit manages to close the book, but we later see that the demon has taken possession of its body. A similar story takes place in issue 6, where Grumpy and Pokey find a newspaper ad requesting black cats. This turns out to have been placed by a local witch.
Ah, there you are. Come in. I see you've responded to my ad. This pleases me.
All right, my job is done. See you later, Pokey. Just so you know, I'm not here to enroll in some wizard school for kids to play broomball.
This isn't a children's book. Black cats are seen as bad omens. He's black in appearance and you're black in spirit. So I have a need for you both.
That's your pitch?
That's it. I would just like you around as a muse, for inspiration.
The witch leaves to run some errands, and Grumpy gets into trouble. She knocks down random vials in the basement, plays on a flying broom, and reads incantations from the witch's spell book. When the witch gets back, she decides the two are too good at being bad omens. And as she flies off into the night, she says that she should have just gone to the shelter. The same issue also features a story where Grumpy, Pokey, and Dog find a magic lamp in their owner's attic, and they each get to make one wish. But the most interesting thing that the second year of Grumpy Cat Comics contributes to the Grumpy Cat canon is depictions of the cat's alleged ancestors. In issue 1, Pokey asks Grumpy to tell him a story to fall asleep to. In said story, Grumpy's ancestor is a master of martial arts in ancient China. Pokey is her disciple, and they end up going on a quest. There they encounter Dog, but outsmart him in the battle. Just as the story builds up to an intense, epic moment, Grumpy notices that Pokey has fallen asleep.
This must be how George Lucas felt after people saw the prequels. The prequels were terrible.
This story also got its own cover variant, and the first time I saw this, I was in absolute shock at how the artist of this issue came so close to predicting the final designs of all of the characters in Paws of Fury, The Legend of Hank. If you don't know what Paws of Fury is, it's a remake of Blazing Saddles, except that it's 3D animated, and the main characters are all anthropomorphic animals, and it is set in ancient China. Yeah, you couldn't make Blazing Saddles today, because they'd probably make you cast Ricky Gervais as the bad guy. And then you'd have to put Gundam style in it. They'd make you put Gundam style in the Blazing Saddles remake. But then they'd have you cut it from everything but the European release. But they'd keep in the scene later in the movie where Ricky Gervais is singing Gundam style to himself, thus making it that callback is a reference to absolutely nothing. That's why you couldn't. You know, maybe this saying shouldn't be you couldn't remake Blazing Saddles today. Maybe the saying should be you shouldn't remake Blazing Saddles today. The flashback in issue 3 has a cowboy theme. In the story, Grumpy's ancestor attempts to do a train heist until Pokey's ancestor goofs the whole thing up. Naturally, the implication is that these are just stories that Grumpy is telling to Pokey, either to entertain him or to manipulate him. But it's equally suggested that the pair have just been reincarnated a handful of times.
You know how they say cats have 9 lives? We really have many more. And I never forget.
It's possible to interpret that those earlier strips we looked at, that depicted the characters anachronistically existing before the birth of our Grumpy Cat, actually represented their souls taking different forms following transmigration. But maybe I'm reading too far into that one. The most memorable of these Treehouse of Horror style what-ifs can be found in issue 4, which is also the second Grumpy Cat Christmas story that we will be looking at in this video. In the story, Grumpy attempts to set Pokey right about the festive season by telling him a story about the true meaning of Christmas. We find out that Santa exists, but he doesn't really deliver every Christmas gift in one night by himself. Once, long ago, he had hired a crew of 4 helpers. 3 of the members were elves who looked just like Pokey, Dog, and Grumpy, while the 4th was a snowman.
Bruce?
The Pokey and Dog elves were given very leisurely and pleasant homes to deliver gifts to, while the Grumpy elf was continuously given the most rotten, awful, and dangerous locations. But this wasn't the worst of it, as the snowman was given the task of delivering gifts to Arizona.
I quit, you big jerk!
Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas! But I'm afraid it's too late. See? Says so right here on page 68.
How did I miss this when you first wrote it down?
You are too busy rolling on it, making crinkly sounds.
And so Grumpy Elf continues year after year, delivering to increasingly less safe locations, until one day she finds herself knee-deep in toxic waste. This radioactive goo transforms her into the Grumpus. She then makes a mission of delivering the worst presents she possibly can, like pants to an octopus family and balloons to a group of porcupines.
The next morning came and the bearded man was stowing.
What in the name of Rudolph are you doing? It's high time you stopped. You've had your fun.
Oh, but dear Santa, I've only just begun. The rules were all changed when I touched that strange goo. It says so right here on page 92.
But think of the children, both young and old.
After my gifts, they'll wish they got coal.
So Grumpy warns Pokey not to be too excited about Christmas, because the Grumpus is still out there and could strike at any moment. Issue 4 also features a story that, in my opinion, should have been used as the finale to the series. Because of that, I've decided to talk about that story here at the end, so it's kind of a spiritual finale.
Same dumb bed, same dumb food.
Mission Control, this is Mars Mission. We have a problem!
Same dumb brother.
The story begins with Pokey playing and Grumpy feeling detached and understimulated. This is just another same old boring day with nothing new. Except it turns out this isn't correct, because Pokey discovers that the circus has come to town, setting up in their backyard. The pair explore everything inside, but Grumpy, of course, finds it all disappointing. Grumpy is ready to leave, but soon enough, the mood changes.
Mommy, can I take a picture with the Grumpy Cat?
I'm not with the circus, kid.
I want a picture too.
Forget the sword swallower. Look at that Grumpy Cat.
So grumpy! What the? My darling, I couldn't help but notice that you seem to have drawn something of a crowd.
If you're kicking us out, we expect a refund.
Kicking you out? Heavens no! Drawing crowds is what the circus is all about!
You want me to join the circus?
Haven't you ever woken up and wished things weren't always the same around here? Don't you ever want to get away? This is it! Your chance for adventure!
Actually, when you put it that way...
Grumpy isn't sure what choice to make, but Pokey tells her that if leaving will make her happy, then she should go. As he leaves, the ringleader says that the choice has to happen now, because soon enough the circus will be back on the road.
Mission Control, I'm feeling all alone up here on Mars. Totally isolated. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's sure hard.
You're not alone up there, Rover One. You got company incoming. Turns out, change isn't everything it's cracked up to be. Plus, once I thought about it, I realized home may be boring, but it's also one of the least awful places I can imagine. Now let's finish the mission, Rover One.
Copy that, Mission Control. We're coming home.
Now, as I said, you can find that story in issue 4. The actual final issue of the series, issue 6, ends with a different story, which is about Grumpy's owner's family visiting the home. The two cats are bothered excessively by two boys who have only ever owned dogs, and because of that, their attempts to play drives Grumpy up the wall. She acts out, and as punishment, is not taken out for walkies. The end of this issue also features an advertisement for Boo, the world's cutest dog. Boo was another famous internet animal who passed away in 2019. These comics are a fantastic addition to the Grumpy canon, delivering interesting and varied stories without being derivative of the movies or even the memes. Now, technically speaking, we're not actually done here, because from a certain point of view, the Dynamite Grumpy Cat comics run did get a third year, but it was kind of different, and because of that, I will be saving it for a little bit later in the video. Welcome everyone to 2019. That is to say that this is my 2019 set. That's not where we are in the Grumpy Cat timeline, so... Welcome everyone to 2016! Compared to the years that came before, 2016 isn't too exciting. Grumpy Cat appeared at the Kids' Choice Awards again, she made plenty of convention appearances, but for the most part that didn't get nearly as much coverage as it had in previous years. Grumpy Cat's primary appearance in film and television this year was a brief set of cameos in the Disney Channel sitcom Bizaardvark. Put a pin in that, we'll circle back around to that later. We did find out that Grumpy Cat did not appreciate Barack Obama's earlier tribute to her, because in 2016, she decided to run for president as a third party. Like with Fred in 2008, this was just a joke done for merchandising, but it is funny to imagine that people writing in Grumpy Cat might have had an actual impact on the outcome of one of the most pivotal elections of our lifetimes. I assume that anyone watching this is 10 years old or older. If you're 8 years old and you're watching this video, you got problems. Like, where are your parents? You know, it's 11 p.m. Do you know where your parents are or whatever? In March, the Microsoft virtual reality headset known as the HoloLens began shipping out to customers. One app released for the HoloLens was called ActionGram. The software featured holograms, which were basically primitive 3D animations, which could be mapped onto the 360 environment around you. This was marketed as a storytelling tool, and if you look around, you can actually find some really interesting little amateur short films that were made with this technology.
Ta-da! Help! Help! How long have you been George Chiquette?
As you've probably guessed, Grumpy Cat herself was added to the app, meaning you could use this technology to project a 3D image of Tardar Sauce onto your surroundings. Here, I found a video of someone trying to use this technology to project Grumpy Cat onto Donald Trump's head during the infamous Jimmy Fallon interview. Speaking of Jimmy Fallon and uncanny depictions of Grumpy Cat...
Thank you, Madame Tussauds, for making a wax figure of Grumpy Cat. Or you could just wait a couple of years and, you know... I'm trying to save you a little wax.
In 2015, Madame Tussauds added Grumpy Cat to their ongoing rotation of celebrities. On paper, this seemed like a brilliant idea. People love taking selfies with Grumpy Cat at public events, And they also love taking photos of weird fake celebrities at wax museums. In December 2015, the San Francisco Madame Tussauds franchise was given the opportunity to launch this spectacle. But in the final 48 hours, everything fell apart. And immense manpower had to be put into making this event anything but a full-on catastrophe. At the time, the marketing coordinator at the San Francisco Madame Tussauds was a man named Jesse Russell. In 2020, he would appear as a guest in episode 1 of a podcast called Lead Balloon. Here, he would discuss his experiences with Grumpy Cat.
So a lot of the decisions about what gets launched at the various wax attractions at Madame Tussauds come from London. That's where the company is based. Merlin Entertainments is the mothership company for Madame Tussauds. So London thought that Grumpy Cat had enough cachet that San Francisco, being a tech city, Silicon Valley, would be a great location to launch this new Grumpy Cat, which is also animatronic. I should probably mention that too. So it was not only the first cat, the first meme, it was also the first official animatronic figure that Madame Tussauds was launching.
The first thing that happened once this pitch was agreed upon is that Tardar Sauce was basically brought in, and she had her measurements taken, and they took a bunch of notes, similar to what happened at the Jim Henson Creature Shop.
Hey guys, I'm Sean Dowling on Buzz60, and the internet famous kitty is actually gonna vary it up. Grumpy Cat tolerated figure sculptors taking measurements for her upcoming animatronic figure, which will debut at Madame Tussauds. I'm getting a wax figure, this is my excited face. And just like on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, she leaves a paw print mold. Side note, Grumpy Cat follows me, so I feel extra special.
For the following months after that was done, the Grumpy Cat team had little to no contact with the group who were making this Tardar Sauce animatronic. The Grumpy Cat team had no creative input, they weren't allowed to see it at any point in this process, and they just had to blindly trust that this company knew what they were doing. I'm told that with celebrities, this is a very common practice. They don't want Kim Kardashian coming in every 2 weeks to tell them that they need to make her ass fatter, or something like that, you know what I mean? The 8-year-olds watching are learning some new words. I want to get this out in front of everything else. The people who work on these wax statues are artisans of their trade. I do agree that they're a little uncanny, specifically around the eyes, but I would actually argue that it's impressive how good that they do look. It is a difficult art form, and these are people who are worldwide experts in the difficult task of making something not human look human-ish. But the problem is that that experience contributes neither to the art of making animals or the art of making animatronics. Those are completely different areas of expertise. So time passes, and eventually it's December 2015, and Tardar Sauce and her family and her team are flown out to San Francisco while everybody prepares the launch. They have promoted this everywhere. 100 fans are coming in to meet Grumpy Cat twice over. The staff has even reached out to a local humane society who has set up their mobile adoption unit right outside the event. All the dominoes are lined up, everyone is getting ready for this to go perfectly, and then they get the animatronic and everything goes to hell.
So we opened the box and we were horrified at what we saw.
Oh no.
It was not Grumpy Cat in that box. The eye color was wrong. The lids looked bug-eyed. It just looked like a scraggly... It was horrible.
Was it just built incorrectly, or was it damaged in shipping?
No, it was just, it didn't look like Grumpy Cat, so we didn't know what happened. We were shocked that London would send us a wax figure that wasn't complete and uncanny. And usually there is some touch-up. That's why we have a studios person come in and the celebrity come in at least 2 hours before. We'll do the wax figure's hair to look like the celebrities. We'll do makeup touch-up. But in this case, our team did not know how we were going to get that cat from what it looked like to putting it next to Grumpy Cat.
Believe it or not, things got worse from here. Because while technically speaking, all of the work was supposedly finished on the inner mechanisms, there wasn't any programming done on the animatronic. In theory, it was absolutely capable of movement. But there wasn't any code. There was no code done at all. So a technician had to be called in, a technician who had not worked on this animatronic, and he began frantically trying to piece together some coding so that this thing would actually move on opening day.
Grumpy's manager was not happy, and he started to make it known. He is the meme manager. I think that's his official title.
In the name of civility, we are not going to be naming Grumpy Cat's manager.
At first, it wasn't too bad at first. It was understandable criticism. Some of his concerns that we had already experienced ourselves, but we were working on the problem.
The aforementioned technician ended up pulling an all-nighter, basically staying up for 2 full nights without sleep, while the rest of the team tried to figure out how to fix Grumpy Cat's eyes, fur, and basically everything else. Eventually, he was able to figure out all of the individual systems to the animatronic. This makes the cat blink. This makes the cat move its head. This makes the cat move its ears. But the problem was that he wasn't able to build an ongoing cycle, any kind of loop. So for the entire night, he was hidden behind the display, and he was on a computer manually controlling the animatronic like a puppet, basically going in and saying, now the cat's going to blink, and now the cat's going to move its head, and now the cat's going to move its ears, all while he was on 48 hours with no sleep. Now, Ben Lashes, the Grumpy Cat manager, was evidently very unhappy about how things had turned out. And listening to the podcast is a very frustrating experience because I really understand where both sides of the conflict are coming from. On one hand, I do honestly think that this thing looks god-awful. But on the other, it doesn't not look like a cat. It just doesn't look like Grumpy Cat. It doesn't even look like the same size. Imagine if you showed up to an event to see the unveiling of like a wax figure of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson or something, and you show up and he's like a foot too short and his face looks like he's been stung by 100 bees. And you try and talk to the people running the event and they just go, hey, to be fair, that does look like a human. You know, we should get points for that. That looks like some person, right?
He felt our studio's team did not do a good enough job, and the animatronic Grumpy Cat did not look like his cats. I think when we actually put Grumpy Cat next to Grumpy Cat, you couldn't really tell. But
on the other hand, it absolutely sounds like that Ben Lashes lashed out at Jesse, taking his frustrations about the event out on him, when it absolutely was not Jesse's fault.
Eventually he went to 11, and he decided to go to 11, I'd say it was about 45 minutes to 30 minutes before showtime. I happened to be in the back hall. I was kind of running from one area to another area, and he cornered me. There was nobody else in this hallway. And he cornered me. My back was against the wall. His finger was in my face. And he proceeded to tell me, and I wrote a lot of this down, that Reddit was going to tear Madame Tussauds apart. Reddit was going to be very unhappy. And you don't want to make Reddit unhappy. I was going to personally be responsible for ruining Grumpy's brand and her reputation. Me. He said, you're going to be made fun of in the press. They're going to make you're making a mockery of Madame Tussauds. I can't believe you let this happen. He went on and on and on, and it felt like it was like an hour, but it was probably only like 5 minutes, but literally yelling at me. And I think he only stopped because the operations manager of Madame Tussauds came around the corner at that time. He walked away, and I was shaken to my core because I could not remember the last time somebody had spoken to me like that. And I was furious and very frustrated, and it was shocking. And you asked the question, is this normal? And it's not. We've worked with Peter Dinklage, Steph Curry. I've worked with all their managers and all their publicists. We'd have little comments like, well, you should have had, the right bowl of M&Ms, that kind of thing. But I'd never been screamed at. I'd never been cornered. There were so many things that were out of my control as the marketing coordinator of Madame Tussauds. Yet he felt, for whatever reason, that he had to channel all that energy, that stress that he was feeling into me. He's paid to make sure Grumpy Cat is presented in the best light. That's his job, is to make sure every possible article is positive about these memes that he's managing, or any celebrity really, like their publicist is paid to make sure that they're being portrayed in the best possible light. And I imagine it probably is really easy for something like this to get out of control.
I think he shouldn't have gone about it that way. And I 100% believe that when you're frustrated at a system or a higher-up's incompetence, taking that out on the lowest cog of the machine that has the misfortune of being the person closest to you, that just sucks. It's just awful.
Some people just don't have that filter to stop themselves from taking it out on the wrong people.
Jesse, I think that you are being entirely too empathetic with Grumpy Cat's manager here. No, I do. I mean that.
The operations manager at Madame Tussauds handed me a bottle of scotch and said, "You did tremendous work and you deserve this." Actually, I think it was when Berkeley Humane Society told me that someone adopted a cat from their mobile adoption unit. It was at that point I was like, that's great. We were able to give a cat a home, that probably would not have been adopted today. We were able to bring exposure to this little humane society that's constantly trying to get funding. That helped a lot. That said, okay, this wasn't all bad. I think part of the reason why I am a little more generous to him than you probably expected I would be is it was 4 years ago. So I'm hoping that over that time, he's become a different person. He's learned how to channel his stress and his anxiety.
But I do think on the podcast, they 100% undersell exactly how god-awful this thing was. And at one point, Jesse says that no person who attended the event had any complaint about how the animatronic looked. And I get that sentiment. But the only reason that's true is because everybody who showed up to the event just showed up to see the real cat. If they had showed up to the event and it was all the animatronic, they would have been pissed because it looked awful. With grievances out in the air as the new year came and passed, a new version of the Grumpy Cat animatronic was being worked on at Madame Tussauds. In July 2016, Grumpy Cat began what is known as the British Invasion Tour, which featured her being photographed at several prominent European landmarks. Hold on, I feel inspired.
Damn! I'm 33 months early!
Grumpy was eventually taken to the flagship Madame Tussauds location, where her new figure was unveiled, and this one was a lot better. It still has that classic Madame Tussauds uncanniness, but at the very least, when you saw these two next to each other, you were able to think, hey, that cat is trying to look like that cat! The figure then began touring the world, with the real Grumpy Cat tagging along for a few grand openings.
Grumpy Cat has been around the attraction. She came in this morning and she saw all the presidents and took some pictures in the Oval Office.
Cat saves Lincoln's life.
Grumpy will be here for 3 months. She's a touring figure, so she goes from attraction to attraction, but she will be here through the end of the year.
Thanks for loving Grumpy and stay grumpy.
These tours would often include many gimmicky publicity stunts. For instance, during a trip to Washington, D.C., Tardar Sauce was a guest of honor during a performance of the famous musical Cats, where she was given a plaque declaring her an honorary Jellicle cat.
Jellicle.
If I'm pronouncing that wrong, blame Google, because I mean, it's right there. This means that as of today, the 3 most iconic celebrity Jellicle cats are James Corden, Taylor Swift, and Tardar Sauce. Wait a minute. Taylor Swift? Tardar Sauce? Is it possible?
Is it possible? Is it possible? Is it possible? Is it possible? But is it possible?
In between these appearances, Grumpy Cat would also regularly appear at pop culture conventions. Here, fans could pay a nominal fee to have a slightly out-of-focus picture taken with the famous cat. In October, she took one of her most famous images, when she was pictured being held by Marvel legend Stan Lee. While this is a very exceptional photo and it's iconic for a reason, Grumpy Cat actually took pictures with a lot of celebrities. Here's Grumpy Cat with Carrie Fisher. Here she is with Josh Gad. Here she is with the band R5. Here she is with Tyler, the Creator. Here she is with Conan. Here she is with Elvira. Here she is with Phelan Portis and Allison Pregler. Here she is with Octavia Spencer. Here she is with Randy Johnson. Here she is with Terry Bradshaw. Here she is with Johnny Knoxville. Here she is with Jennifer Lopez. Here she is with Geraldo Rivera. Here she is with Ellen Gale. Here she is with Nick Cannon. Here she is with Tucker Carlson. Here she is with Hulk Hogan. Here she is with Kevin Spacey. And finally, here she is with Charles Manson. You know what? 2 bonuses. Firstly, here's a photo of Shaquille O'Neal apparently trying to eat Grumpy Cat. And here's a photo of Grumpy meeting TMZ host Harvey Levin. Moments after this photo was taken, Tardar Sauce began pissing all over Harvey. She's a good judge of character, what can you say?
Right when you kissed it, it peed on you? Do you have clothes to change into?
No, I had to go to the speech with pee. And I had to explain to people that it wasn't me, it was the cat.
Enjoy it while you can, because in a few years, no one will believe you.
Now, to a lot of you out there, 2016 was probably a very intense year and not necessarily in a good way. And because of that, a lot of you were probably looking for unique and interesting ways to distract yourself and immerse yourself in the zen of the moment. And one of the most common hobbies that people partake in to accomplish that is sitting down to play video games. Now, when you think of video games, your mind probably instantly races to a lot of different iconic franchises, like The Last of Us, or Final Fantasy, or Tak and the Power of Juju.
The Jibba Jabbers.
But did you know that Grumpy Cat actually had her very own video game? I am talking about Grumpy Cat's Worst Game Ever, which was released to smart devices in December 2016. When I first looked up this game, I was shocked to discover that this title is still available for download on the Apple App Store, a store which is notorious for phasing out so many titles every time the base software updates. So I downloaded it, of course, and now you and I can see if this game lives up to its title. Yeah, it turns out that while this game technically is still available for download, it is not compatible with modern iOS devices, and it hasn't been for several years. Now, the jury still seems to be out on if the app works on Android devices, but I don't have an Android phone anymore, so it doesn't really matter. I cannot download this game. I can't play this game for you. I can't explain to you guys what this experience was like. So my only option left was to start looking through older coverage on the internet to try and find different perspectives and to piece together exactly what this app was like. And luckily enough for me, I quickly discovered that this game was widely covered by a large group of extremely reputable video game journalists.
Hello guys, today we're gonna be playing Grumpy Cat's worst game ever. This is my first video, so I might be bad at this.
Hey guys, Her Fun Time here, and today we are going to be playing Grumpy Cat's worst game ever.
Hello, it's Andre Gamer, and today I'm going to be playing a game called Grumpy Cat's Worst Game Ever.
Hey gamers, today I am playing Grumpy Cat's worst game ever on my Samsung S7.
Hey guys, back at it again with the Gamer Life here.
What's up guys? Welcome back to another video.
Welcome to episode 1 of the Sister Side.
Today I am playing Grumpy Cat's worst game ever. Here we go.
Hey everybody, today we're going to be playing a game. Oh yeah! What should we play? I mean, I only have zombie catchers on Grumpy Cat, but that's it mostly. Play Grumpy Cat. I'm going to turn down the volume.
Hi guys, today we're gonna be playing Grumpy Cat's worst game ever. So he's basically telling you guys, me especially, just to not play this.
Alright, full disclosure, I did also find a couple other, less important content creators who covered this video game, who I suppose you might call more professional.
YouTube, Google+, Facebook, Twitter, welcome back to another exciting and electrifying episode.
My name is Lonnie, and I have a Red Bull in my veins right now. I'm ready to friggin' record a video game. Grumpy Cat's worst game ever. Grumpy Cat has a game in 2016. I was never like the biggest Grumpy Cat fan, but I mean, especially today. Why? I just don't, just why?
I love Grumpy Cat. He is so freaking cute. Like, he's in Urban Outfitters. He has merch. That cat is set for life, and now he has the game. Killing it, Grumpy Cat. I love you, bro.
All of these content creators, when grouped together, helped me piece together an understanding of the contents and reception to Grumpy Cat's worst game ever. The game started by introducing you to your hub world, which you could add on to by playing a short string of mini-games.
Let's get started right away by playing some terrible mini games.
What? How did I not get in the box? And how did I not get the laser?
Launch into the box, screw that up, and it's a friggin' cat version, so I mean, that's not a problem with me.
We have 3 hearts. Yes. The fishies. Ooh, we have a present. Ooh, 5 coins.
I know what I'm doing, clearly. Needles, why? Are you rolling around in the freaking spaghetti? Why does the spaghetti also have needles in it? It was a cactus, that's why. Duh, obviously. This is literally dumb ways to die. They even did the faster thing, but it's all good. It's freaking, it looks cool.
Good kitty. Who's a good kitty? You are, especially when it comes to being grumpy. Cause now you can't catch the frickin'.
Yay, I didn't get the laser. This is awesome. I failed to get the laser. It's so great when you do not get the laser.
Fast. Oh, that was easy.
Grumpy Cat, why are you near a cactus again? These freaking graphics are so cute. Okay, we're going faster. Catch the birds. Catch the birdies. And I love that it's like the super quick, fast-paced game. Oh no! Oh no!
Come on, get the laser. Yeah, I got the laser. I've been firing my laser.
Gotta pull out these needles though. Sad little kitty.
Each time you successfully beat a new round of minigames, you would be given a prize, most traditionally a sticker.
Oh, what's this? Nice. You got Hunter Grumpy Cat.
I got a new napping Grumpy Cat? What does that even mean? Is it a sticker?
Chef Grumpy Cat. Chef Grumpy Cat. What is he gonna be cooking today? Gonna be cooking something new. Daily missions are now available.
Did you know each character you unlock becomes available as a sticker in iMessage? Shut the front door.
Okay, no one cares, dude. Just let me play the games.
Each day that you logged into the app, you would also receive a special daily challenge, which was essentially a unique themed endurance test. The longer you lasted, the better rewards you would get.
Gotta jump, like, just gotta hop it, just gotta run that track though. Just gotta run track and finish the finish line.
No, boulder! Okay, whoa. Another boulder! No!
Each sticker you unlocked not only became available on other messaging apps, but you could also take photos with your Grumpy Cats in the game itself to share on social media. And furthermore, every sticker you unlocked would also bring with it a new kind of mini-game to spice up the gameplay a little bit.
I think we've unlocked some new games.
This, and this one? Darn it.
That's a cat, that's a cat. That's a mouse? That's a mouse. We're very against your type here.
Fuck the mice. Oh gosh. No! Oh, I'm so sorry, Grumpy Cat. Mushrooms, tomatoes, this. Oh, we got it.
Watch an ad and continue. Okay, I'd rather do that than to just die. Okay. These things are not helping me.
Some cats carry a surprise. Shake them. I'm very sorry, Mr. Cat. How about you?
Congratulations, you unlocked a new area.
Oh, there are places. So, garden, Grumpy Wood, the sports park, internet cafe.
Oh my gosh, I love it! This is so awesome. Look, there's different stickers for Grumpy Cat. Can I play in Grumpy Wood? I wonder if there's different games. Oh, there is!
Dude, my home screen's getting dope as hell. Dear God, no!
The collectathon nature of the game, alongside the system of limited energy and daily rewards, would encourage you to make Grumpy Cat's Worst Game Ever a part of your daily routine. Personally, I get easily addicted to things like this, but I also have hand-eye coordination issues and dyslexia. So if I actually had to play this game every day for this video, I think it would make me in denial. I personally would much rather be playing the epic quest game Raid Shadow Legends, the greatest RPG adventure video game of the last 10 quintillion years. But, you know, obviously, this game's only 7 years old, so in 2016, people would not have had this option. So clearly, people enjoyed Grumpy Cat's Worst Game Ever for what it was.
This game is okay.
This is actually a good game. I mean, Grumpy Cat doesn't think so.
It gets a solid from me.
So anyways, fantastic game. Reminds me of WarioWare Touched. It is very much in line with that game.
I'm going to turn up the video there, guys. It has been super fun playing this Grumpy Cat's Worst Game Ever. And one funny thing happened. The part I enjoyed was that when you have to draw and when the cat failed, he has to scratch the glass.
And with that, you now know what it was like to experience Grumpy Cat's Worst Game Ever. If 2016 was the year of Grumpy Cat meet and greets, 2017 was the year of Grumpy Cat promotional campaigns. In February, a short video was posted to DW.com with the title, "Grumpy Cat is the new face of Opel." Opel is a German car manufacturer that was founded in 1862. In America, they don't actually sell their cars directly, although other manufacturers have kind of adapted some of their models for US release. Opel has a tradition of releasing yearly calendars promoting their lineup. This has been a common trend in the industry for quite a long time. Now, it used to be that the insides of these calendars would feature photos of, cars. But over time, people expected more experimentation when it came to their promotional novelty calendars. As a matter of fact, the most iconic example of this is the Cal, a yearly calendar released by tire manufacturer Pirelli. Now, you might be shocked to hear that most people don't want to put up calendars that only feature images of tires. So for a very long time, this calendar was known for pretty much universally featuring pictures of scantily clad young women. And when I say scantily clad, I basically mean fully nude. It was a calendar filled with nude supermodels. In 2016, the Cal shook things up by instead featuring more personal, grounded images taken by Peter Lindbergh, depicting women of a wide range of ages. This photo shoot featured, quote, minimal nudity and was in black and white, which is how you know something is groundbreaking and part of the moment and worth celebrating at cocktail parties. The following year's calendar was even more experimental, and since then a lot of these companies have tried to focus more on theming and unique gimmicks that will generate headlines rather than just showing women with their tatas out, which is either a massive upgrade or a massive downgrade depending on who you ask. Opel was one of the companies that was taking part in this trend. 2 years before, they had hired Karl Lagerfeld, a photographer and fashion designer, to give his take on the car calendar. Everyone couldn't wait to see what experimental, mind-bending stuff Lagerfeld would come up with. So he ended up just taking a bunch of pictures of his cat and he sent those in. I am not joking at all. The 2015 Opel car calendar was themed entirely around Choupette, Lagerfeld's white Berman cat. The chief marketing officer of Opel lauded the final product, stating, "The new 5th generation Opel Corsa raises the bar in design, shape, and functionality, and Karl Lagerfeld did a magnificent job capturing this." I completely agree. That is absolutely the first thing I think of when I look at this calendar. And definitely not, "Whoa, man, that cat can't drive! Like he's not even facing the right way, man!" This calendar was apparently a great success, and 2 years later, someone at the company said, "Hey, how are we going to top the cat calendar?" And someone else said, "We could get a more famous cat." In the end, they ended up combining the car calendar filled with pretentious photos of hot women concept with the car calendar filled with photos of cats looking lost and scared idea to create something entirely new.
Grumpy Cat is now the world's most famous cat, with over 8 million Facebook fans. We took a look at her, and what we really liked was her crotchety face. We thought it would be really good to have her and Georgia Jagger together.
I mean, I was immediately into the idea because I obviously know about Grumpy Cat from the internet. It's pretty much my favorite sort of meme type thing, so I was like, yeah, absolutely.
Beauty and the Beast.
What an awfully rude thing to say about Georgia May Jagger. The photos themselves were taken by Ellen von Unworth, a former model turned photographer and editor.
I always made sure she opened her eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned down naturally. But of course, it's difficult to ensure she's always looking into the camera. And of course, you have to be able to see her blue eyes. But I have my tricks there. I made dog and cat sounds and the like.
Grumpy's modeling career was launched with an epic promotional party in Berlin. This press party had a ton of photo opportunities for guests, including a gigantic inflatable Grumpy and even a Grumpy-mobile. And of course, many in attendance were given the opportunity to take a photo with the star of the calendar, and perhaps, if they were nice, give her a little pet. I'm talking about Tardar Sauce here. I don't think you were allowed to pet Miss Jagger.
Grumpy Cat seems distinctly unimpressed by the media circus. She was happy to catnap her way through the event. But what does she make of the calendar itself?
Well, if you look at the photos, you can see it's beautiful. She hated it though.
But then we hardly expected anything different from this curmudgeon of a cat, did we?
Let's switch back to some regular stateside content. While doing some preliminary research for this segment, I discovered that there are 2 minor television appearances of Grumpy Cat that I missed out on earlier during the 2013 and 2014 timeline. But I ultimately decided that I kind of liked covering it here instead. Since nearly the moment that Grumpy became famous, her team had an ongoing business relationship with the brand Friskies. Grumpy did exclusive photo shoots, appeared on products, and made regular social media posts about the brand. On top of all that, she also appeared in a handful of commercials for Friskies in between 2013 and 2017. In the first short, Grumpy and another cat are pitted against each other on some kind of cat game show, but Grumpy wins by intimidating the other cat through pure aura. Like the Cheerios commercial we saw much earlier, these commercials feature Grumpy as a mute character who can only speak via her impact meme text. This was a success, and the following year, Grumpy Cat officially appeared on the packaging of cat food and cat treats. So they decided to make another short film. This one had a much higher budget and features what is potentially the very first Grumpy Cat OC, Happiness Dog. Happiness Dog is Grumpy Cat's biggest fan and spends the commercial running around the pet store trying to get her attention. However, Grumpy is always just out of arm's reach and clearly does not respect his admiration. Ultimately, Happiness Dog doesn't get to meet Grumpy properly, but is still visibly jolly. Following this, in 2014, Friskies funded an entire music video starring Little Miss Sauce. The song was called Cat Summer, and was billed as starring Grumpy Cat and Friends. Funnily enough, the original music video seems to have been taken down quite a long while ago, so the only copy of this I was able to find was actually a fan re-upload from the time where someone added captions, you know, so you can sing along at home. You know, this tune reminds me of that one Katy Perry song, the one about waking up in a city, Vancouver, I think. Now, as the byline implied, Tardar Sauce was not the only internet star in this video, as this project was essentially a crossover between Grumpy Cat and other internet cats.
Joined by Ryan Smith, but I'm sorry, most importantly,
Yes.
the one, the only, Grumpy Cat. Yeah.
This is an honor.
It's a big day.
Ginger,
Or
can I just say, sitting next to you is an honor, but this is the greatest honor.
It really is a
Never
great honor.
have
And
I been happier.
it's breaking news. You know, a lot of people have been familiar with Grumpy Cat, but now she has brought her other famous friend, Oscar.
Yes.
The blind cat.
Hi, Oscar.
Along with the respective human companions, Tabitha and Mick. So good morning to you guys. How's Grumpy feeling this morning?
I think she's a tad bit grumpy.
Yeah.
Really?
Just a little? Like,
Just a
does it
little.
waver from, real extreme grumpy to just tad?
Throughout the day, I think it gets worse.
So this is actually the happiest?
Yeah.
These sorts of collaborations were not uncommon by this point. Early in her career, Grumpy Cat was often paired with Lil Bub, another cat with osteochondrodysplasia. The vibe it seems they were trying to sell is that Grumpy Cat and Lil Bub were best friends for life. Although if you watch their appearance on CBS Sunday Morning, it's very obvious that Lil Bub starts hissing at Grumpy Cat, and they just dubbed it out.
The two celebricats, if you will, met in Grumpy's Star trailer before the video festival.
To be fair, though, there are a couple videos from later in their working relationship where the two do seem to be pretty comfortable around each other. At one point here, Lil Bub even almost blinks. Almost. Trust has to be earned. This brings us back to 2017, when Friskies released another commercial featuring a cat crossover element, as this short featured Grumpy Cat meeting Mr. Tickles. In 2015, North Carolina resident Tara Meador found a scraggly kitten hiding underneath a dumpster at a construction site. She managed to trick him into coming out, snatched him up, and took him home. While he was initially aggressive and sought freedom, he eventually came to love life with his new family. Mr. Tickles became popular online in 2016. He not only had an inspirational story, but he also showed talent at understanding language and performing tricks.
Tickles, sit. Jab. Good jab. Shake. Good boy.
But the main reason Mr. Tickles seems to have gained any sort of following around this point is because of who was co-parenting him. NASCAR driver AJ Allmendinger, Tara's boyfriend and future husband.
How is your cat? I know your cat has a Twitter, so let's update everyone on how our cat's doing.
Mr. Tickles is good, and we have Xena the French Bulldog, and they've both made the trip, so they're here.
Mr. Tickles would often hang out while they were driving around in their car and would even join them on road trips to various racing events. NASCAR took note of this, and through some strange series of events, Tickles was christened the first cat of professional racing.
And Jason, I know you're not the biggest NASCAR fan, and you probably don't have a favorite driver yet, but I know you're a cat guy, and we have a driver now with Mr. Tickles, and you can follow Mr. Tickles on Twitter.
I think he already
so
did.
You have a driver you can root for now.
Listen, in the amount of time that you mentioned that in your package, I am now following Mr. Tickles on Twitter. So I am excited about that. So I will follow Mr. Tickles whether he's behind the wheel or not.
In 2017, Friskies decided that Mr. Tickles was not only famous enough to appear in a commercial, but was famous enough to cross over with the one and only Grumpy Cat. The first time I downloaded this video, the file got messed up somehow, and when I played it back, I thought I was dying.
Mr. Tickles, I see you met our special visitor. As a fellow celebrity cat, we thought Grumpy Cat could give you some motivation to help you prep for your historic first lap around the track.
So I think the plot to this one is that Mr. Tickles is a race car driver. See, he's got a tiny race car there. And Grumpy Cat is there for moral support and also to steal his food after the victory lap. Because Mr. Tickles is a racing cat and he needs food for racing energy. Look, I want to say this to get ahead of everything else before I get into this. Mr. Tickles was beautiful, and I love him. But if it is even remotely possible for a cat to be an industry plant, Mr. Tickles was one of them. Most internet animals go viral for their unique traits or loud personalities, and they drag their owners along for the ride. Mr. Tickles was a Nepo baby. He wasn't famous for being a cat. He was famous because his daddy was famous. This version of Mr. Tickles, who is a tiny racing enthusiast that drives his own cat racing car, he does not exist outside of these 66 seconds of screen time. You won't see this on any of his social medias. He was just a cat that did cat things, and they are just making stuff up for the ad. I just find it so absurd that they gave this cat, famous only for having a NASCAR dad, an official crossover with Grumpy Cat when it is so bleedingly obvious that he was not ready for the big leagues. It's like serving a beef Wellington with a hearty serving of wet spackling paste. Like doing a crossover between Sherlock Holmes and the stick figure I drew on the back of my social studies final in the 7th grade. Also, by the way, if you didn't notice, I am talking about Mr. Tickles in the past tense. Assume that any famous animal I talk about in this video is dead. Believe it or not, that was not the strangest crossover of 2017. In September, the Lego Ninjago movie was released to theaters, and someone working on the film's promotional campaign decided that the best way to get the word out about the movie was to pay the Grumpy Cat team to post a video of Grumpy Cat entering the Lego Ninjago world. So Master Wu says, "Would you like to learn how to become a ninja?" Grumpy Cat says, "Nope." And Wu replies, "A world is shrouded in darkness." I'm not entirely sure if that's the case because Grumpy won't become a ninja, or if Master Wu is just trauma dumping. Okay, so in this segment so far, we've spoken a lot about, commercials, promotional campaigns, things that by and large you would see on TV or on the internet. So what about Grumpy Cat stuff that you could stumble upon in the wild? In 2017, the company Teamplay released an official Grumpy Cat photo booth, which began popping up all around the country.
Go on inside here. We've got a brand new touchscreen interface for Gen 3. We're going to take one photo. You can pick, just like you would on your phone. You can swipe back and forth with different types. See if we can pick a good one here. You want to get in? You can take your photo?
No, it's okay.
All right, I'll get
the Grumpy Cat.
I'm in real quick. Go ahead. Smile.
This booth featured both the live-action Grumpy Cat along with the Aaron Hunting 2D design. The booth featured a wide range of photos of Tardar Sauce, with some of the frames also coming with meme text overlays as well. Once your photo is taken, you could add Grumpy stickers, and the photo could either be printed or sent to you digitally. I guess this would have been a fun way to get a photo with Grumpy Cat if you weren't lucky enough to get invited to a Madame Tussauds launch or to be in the right line at Comic-Con or that kind of thing. Moving on to other physical media, I think it's time that we jump back to a topic we have not discussed in quite a while. Grumpy Cat books. So far, we've looked at books that were autobiographies made by Grumpy Cat, and we've of course looked at the comic books. So next, I think I would like to show you some of the brand's activity books. And we can start off with the very first Grumpy Cat coloring book. Now, this stack of books is kind of all over the timeline. This one was released in 2014. This is my coloring book. Do you like it? Do you like to color? I don't care. Wow. Grumpy on the Go, the Grump Board. Well, that's an important thing we've added to our lore. The Grump Board, the Terminoter. Grumpy on the Go, the Pogno Stick. The Pogno Stick. Yeah, keep trying, guys. You'll think of a good one. I joined the circus once. It was awful. Actually, you didn't, Grumpy Cat. You chose not to join the circus. You remember? Now, because this book came out in 2014, and it was based heavily on the Daily Grump blog, this is one of the first pieces of Grumpy Cat media to show depictions of Pokey and Dog. However, because they were breaking new ground here, not everything that we can see in this coloring book is consistent with how the two would be characterized in future media. I don't like cats. Now hold on. So Dog is, I don't like cats, good. So Dog, in this version of the story, Dog is also a cynical little grumpy bitch. But there's an Undertale thing happening here where he has his own font. So Dog has his own font that is different from Grumpy Cat's Impact font. That's really interesting. Indiana No and the Raiders of the Get Lost Ark. I'm ashamed that got me. Black is the new black. Yeah, Grumpy Cat is Death is a good one. Grumpy on the Go, Demolishing Happiness. I have my own coloring book and all I got was this stupid t-shirt. Let's try and color something. I think I'm gonna try and color. You know what? Let's do the leprechaun one. I like that. This next book I meant to cover in the merchandise segment, but it got left off the docket, and that is Grumpy Cat's Knitting Nightmares. This is kind of a halfway point between the paper dolls and the regular merch you'd buy at the store. This is a knitting book that would instruct you on how to make your very own Grumpy Cat merch within the comfort of your own living room. They actually got Tabby to pose with Grumpy Cat, so there's a Grumpy Cat hat. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at that. That's lovely. So there's a pillow cover. Yeah, these are cute. Look at that. Look at that. That's fun. I think that's fun. So here's the Grumpy Cat mini plush that you can make if you find one of these books. And it does seem like a very complex process, but you know, the more you go through this book, you're going to learn, and then look at how fly you're going to look by the end of there. This is Grumpy Cat versus the World. It's another coloring book. I am not going to do a page from this one just because it's like insane. This is definitely a more advanced coloring book for people who really like to kind of meditate and really just spend their whole evening knocking one of these out. And this came out in 2016. Yeah, and you can tell this is an adult coloring book because they left the page blank here so the color doesn't smear. And also you can pull the pages out and get these framed. I mean, you know, you could decorate your whole home. Imagine having some of these in your bathroom. People would love it. Now we are back in 2017. This is Grumpy Cat's Not to Dot book, and it is a dot to dot activities book for your dismal experience. And the first time I opened this, I was just like, oh my God. Oh my God. The last time I did one of these things, I don't know, I was in like middle school. I don't remember them having like 350 dots. Are there adults who are into dot to dot books? Or are there kids who are, you know, who've got some freaky Einstein brain? They still want to do kid stuff, but it has to be like, oh, I'm different. I know it would make sense if I stopped and did one or two of these for the camera. I really don't want to. Because it's like, it's just going to take forever, and it's still going to be a dot-to-dot puzzle, you know? It's not going to be anything spectacular. Next up is Grumpy Cat's Miserable Mazes. This is also from 2017, so that's why I did this segment here, is because I was like, oh, there's so many 2017 things. But like, look at this. Once again, this is a maze thing, but it's like insane. You start here and you come out here, but it's like the trials and tribulations you have to go through to actually play one of these. In one of the comic books, I think there is like a maze puzzle, and I went through it and I was like, there's no way to finish this there, and I checked it out and it's like, no, definitely not. They intentionally made a maze that was impossible to solve. Just because they thought it was on brand for a Grumpy Cat book. But yeah, this is smart because it's really pleasing art. So once again, you know, you could use this as a coloring book. I'm sure that was the intention, or you could use it as a maze. Frankly, I think if you used it as a maze book, it would look far less cool. Because I just think this is really sick art, you know. I would love to see, like, I'll tell you what, I would love to see like stained glass panels based on these designs. This is Grumpy Cat's Least Favorite Hobbies, the coloring book. So this is another coloring book, except in this one, Grumpy is trying out a bunch of hobbies and she hates them all. So we can flip through here. She's building bird cages. She's bird watching. I'm starting to see a recurring theme here. Oh, she's sewing now. She's sewing now. She's even got the little tomato pin cushion. Yeah, Grumpy, let's rethink the armband. Let's go for a different look there. Oh my God, this one is Grumpy Cat coloring this coloring book, and it's the first page of the coloring book. Wow, that melts your mind. I think I would have liked this better if she was coloring the page she's on, honestly. I'm a sucker for that. Like, you know, the bucket with the guy holding a bucket. As a kid, that was my favorite thing. It's like there's a bucket with a guy holding a bucket, and on that bucket, there's the same guy, and he's holding the bucket. And on that bucket, there's another guy, and he's holding a bucket. How many times could this possibly go on for? And the answer, for some reason, is like 4. Is this a hobby, or is it just a job? Like, do people do this as a hobby? Bonbon does not like Five Nights at Freddy's, apparently. Pottery's not a good thing for cats, I think. Gardening. I like how Grumpy... Do you know what I appreciate about Grumpy in this book? Grumpy is genuinely trying. She just is still grumpy. Like, you would think that Grumpy would half-ass everything just to get out of doing it, but Grumpy is clearly like, well, if I'm going to do this shit, I'm going to put in my all, but that doesn't mean I have to have fun. Oh, yo, it's DJ Grumpy. DJ Grumpy's in the house. I'm trying to think of an Alamo joke. I got nothing. Oh, look at this. She's even made a little, she made a little poster showing all the fun things she's done. She's getting into scrapbooking, and she scrapbooked all the things she's done in this book. Oh, that's so cute. Look at that. And here's her building the birdhouse. This, I think, is the most interesting thing. This is Grumpy Cat's All About Miserable Me. Come here. So this is like a little journal that's filled with little games and puzzles and questionnaires and things. It reminds me of the Diary of a Wimpy Kid journal. But, oh, Bonbon. Bonbon, no, she's throwing my pencil shavings all over the place with her tail. Yeah. Diary of a Wimpy Kid was like supposed to be a diary written by a real kid, but then they released a journal that you could write in, and I filled that shit up. And I still have that. Every once in a while I go through it and I think it's actually kind of interesting. I might show that on camera someday. But that's what this reminds me of. It's like, just like, you know, page 1, make a list of the grossest foods. Asparagus. Draw the ugliest sweater. I think she'd be proud of that one. Thanks for the terrible birthday present. What's inside? Anthrax. Okay, so there's like a storyline here, okay? You know, first page, Grumpy wants us to draw her a rocket. Second page, we drew the planet that she's landed on. Third page, we gotta draw what the space inhabitants look like. They gotta have big feet. I'm thinking like, I'm taking inspiration from like Among Us. So they gotta have, they're like a little Among Us spacesuit, right? But maybe like they have one eye and it's like right there. And then they have some arms like that. Yeah, so good call, I think. Little Among Us guys. One eye, bunch of arms. Oh, look at this right here. Look at this. They put Pokey in there. Look at that. Oh, Pokey looks so cute. Sports are way too much. If you had to join a team, what would you call it? The IRA. What should I name the title of my memoir? Mine Comfy Chair. Draw a really boring amusement park ride and give it a name. Well, you've already drawn half the ride here, so I think we're going to extend this up. Another train going this way, right? But this train has Keyboard Cat on it. And then right down here, you'd be standing like that. And we call it Grumpy's Dick. Blue boxes and old cars make for terrible time machines. Goddamn. Draw me a cooler time machine. And look at this. It's Grumpy's dressed up as the 11th Doctor. Oh my God. Okay, so here's the thing about time machines. Time machines are always getting stolen, right? This is what I'm thinking, okay? In Back to the Future, the DeLorean gets stolen. In Doctor Who, I've always argued Doctor Who's not a time travel show. The TARDIS isn't the plot of the show. The TARDIS is the mechanic to cause the plot. So, you know, the average classic series serial would feature, you know, the TARDIS lands somewhere, and then the group get disconnected, and they have to get back to the ship, right? So we need to give Grumpy Cat a time machine that we don't have to worry about anyone trying to steal or mess with in any way. So here's what I'm thinking. So we disguise the ship as a Blu-ray of Shrek 3. So now we don't have to worry about anyone trying to steal the time machine. Each year I go to in my time machine is equally unimpressive. What year would you go to? Draw yourself in that year. This is an easy one. 1963. Just gonna label this grassy knoll. I'm going to a masquerade. Draw me a mask. Just don't make it too happy. All right, yeah, so that's that is the Grumpy Cat activity book. A good amount of fun there. So this one is a spot the difference book, but also a coloring book. Oh, there's a star missing, you know. I always loved these as a kid because it's just so fun to just kind of take your eyes back and forth. It felt like you were doing a little animation. Yeah, so a lot of lovely art in here. Grumpy as a zookeeper. Grumpy reading a joke book. Once again, you know, we got Grumpy going through a bunch of different jobs, a bunch of different hobbies, but she's not half-assing them. I mean, she is taking being a train conductor very seriously. Yeah, this one's funny because one of the things that's different is a fish is missing, and it's like, I think I might know why. I think I might know what might have happened. This is our last coloring book. I think this is one of the more interesting ones because this is a coloring book that has a very explicit story. So Grumpy Cat wakes up, she showers, gets breakfast, and now she has to get on the bus. So in this universe, I guess everyone's an anthropomorphic animal, and Grumpy Cat actually has to go to school. And she's also the crossing guard. She's carrying this school. Here's Grumpy in computer class, and look, she's got little goldfish crackers. It's a sunny day, so this is a whole different continuity from like all the other stuff in this video. Like this one book has its own self-contained universe through this story. You know, here's Grumpy in choir class. Here's Grumpy talking about all the important famous cats. Baseball, geography, blocks, rain day. Okay, what the fuck? What? Why are there humans now? What happened? A few pages ago, humans didn't exist. What happened, Grumpy? What did you do? Didn't try at all on this test, and yet she got an A. That's really funny because it's probably the opposite of what she was going for. Pottery class. Okay, and now we're back in the fucking anthropomorphic dog universe. What the fuck is going on? Because look, no, we're clearly not in this universe on this page only. What were they thinking? Yeah, so there's more anthropomorphic animals, lunch, history class, gym class, jumping rope, visit to the museum. Today's lesson, say thank you. Okay, no, hold on, rewind. Oh, fuck me, we're back in the human universe. What? These are human founding fathers. Are humans like, are they a lesser species in this universe? Is there like a caste system that puts humans down? Or are these two separate universes that the book keeps flipping back and forth between? Okay, so now we're back in the dogs are people universe. Okay. All the characters are animals, anthropomorphic animals. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? On this 2-page spread, on page 1, all the kids are anthropomorphic animals, and on page 2, they are humans. What is happening, Grumpy Cat? Am I the only person in the world who cares about this? Did no one proofread this? So yeah, that's a little fun coloring book thing. But out of all the different books that came out around this time, the most important is this. Grumpy Cat, the little grumpy cat that wouldn't. The very first book in the franchise that was a part of the Little Gold Book series.
Once there was a little cat. She was cute, she was furry, and she was grumpy. Grumpy Cat didn't like anything.
This book would go on to receive several sequels, and as far as I can tell, these are the most mainstream Grumpy Cat projects outside of the movie. If you recognize Grumpy Cat and you don't really remember the memes or the movie, it's very likely that you maybe read these books as a kid. The story begins with Grumpy Cat leaving her home and attempting to appreciate being alone. However, she is soon joined by unwanted company.
Hi, Grumpy Cat.
The butterfly said.
You know what's great about the outdoors? Nothing.
Grumpy Cat said.
As she joins her housemates at the park, they are then joined by several other characters, including a ladybug and a yellow bird. The bird suggests they do a race, and Grumpy Cat accepts. Ready? Set? No.
The happy animals all raced away. Grumpy Cat was alone.
Good!
While this book uses Pokey and Dog, they're not mentioned in the narration, as they try and put more weight on these original characters they are establishing. Also, there's one more character they introduce in the book who is only seen visually, a cactus with googly eyes.
I later realized that said cactus is actually another deep-cut reference to the earliest photos of Grumpy Cat, as there was actually a googly-eyed cactus in the Bundenson backyard, and you can even find photos of cactus in the very first Grumpy Cat book.
These characters would return with even more wacky side characters introduced in the sequel, 2017's A is for Awful. The book goes through the entire alphabet, giving one word for each letter. Each page also has a cute illustration of Grumpy interacting with said noun. But the story building in the background is that she becomes fed up with the book and wants to rush to the end.
U is for unicorn.
Ugh! Unicorn, save me from this ugly hat.
V is for vulture.
I'm very tired. Very, very tired.
W is for worm.
When can I go to sleep?
XYZ is for...
Forget it! Goodbye!
The last book in the series is Grumpy Cat Yawn, which features Grumpy Cat and Pokey, continuing their pre-established dynamic as the Grump and the Not-So-Grump. Pokey is winding down for bedtime. To get to sleep, he likes to make a glass of milk, take a bath, and have a bedtime story read to him. Grumpy is grumpy in response to all of those things. None of these stories are complex by nature, but I still really enjoy the art style and the writing. A compilation book was later released, featuring all three stories reprinted under one cover. However, there is an additional book that you will not find featured in this compilation, and it's actually another Christmas special. Grumpy Cat's first worst Christmas. So I guess this one's a prequel. The story shows Pokey preparing for Christmas and trying to get Grumpy excited for the holidays. The book is extra big, so the art contains a lot of really interesting detail, and it has a lot of really cute moments inside. There is this one really weird part, like a quarter of the way through, where it becomes a musical for like 2 pages and then it stops. Right here. But Grumpy, in the winter, we can build a snow cat. If I have to, mine will have a frown. And yeah, that's it. They don't do the rest of the song or any other songs. It's just those 2 lines. If you pay close attention to the book, you'll be able to find little cameos for almost every original character that they have introduced in the Little Golden Book series, like the cactus, the butterfly, the zebra, the unicorn, and so on.
As Pokey prepares milk and cookies for their Yule visitor, Grumpy writes a letter to Santa Claus. Dear Santa, all I want for Christmas is for it to be over. Pokey tucks Grumpy in under the tree and tells her she may be on Santa's naughty list. Grumpy's response? Good. And if you look closely here, you can see Santa Claus is coming down the chimney, so I guess this is a prequel to that one promo they did for the movie. On the scale of books that I've had to read for this channel in the past decade, these are pretty fun. Don't get me wrong, these are no conquest of bread, but I would much rather reread these than Francis of the Filth, or Ready Player 1-2, or a first edition copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Now, on that note, there is one bonus storybook from this era that I wasn't personally able to obtain. You might actually call it Grumpy Cat Lost Media. At the very least, it's Grumpy Cat media that I could not access while trying to make this video. In October 2017, Grumpy Cat was involved in a collab with the brand Petlandia.
Look, a personalized storybook starring your pet. Petlandia, it's the place where pets want to be. Find out more at petlandia.com.
Petlandia was an experimental online brand that was built around customization. The way the site worked is you could go on, put in all the details of your cat or your dog, and then it would make a little cartoon of them. Kind of like Bitmoji, but for pets. Then you could go and buy that cartoon character on merchandise. Alongside shirts and mugs and that kind of thing, you could even buy a fully original book starring your pet having an adventure in Petlandia.
We created a personalized storybook all about Max's adventures in the world of Petlandia. And it's not just Max and Emma. We can create a totally unique storybook starring any pet and its owner. Petlandia. Make your pet a star.
Petlandia is hilarious to me because when I first started reading it, the sixth sense went off in my brain where I was like, oh, this is going to be crypto. This is going to be a crypto thing. But then I was like, oh, wait, it's 2017. It's not. It just seems like it. It seems very much like it would be a crypto thing, but it is not. The reason that this is relevant is that said book later got a sequel. Blank meets Grumpy Cat in Petlandia. In this old trailer on YouTube, you can see some of the pages being flipped through, but sadly, if you go to the Petlandia website today, they no longer sell these books. All they have now is select merch featuring different dog breeds, none of which can be customized in any way. I couldn't find any copies of this book digitally online. There also weren't any copies up for resale on any sites like eBay. Hell, I couldn't even find evidence that any of these books have ever been resold on eBay, like ever. And this is really sad because honestly, from what I was able to find, this book looks extremely charming. What I have been able to piece together, mostly through promotional stuff and one very, very cool cat mom blog, is that the story featured your pet becoming a massive fan of Grumpy Cat through the internet. And through some circumstance, they are given the chance to spend a full day with Grumpy Cat in Petlandia.
Mudpie's fur was ruffled, so she tried to plead her case.
I really think that I could put a smile upon your face.
I purred once. It was awful,
said Grumpy with a sneer.
So what would make me happy is if you got out of here!
Your pet and Grumpy explore Petlandia. Naturally, Grumpy Cat gives off a vibe that she doesn't really like your pet. However, a post she makes later to social media tells a different story.
Back at home on Instapaw, Mudpie saw a pic. Maybe Grumpy actually enjoyed our little trip.
2018 was easily the quietest year in Grumpy Cat's life. There were no movies, no new exhibits, and while there was one new book released along with a couple plushies, we've already covered all that stuff. However, there is one event that took place this year which is pretty important to the greater story of this character. And actually, it all started way back in the beginning. Do you guys remember the Grumpaccino?
What's my name?
For those of you who walked in late, the Grumpaccino was one of the first pieces of merchandising that the Grumpy Cat team ever did, way back in 2013, with the drinks being produced by Grenade Beverage LLC. This unassuming collaboration became scandalous in December 2015 when a lawsuit was filed by Grumpy Cat Limited against Grenade. Ultimately, a one-week trial would play out in January 2018, ending in favor of Team Grumpy. Grenade Beverage LLC was founded by Nick and Paul Sanford, a father and son team. The Grumpaccino itself was originally approved as a single product intended for mass retail, but the Grumpy Cat team didn't really see it as much more than that. Sanford and Son disagreed. They envisioned Grumpy Cat Coffee as a massive enterprise that could one day compete with the likes of Starbucks. This was patently absurd, literally, but it's this breakdown in communication and perspective that would cause the massive catastrophe that would follow. The first issue was that Sanford and Son began selling Grumpaccino t-shirts, something that Team Grumpy did not approve or anticipate. There were also some other minor infractions along the way, but the straw that broke the camel's back came in 2015, when Grenade Beverage LLC began selling a new product, ground coffee, using the Grumpy Cat name and likeness. To quote Grumpy Cat's legal team, ironically, while the world-famous feline Grumpy Cat and her valuable brand are often invoked in a tongue-in-cheek fashion, defendants' despicable misconduct here has actually given Grumpy Cat and her owners something to be grumpy about. Once they were actually in a courtroom in 2015, Grenade ended up sending a series of counterclaims demanding $12 million in lost potential revenue. For starters, Team Sanford and Son made the case that there were a number of promises that had been made to them by the Grumpy Cat team which were never really fulfilled. For instance, the Grumpy Cat team initially told them that Grumpy Cat was going to appear in a movie that would also star Pharrell Williams and Jack Black. However, Grumpy Cat's lawyer successfully argued in court that because these celebrities had never been mentioned in any of the coffee company's marketing material, they could not have been that important to their business strategy. Grenade's lawyers also argued that Grumpy Cat's team hadn't made enough social media posts about the coffee. According to Grenade, they were initially told that they would have control over the marketing of the drinks, but in the end, they had to rely on the whims of Team Grumpy to actually get the word out. But there was one massive thing that Sanford and Son brought into that courtroom that they were clearly very upset about. Do you guys remember earlier in the video when Grumpy Cat was on Fox and Friends?
So Grumpy Cat has become a bit of a cottage industry. Grumpy Cat has her own coffee?
She has. We have Grumpaccino that just came out the other day. You can find it online at drinkgrumpycat.com.
Hold on. How do you go from a popular cat to making coffee?
Grenade took issue with this appearance because while the drink was promoted, they claimed that Tabby and her brother went, quote, off script. Because originally, Grenade had specifically requested that Grumpy Cat's family look into the camera and say, quote, "Watch out, Starbucks! The cat's coming for it!" The Bundensons did not do that. And the Sanfords attempted to argue in court that this was a primary reason that their business was not more successful. Because God only knows, if the owners of Grumpy Cat had gone on Fox News in 2013 and had stated directly into the camera, "Watch out, Starbucks, the cat's coming for it," then the Grumpaccino would be a household name today, and Starbucks would have gone the way of Blockbuster Video. That quote sounds like something that like you would see on an ad for like a Bubsy game in the 90s. Like, "Watch out, plumber, the cat's coming for it." You know, and you just look at it and you're like, what the fuck is it? What are you talking about? It was misgivings like these that caused Sanford and Son to create their own Grumpy Cat social media accounts. These all seem to still exist. You can find most of them under the handle Drink Grumpy Cat, although some of the accounts exist under that handle, but with the name Grumpy Cat. Like, full stop, just Grumpy Cat. So if you searched Grumpy Cat, boom, that page would pop up. It seems to me that the Sanfords were given a license to use Grumpy Cat for one specific product, but they wanted to believe that they had been given the green light to use Grumpy Cat as the de facto mascot of their company for the rest of time. This is actually very similar to the Canadian restaurant Garfield Eats, but maybe that's a story for another day. In the end, the jury ruled unanimously in favor of the Grumpy Cat team, ordering Grenade to pay $710,000 for copyright and trademark infringement and $1 for breach of contract. Incidentally, that is $946,000 and $1.33 in today's money. Grumpy Cat's legal team told the press, Grumpy Cat feels vindicated and feels the jury reached a just verdict. Cool. I'm glad the cat feels that way, man. This was an undeniable win for the Grumpy Cat team. But on top of that, it's also a fascinating glimpse into just how much money this internet meme made for the Bundenson family. I mean, at the end of the day, Grenade was clearly in the wrong, but it was a kind of short timeline of events. It seemed mostly minor, and it didn't seem like they made that much money from all the enterprises they were trying to run here. So for the payout to be a high six-figure number, it's remarkable, especially because it kind of seems like this was just a drop in the bucket at the end of the day. Now, to some people at the time, the Grumpy Cat brand having to go to court to defend the copyright of this character was maybe a little bit funny, because many people over the years have made the case that this character isn't as original as she might like you to believe. I've been hiding something from you guys. I told you all at the start that this video is a part of Fallen Titans, an old series from this channel that I haven't properly revisited in several years. Well, the truth is that this is actually a revival of two Quinton Reviews traditions, because this is also an episode of Knockoff November. Knockoff November was a once-yearly project on this channel where we'd study cases of media often accused of being, well, knockoffs, among other similar things. The most important defining feature of this series is, of course, that Knockoff November videos are almost never posted in November. In the following segments, I am going to attempt to tackle one of the most controversial questions about this brand. Is Grumpy Cat a Garfield knockoff?
Why so grumpy?
I'll think of something.
Before we get started, I want to say that I fully intend to be completely impartial here. Even if I am a fan of Garfield before Grumpy Cat, I don't want you to think that that is going to have any impact on my final judgment whatsoever. On that note, I will now be putting on this completely official 100% licensed t-shirt of Grumpy Cat saying, "I hate Mondays." Also, it is worth saying that while I am going to discuss the idea of something being similar to something else, I am in no way making any legal statements about if Grumpy Cat is legally derivative of anything else. This is really more about personal taste and public opinion rather than copyright law or something like that. To the average layman, and specifically those of you out there who are on the younger side, this whole query might seem peculiar. The lack of mainstream Garfield projects for the last few decades, alongside the commodification of the character arguably becoming more iconic than the actual comic strips, means that a lot of people associate Garfield's character as being, well, this PNG, this specific stock photo. Garfield is a smiling cat with his arms crossed, coming to destroy your fragile ego with a look. But if you go back to the character's roots, his true origins, it's easier to see where this comparison comes from. Garfield first appeared in newspapers on January the 8th, 1976, when he appeared in John, an experimental comic featured in one small-town Indiana newspaper, the Pendleton Times. This prototype version of the character had massive jowls dotted with freckles. This is apparently why Garfield's whiskers are on top of his head, because in those early years, pretty much his entire head was just those massive cheeks. In these comics, Garfield is a cynical commentator on the lives of his owner, John Arbuckle, along with John's roommate Lyman, and of course, Lyman's dog, Spot. Garfield was, indeed, a grumpy cat. While he would smile or grin if he thought of a funny joke or if something tragic happened to those around him, being moody was his natural state of rest. In fact, it wouldn't be until a year and a half into his run that Garfield would be seen smiling in the first panel of a comic. Of course, in 1978, Garfield would be picked up for national syndication by United Feature Syndicate. Changes were quickly made. Garfield now had stripes, Spot had become Odie, and Liz was now a veterinarian instead of a waitress at Irma's Diner. But even at the launch of the mainstream run, Garfield was very different from what we would recognize today. He still had massive, saggy jowls, a body type that his legs seemed ill-equipped for, and of course, a resting bitch face. In the following years, Garfield's design seemed to be tweaked every single month to be a little bit different. In fact, for some of the comics, in specifically 1980, his design isn't even consistent from panel to panel. However, this acidic temperament was still a key part to the character. Everyone knows that Garfield hates Mondays. It's not even something I need to explain. However, in those early days, the character had other running jokes and catchphrases that represented this dour attitude, and many of those haven't really survived the test of time.
Spring is here. The warm spring sun is coaxing trees to bud and flowers to bloom. Fledgling songbirds are testing their lilting voices. Soft spring zephyrs are wafting the sweet scent of lilacs. Spring is here. Big fat hairy deal. So, this is 1981. A brand new year, fresh with new promise. Big fat hairy deal.
I'd actually make the case that Garfield's grumpy attitude is the centerpiece to some of the most charming storylines in the comic's nearly 5-decade run.
Boy, am I in a bad mood.
Good morning, Garfield.
If there's anything a depressed person hates, it's a cheerful person.
Garfield's sure been in a nasty mood lately.
We'll see about that. Do you know how to treat a mad cat? With great respect. Easy, boys.
We love you, Garfield.
Darn, that was the best deep blue funk I ever had going.
This is one of the more interesting things about Garfield when you really study him as a character. The contrast between who he was at the start and who he is today. 1978 Garfield lacks any charisma. His humor isn't deadpan, it's just dead. He truly is a drastically overweight, lethargic cat who enjoys little in life and only thinks for himself. Modern Garfield strips describe the character that way, but he's really anything but that. Garfield is confident, he radiates positive energy, and most controversially, he's skinny. I think you could argue that while the 1978 Garfield design uses those big jowls to kind of echo his frown, since then his head has been reshaped to complement that big, massive grin. So of course the question is then, how does that compare to Grumpy Cat? Well, there are two pieces of Grumpy Cat merchandise that I've actually shown in the video already that I think represent exactly how they were attempting to make her distinct in that market. The first one is a kind of wall plaque, and it reads, "There is not enough coffee in the world to get me to rise and shine." And next we have that famous or infamous Grumpy Cat door hanger, which reads, "I do not like days that end in Y." To me, these feel like an attempt to one-up Garfield, whether that was conscious or not. Garfield hates Mondays, well, Grumpy Cat hates all days. Garfield loves coffee. Grumpy is too miserable for caffeine to have any effect on her. In fact, if you put her face on coffee, she'll sue your ass. This creative decision makes sense. After all, it would be a pretty significant disruption of immersion if a Grumpy Cat comic did something like this.
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm not always grumpy. I do have my good moods. Especially on December 24th.
Garfield developed interests and passions because it was more interesting for his character. It's also more accurate to what cats are actually like, as they often do have eccentric personalities and random obsessions that you can't really predict. Garfield becoming attached to a teddy bear or getting excited about how many days are left before Christmas adds some variety, which is extremely necessary for a comic strip which has run for just about 18,200 days. You know, give or take. But Garfield having things that he likes doesn't really answer our main query here. Why has Garfield become known as a character who is vibrant and constantly smiling, to the point that a lot of people don't think of him as a grumpy character? The answer is pretty simple. Merchandising. The story of how Garfield got into merchandising has been twisted and deformed over the years to, frankly, fit a more clickbait style of storytelling. It doesn't help that Jim tends to tweak the yarn that he's spinning at any specific moment to make the final tapestry a little more compelling. One of the most often quoted statements made by Jim is that he created Garfield to be a good, marketable character. He's also often quoted as saying that he had kept the success of Snoopy in mind when the comic was started. Some editorials and video essays have thus attempted to claim that Garfield was invented exclusively to move product, and that because of this, there was never any enthusiasm for cartooning as an art form behind the character. Instead, the comic was merely step one in some master plan to flood landfills with Garfield toys and t-shirts.
Garfield currently holds a Guinness World Record for being the most widely syndicated comic strip in history. Using the platform of the most read comic in the world, Davis was able to easily execute stage 2 of his, quite frankly, genius plan. And this was, of course, the merchandising. Davis once again drew inspiration from Peanuts, noting in an anniversary compendium of Garfield strips that he saw the commercialization of Snoopy in particular as, to quote, a template that I could apply to Garfield. And this wasn't just for the animal appeal, but also because, as he told the Chicago Sun-Times, after 50 years, Snoopy was still laying in that doghouse, and rather than getting old, it actually has the opposite effect. In other words, the Snoopy template allowed for continuing the same old gags over and over and over again, with people still loving it and buying merchandise, eventually, if nothing else but for nostalgia's sake.
However, in full context, those same quotes actually tell a bit of a different story.
I'd like to say it was some sort of a divine inspiration that created the strip. In fact, it wasn't so much that as a conscious effort to come up with a good, marketable character. I've been trying to get syndicated for 8 years. That's a lot of time to try to figure out what makes some strips go and others fail. It's essentially a formula. I noticed dog strips are doing well, and I knew an animal strip would be strong. People aren't threatened by an animal. They have a lot of latitude, do a lot of things that humans can't. By virtue of being a cat, Garfield's not black, white, male or female, young or old, or a particular nationality. He's not going to step on anyone's feet if these thoughts are coming from an animal. So that was my first theory. I think the personality in the long run was going to be the real payoff. So I set out to design the character with some texture. I knew it would have been easy to go the cute cat route, but that wouldn't have been true to my humor either. I felt a selfish, cynical, lazy type of character with a little soft underbelly would endure.
Jim then goes on to indicate that the merchandising side of things completely snuck up on him. When he specifically asked if he anticipated that kind of success, this is what he had to say.
I saw licensing down the road, I really did, but I was just happy to be cartooning. If nothing had ever happened with the licensing, I'd be the last guy in the world to be disappointed. But having watched the success of the Peanuts property over the years, and seeing what was happening with the Muppets, I knew that sort of thing could happen with a comic strip. And primarily an animal, again. Snoopy is very popular in licensing. Charlie Brown is not. But yes, I felt we would have some books, hopefully some dolls. It's the timing I wasn't prepared for. I thought I had a lot of time to prepare, get established, let the strip mature, and then think about licensing.
Decades later, Jim would write the introduction to a book called Loves Garfield by Kathy Coffey, which is about the Garfield collecting community. Here, Jim would reinforce just how unprepared he was for this part of Garfield's journey.
When I received the call from United Feature Syndicate saying they wanted to carry the comic strip, it was one of the happiest days of my career. In my mind, on that day, I was a success. I dared to dream that maybe someday there'd be a book, a collection of Garfield comics. In my wildest dreams, I imagined a TV special. It never occurred to me that people might want to have Garfield on a coffee mug or a t-shirt. In fact, I was wholly unprepared when I was approached by a t-shirt maker, Brandywine, who said they wanted to license Garfield for their product. It was flattering, to be sure, but I didn't know if anyone would want to buy a t-shirt with a fat orange cat on it. Turns out they did. While I tried to stay focused on the comic strip, the truth is, working on the merchandise was a lot of fun. It enabled me to look at the character in different ways, and to hear firsthand from people on the outside what it was that made them want Garfield for their products. It wasn't his looks, although I've always contended that orange is hard to miss. It was his expressions, the witticisms and sarcastic remarks that we've come to refer as Garfisms.
This added context gives a much clearer understanding of Garfield's evolution. Because if you think about it, Garfield being invented to move product first and foremost doesn't really make any sense. Because if you were going to create a character intentionally to sell merchandise, why would this be the first thing you would come up with? The reality, in my eyes, is that Garfield's character and design evolved in the way it did because of his involvement with these licensing opportunities. I have right here in my hands one of the very first Garfield plushies ever made. This is Talking Garfield from 1983, which was released following the breakout success of Here Comes Garfield, the very first Garfield TV movie. Having one of these in the box is really, really unique, and it's just fun to study all the details on this thing. My favorite little thing is on the back here underneath the kind of test circle for you to pull the string. There's an original Garfield comic from the era. You know, back when I was a kid, whenever I'd find one of these, it was really, really exciting, you know, to just discover a bonus Garfield comic on the back of a can of ravioli. It felt like some secret piece of Garfield lore that you were discovering these random bonus comics that were never published in the comic strips. Here I have one of the Talking Garfields out of the box. I got this at the Garfield Collectors Con for $5. And the first thing you'll notice about these is that they have these sunken in eyes and this thick black border, and it makes them look kind of weird. Well, the reason that they look like that is that Talking Garfield can actually talk. So as you can see there, when Garfield talks, his eyes move, so that's why they need to be kind of built like that, so that they can actually have the space to kind of move around and have that effect. There were 3 different versions of Talking Garfield, released at the time, of course. The one I'm holding right here is Athletic Garfield, which is why he keeps making, topical jokes about, athletic topics. See, he's telling you you're a wimp. Time for a brisk nap instead of time for a brisk jog. It's time for a brisk nap. The one we have right here is Gourmet Garfield.
And this is a Garfield who has a little bib on, and he is dressed up and ready for a hearty serving of lasagna.
Hi, I'm Garfield.
I think they all say that one.
Take a cat to lunch. Take a cat to lunch. Take a cat to lunch. Take a cat to lunch.
I swear he says other stuff. They can be really difficult. They'll be like, yeah, I'll just say the same thing 20 times in a row, and then I'll say the rare saying one time.
Hi, I'm Garfield. Take a cat to lunch. Take a cat to lunch.
All right, so yeah, the battery on this one literally just died while I was recording. The string is pulled out. It is halfway through saying something. The battery has died on this thing, so.
Stuffed again.
Ah, we fixed it. But he said stuffed again because he eats food.
Take me home and feed me. Round is beautiful.
So that's Gourmet Garfield. The final Garfield in the set was Grumpy Garfield, which is the one I have here in the box. Now, the plushie I have in here is actually broken. The string broke off and he's halfway through completing an animation. So I actually went ahead and bought another one just for this video. Talking Garfield is very interesting because it was so early in the brand's history that there was no standard on how to do things like this. I like to view the three variants as Mattel giving you different options for what kind of Garfield you want in your home. Do you want the sarcastic Garfield that will make fun of you? The happy Garfield that will tell you how much he loves food? Or the cynical, grumpy Garfield with a dull frown? Personally, out of these, Grumpy Garfield is easily my favorite. But that's because he's so unique when compared to everything that came after this. If we were to have the sales figures in front of us, it's probably a fair bet that this guy came in last place. If you didn't already own a Garfield, and you'd never even seen one before, I think Gourmet Garfield is the obvious go-to. It's Garfield with a big goofy grin, he's wearing a lasagna bib, and when you pull his string, he's probably going to talk to you about how much he likes food. Obviously, Garfield merch kept going after this. So, in anticipation of this segment, I did something a little oddly specific. I decided to go through my entire Garfield collection and try to pull out every plush I could find where Garfield is frowning instead of smiling. And while I certainly found more than I expected, it was still a very small minority of what I have in my apartment. To start things off, you may have noticed this guy earlier on in the background of this video. This is my What Do You Mean We're Out of Coffee Garfield. I bought this guy in Muncie, Indiana, in the city's visitor center back in January 2020 when I was filming my big Garfield documentary. And if you haven't seen that, I would recommend checking it out when you're done with this video. Dakin did release a few more plushies similar to this one. Right here we have the Party Animal Garfield, and then we have this Who Me Garfield plush, and I've got two Halloween plushies pulled down. This is the Witch Garfield that would hang down probably from a window or something. And then here is Frankenstein Garfield. If this guy had a pull string, I like to think he would say, I actually took my father's last name. Next up, I have these two, which are not from Dakin. These are from Nyan Cat, it looks like. And these are two very similar plushies. I don't know where these would have been sold. This one has a shirt that says, Why Me? And this one has a shirt that says Splat, which is how you know they didn't know their stuff, because it would be much more on brand if this said Splut.
The classic Garfield splut gags. Are you guys splut shaming me right now? Now, what is the connecting force between all of these different Garfield plushies? The answer is that every single one of these depicts Garfield with his eyes fully opened. Because of this, these plushies show off emotions like surprise, worry, and perhaps even a little bit of a look of, "Aw, am I in trouble?" These are definitely unique expressions, but they're cute, and moreover, they're hardly sarcastic or grumpy. To add onto the pile, I have these two Garfields, which are very similar. These are two green Garfields, and he is frowning with his tongue out. His eyes are half closed, but the reason he's frowning is that he's sick. He's ill. He's about to vomit. He's about to throw chunks. So he's not grumpy. He's not sad. He's just gonna throw up. So that's kind of different. Now, I did find 3 more plushies, which are pretty clear exceptions to the trend that we just established. Here is the first one. It's Garfield in kind of brown overalls, and when you look at it, he's frowning, his eyes are half closed, and I'd say he looks pretty grumpy. Now, there's a little bit of a catch. You see, this Garfield plush has a bit of a specific gimmick. We can actually rotate his head, and now he's smiling. So he's got 2 faces, you see, and you can rotate these all you want. So it's not like the standard happy Garfield wasn't included, but you can kind of just rotate back and forth between his 2 moods. But still very much, that's a grumpy Garfield if you ask me. The other 2 Garfields I have were released in the last few years. First of all, here is a Garfield that was released, I think, in movie theaters to tie into the Chris Pratt Garfield movie. So this is the Chris Pratt version of Garfield, and sure enough, when you look at him, he looks pretty grumpy to me. This other one is a little bit of a cheat because I imported this guy specifically for this segment. I didn't own this one as of a few weeks ago, but to be fair, it didn't come out until a few weeks ago. This came out recently in like Malaysia, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, countries like that. There, the Garfield brand goes under the name Garfield Family, which I don't think it goes by that in any other countries. And yeah, this is a very unique Garfield. It's about the size of the Dakin plushies. And not only is he grumpy and frowning, but he also has his hands put together. So you can stick, maybe a little tiny Pookie in there or something. So that's the most recent plush I have, which I literally got this month. So at the end of the day, out of the many, many Garfields that I own, only 4 of my plushies show a proper grumpy version of the character. And of course, there are others out there that I don't own. For some reason, a lot of them depict Garfield dressed up as other animals. But even if you went out and you decided that you were going to collect just Garfield plushies where he's doing a face like this, you'd have a pretty small collection compared to most of the people in this hobby. So the question becomes, why does a character famous for looking annoyed and indifferent have so few plushies representing that? And I'd say the answer is that most people don't want to own dozens or hundreds of Garfield plushies. If anything, they might want to own just one. And if you're going to own one Garfield plushie, you'd probably much rather have Garfield dressed up as Santa Claus, or Garfield dressed up as a silly little leprechaun, or Garfield wearing Garfield-themed pajamas, or hell, maybe you can get the Garfield Build-A-Bear and dress him up as some of your favorite characters from other franchises. People are much more likely to buy plushies of characters looking happy than they are merchandise of characters looking miserable and potentially even judgmental. Hell, this month alone, I have discovered 2 brand new Garfield plush lines that have been released in Southeast Asia. Garfield Wonder Adventures and Prosperity Garfield, which are pretty much the Garfield versions of Labubu. And everywhere I look, there is considerable hype for these releases, which are, again, Garfield Labubus. But Garfield has evolved not just in the kind of merch he gets, but also in how these things are promoted. A while ago, I decided to see how far back I could trace the history of Garfield merchandise. What I ended up finding was a newspaper advertisement from July 1981 promoting the very first Dakin plushies, which probably would have looked something like this guy. However, it was the second oldest ad that I found that is more intriguing in this case. In this ad, we see a little drawing of the Garfield plushie, which is of course smiling, and next to it is the real Garfield. But he is not happy to be there. And he says, "Big fat hairy deal." Of course, his famous catchphrase. This is probably the first ad that really had the involvement of the future Paws Incorporated team, since it has unique Garfield art. And under that context, it's fascinating. As another example, look at the commercials that Garfield did for American Express, which were some of his first work promoting something other than his own merchandising.
If you want to be treated like a fat cat, why not apply for the American Express card?
These early uses of the character in ads are in stark contrast to how he would be used even a few years later, including in commercials like this one.
They're coming to McDonald's any way they can. They're even flying in, because everybody wants a Garfield of their own. 4 Garfield collectibles in all. A different one each week for 59 cents.
Listen to the man, this is important.
Garfield, everyone's favorite feline. 4 different kinds of fabulous fun.
Just the thing for when company drops in.
Canada's collecting Garfield collectibles. 59 cents each at McDonald's.
Can you blame him?
The difference here is obvious. In 1981, Garfield seems annoyed at the idea that he has merchandise. Furthermore, he's indignant to the thought that he has to advertise said product or pretend that he cares. And when Garfield is asked to promote a bank card on TV, they throw Jim Davis into the scene so he can do all the shilling, while Garfield mostly stays in character. But by 1988, Garfield is still his cool, sassy self, but he has to admit that there's something irresistible about the odd little figures he's been asked to promote. Of course he smiles when he sees them, and of course he tells the audience at home that they need these toys. And the same is true when he's promoting other products like Embassy Sweets or Alpo cat food. Garfield sold out big time, but selling out made him a better mascot for products. And at this point, it's easy to make the case that Garfield the mascot is more iconic than Garfield the character.
Hey kids, want to try something utterly delish? New Garfield fruit snacks. Talk about great taste.
Hold on, Motormouth. Garfield! In the fur. Enough with the great taste. What about their good looks? You might mention the fruit snacks look like me.
Oh yeah, and your little friends Odie and Pookie.
Never mind them. This kisser's the big attraction.
And here's where we bring things back around. When it comes to the contents of the meme and the kind of humor being used, Grumpy Cat was treading the same path that Garfield had decades before. But when it comes to how the character was shown in merchandise and used in promotional contexts, Grumpy Cat had a disadvantage that arguably became something special. Tardar Sauce can't smile. She can't change her mood. She just looks like that. So when Grumpy gets a plush, it has to look grumpy. When she promotes something, she has to give off this energy that she doesn't really care. But because she had that limited range, she fully took over this niche that other brands barely even approached. It's also worth mentioning that what we're seeing here might just be changes in the trends of culture. In Japan, there's a popular term known as busakawa, which basically means so ugly that it's cute. In fact, there's even a manga titled A Man and His Cat, which is about Fukumaru, the supposed ugliest cat in Japan, who is adopted and loved by a recent widower. And of course, there are Fukumaru plushies. In that sense, I think it's important to say that people who loved Grumpy Cat wanted to own merchandise of her looking like herself. But I do still think there was a limiting factor here. Grumpy Cat is not a good mascot for a coffee company, or a spokesperson to plug a movie about Lego ninjas, or a character to base a meme coin off of. I even said earlier in this video that one of my favorite pieces of Grumpy Cat merchandising is the blind bag plushies that overtly ignore the biggest rule of the character and show her with an expression that is distinctly not grumpy. If the brand could have found some way to shift the character more in that direction, or to do what Garfield basically did, which was to invent a new version of the character who exists on some meta level and is completely different than the version of the character that you'll see in fiction, then Grumpy Cat would have probably have been a much bigger deal in mainstream markets. If there has been so much speculation on the similarities between Grumpy Cat and Garfield, then what was the relationship like between those brands at the time? Well, this might surprise you, but it was extremely positive. The Garfield social media would often mention the character, even hitting Grumpy with the iconic big fat hairy deal on her birthday one year. And Jim Davis even met Grumpy at one point and took pictures with her. In fact, Garfield technically met Grumpy as well, and they had photos taken together. There was a very healthy relationship there, kind of a rising tides raise all ships mentality. But what purpose did that networking really accomplish at the end of the day? These are just two different brands about cynical cats that are good at moving product. What are they supposed to do? Do a crossover or something? In 2017, the third year of Grumpy Cat Comics was released by Dynamite Entertainment. For the first time ever, this would feature one writing team, one story, and one art style. Well, kind of. Because it was also a full-out crossover with the most famous work of one James Davis. On that note, I do want to say that it took me a surprisingly long time to realize that it's incredibly ironic that there is a Garfield Grumpy Cat crossover, and for one very specific reason.
We are throwing a Halloween party at our house.
Someone will die.
Of fun. It's gonna be awesome. We have decorations.
Dead people that we just murdered.
Not murdered, but pictures of dead people from TV or movies.
Mutilated bodies.
But fake ones.
Now, as I got closer to actually making this comic review, I realized that I had a problem. Folks, I'm in too deep. Not only am I invested in the Garfield brand, but I've now absorbed enough Grumpy Cat lore that I am no longer a representation of the everyman. If I was going to review this content and really do it right, I needed a man on the outside. And luckily, I knew just the person. Okay, so it's time to go through the rough story of this plot. And to do that, I am here with my good friend, Wyatt Receiver.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, Quinton.
So Wyatt, what do you remember about Grumpy Cat?
I don't remember what that is, or I don't know what that is at all.
Really?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But you might see if you can jog my memory here.
So Grumpy Cat was this cat that got famous on the internet in the early 2010s, and it got famous because it looked really pissed off. Still not ringing a bell?
Long Cat.
Long Cat? You remember Long Cat, but you don't remember Grumpy Cat?
Long Cat. Ceiling Cat.
Ceiling Cat, that is one. That is one. What do you know about Garfield?
What do I know about him?
Like what do you know about Garfield?
He's a cat.
Yep.
Who hates Mondays. He's fat and lazy. Right? He loves lasagna.
Mm-hmm.
He lives with a single man named John,
yes.
With a dog named Odie.
Yes.
And I think he's related to a pink cat named Nermal, or
You're combining characters, but you're on the right track. Both these characters, you know, Grumpy Cat and Garfield. What a great opportunity to cross these over into one comic book story. I want to explain to you the plot to this comic book, and then I want to get your takes on what you think about the Grumpy Cat Garfield crossover.
This is completely new to me. I mean,
yeah, so this is
handed.
So the book starts out with Garfield and Grumpy Cat's lives playing out as normal. Garfield is trying to get some sleep, but is interrupted by Odie, who wants to go play outside. Garfield gets rid of him by throwing his stick onto the back of a passing truck, then tries to go back to sleep. Meanwhile, Grumpy Cat is trying to get some sleep, but is interrupted by Pokey, who wants to play a board game. Grumpy convinces Pokey that he's a bad person for wanting to challenge her mentally, then attempts to go back to sleep.
And so, the two cats return to their respective naps, or would but for another distraction.
Recent polling has indicated that dogs, by an increasingly large margin, are the world's favorite pets.
What's that nonsense from the TV John is watching?
And it's easy to see why. Dogs are obedient, dogs are happy, dogs love to frolic and play.
What's that nonsense from the TV the lady is watching?
If you throw a stick, a dog will immediately bring it back to you.
Unless you can get it into a passing truck.
On the other hand, cats are lazy. They have sour attitudes, and they want you to feed them and leave them alone.
Something wrong with that?
And since the two cats leave the room, they don't hear.
And that is why my company is working night and day on a new method by which cat owners can make their pets more dog-like.
We're all out of time, but we thank Mr. Ichabod Gross, president of the vast pet mogul chain of stores, for his time today. Coming up next, a movie you probably own on DVD, but you're too lazy to get up and put in, so you'll watch it here.
This guy is the CEO of like a company that makes like dog food, cat food, toys for dogs and cats. And he's come up with this new innovation, this new technology that he's really trying to push for. I really want to hear your perspective on this business model and this idea. He wants to create a machine that will turn cats into dogs in terms of their personalities. So suddenly all the cats in the world are going to start acting like dogs. And so Grumpy Cat and Garfield are hearing about this on the news and thinking it's the dumbest thing they've ever heard. So what do you think about that?
I think probably a lot of people would like that.
You think so?
Yeah. It's kind of a one and done. Like everyone who wants to turn their cat into a dog.
Yeah.
Mentally.
Yeah.
Or whatever, temperamentally.
Yeah, it just seems like...
they're going to do it, and then, like, that's it, right?
Yeah, like, what are you going to do? Like, no one's going to be using the machine that turns your cat into a dog 6 months later.
A board meeting was convened in the corporate headquarters of the Pet Mogul Company.
It's a brand new idea we've come up with, Mr. Gross. We'll make a fortune selling them in all our stores around the world. It's the doggy tuxedo for those times when going for a walk is for a formal occasion.
Not a bad idea, but forget about it for now. I want everyone working full-time on my cat conversion project. Where's Hotchkiss?
Right here, Mr. Gross. The first programming device is completed. Now we just need a couple of cats to test it on.
When I was reading this is from 2017, I thought to myself, this is what AI stuff feels like. Because some guy at the head of the table is like, well, we got to do the AI now. A machine that turns cats into dogs. I don't think it has a profitable business model. They think that being innovative in the field of turning cats into dogs, that's more important than anything else.
And there's kind of it seems like immoral, right? Or
yes.
Playing God, changing the nature of what's some right?
I mean, but do you think that's accurate to the tech company mindset? Because that's what I'm picturing. I'm picturing this is a tech. This is a Silicon Valley guy. This is a trust fund baby, and he's come into this company that makes dog food, and he's like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a machine that turns cats into dogs.
Right. I mean, like Neuralink, we're going to put chips into a monkey's brain. We're just killing hundreds of chimps,
yeah.
Hoping one day, we can put chips in people's brains.
Think of how much that'll save on, you won't have to have, Bluetooth headphones.
Like a sort of transhumanist, merging
cyborg, cybernetic.
We're gonna put sex on the blockchain. We're gonna, converting human beings into.
Yeah, the problem is I think you
or-
really nailed it with putting sex on the blockchain. I don't think there's a better.
Your Roomba's gonna know everything you think.
And that's gonna be a good thing, because it means your Roomba will order you groceries. We've made a toaster, and you have to use the app to use the toaster. And if the app ever gets discontinued, the toaster isn't going to work anymore, and also the toaster is spying on you. That's the new, that'll be the next innovation.
Every time you set foot in public, everything you do on the internet, right? I mean, it's, it can all just go into this.
It's a bidding war for your time. Every millisecond has to be sold to somebody.
Right. Maybe we,
Maybe the solution to that is turning cats into dogs. Somehow. We haven't figured that part.
It seems more like benign. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's possible, for one.
You don't. And you also seem to have moral qualms with turning cats into dogs.
I don't know. I mean, they're just animals. It's wrong, right? But is it any worse than, what goes on every day in...
That really says a lot about society.
In the, the boardrooms and
this CEO dude, he has hired spies, and he asked them to find the least cooperative cats to take part in this experiment to turn cats emotionally into dogs. And so they have figured out that Grumpy Cat and Garfield are the two cats who would be the most resistant to being
on Earth,
on the entire planet. Yeah. And they apparently live within a few blocks of each other, because that's implied in the story several times.
And so the two spies head out to kidnap Garfield and Grumpy Cat from their respective homes.
John tells them specifically, do not open the door for strangers. But then the spy knocks on the door, and he says that Garfield has one simple, overpowering weakness. And then when he knocks on the door, he says, I'm giving out free lasagna. Yeah.
Who could have seen that coming?
And so Garfield tries to resist, but he ends up cracking, and he gets snatched.
So where's John in all this?
He just left a few pages ago. He just says, I'm going out, and I won't be back until late. So I know he had some errands.
That seems awfully.
He's got a suitcase. I don't know why.
Well, it kind of seemed maybe John was
the mastermind.
Well, maybe he was paid maybe to look the other way.
You think so?
To maybe just not be home when the spy.
That's an interesting theory. And
who could that be? Remember that?
I like to think.
Remember that video?
What?
What was that? Lasagna. Cat?
The lasagna cat. Yeah.
The one where it's like people called in, it's like 9 hours, and it's like they're just saying how many sexual partners they had. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's the only thing I can connect to.
To this story?
Well, someone knocking on the door of Garfield's house.
And you think instead of the spy, it's going to be a guy saying how often he's had sex
Mark 37-1, or like whatever.
Yeah.
At the Grumpy Cat residence, the other spy is unable to get someone to come to the door. Upon seeing Pokey, he makes a fake phone call, saying that he'll be unable to give away the $60 zillion prize if no one answers the door. And that's $80.8 zillion in today's money. Pokey, naturally, runs in and wakes up Grumpy.
I don't quite understand why. Hold on. So he's saying like, whoever opens this door gets $60 gazillion. So Pokey's response is to run to Grumpy Cat to try and convince Grumpy Cat to open the door.
He can't.
Why can Grumpy Cat open the door, but Pokey can't open the door? It's a plot hole. I didn't realize that until just now. It seems like a plot hole to me.
Well, cats can open doors. Is that true of dogs?
I don't know.
Or is she like the boss of Pokey? Like, is she kind of...
I guess she is considered like bossy, yeah.
Is he supposed to be like a child?
Pokey?
Yeah.
Pokey has like a childlike mentality.
Right.
Like normal, he's like a forever kitten. I guess we're supposed to assume that Pokey wants Grumpy to help get a human to open the door. But what ends up happening is Pokey says, well, you could have your own house. You could have your own room in this big mansion or whatever.
Who owns Pokey?
Pokey and Grumpy are owned by the unnamed blonde woman who is based on the actual owner of Grumpy Cat.
And she's nowhere to be found either.
Yeah, she's also AWOL in this comic apparently. But you can leave cats at home. I sometimes leave my cat. I'll leave her alone for a few days and just like have someone go over and feed her. And she gets pissed, but
yeah, cats are less needy.
Yes,
which I guess a lot of people, that's one thing you'd have to consider.
Yeah.
If you're going to change your cat to a dog, right?
Yeah, but that's also the great thing about, because they're left alone more often, I guess cats are easier to kidnap.
You can just pick up a cat, a big dog.
Walk down the street, see a cat, pick it up. That's your cat now. So the spies kidnapped Grumpy Cat now.
Mm-hmm.
And they both, here's the cliffhanger, they're both locked in this room. And the end, the caption here says, and so they meet and take an instant dislike to each other. Why do they take an instant dislike to each other? Because it saves time. End of chapter 1. So they're both kind of locked in solitary together. And these two cats, which are clearly the same, they clearly are from the same town and in this...
Oh, so they don't know each other yet?
They don't know each other.
In this one.
So
is this the first one?
This is issue 1.
Okay.
Did you think I was just starting on issue 5 or something?
Just a random.
Yeah, so this is Grumpy Cat and Garfield meeting. What do you think of these art styles right next to each other?
It's I mean, this looks all digital, right? I mean,
yeah.
I have to say, I don't like it. I always liked Catbert.
Catberg?
Catbert from Dilbert.
Oh, from Dilbert.
I was just thinking because he just Scott Adams just died. Right?
Oh yeah.
I was just thinking about Dilbert. So that's the end of the end of it.
So that's issue 1.
It leaves you on a cliffhanger.
Yes, you got a little cliffhanger.
I mean, it leaves me wondering what's going to happen next to Garfield and angry, grumpy, to Garfield and Lumpy, or and I'm worried too.
At the start of the segment, I described this run as the 3rd year in the Grumpy Cat Dynamite comic series. This is technically true. But interestingly, Dynamite is not the only comic company credited on the front cover. Since 2012, the license for making Garfield comic books has been held by Boom Studios. Their first Garfield series ran for 32 issues, with a 4-part follow-up inspired by the 9 Lives book/film also coming out later. In 2016, they even put out an original graphic novel featuring the character, Garfield, Big Fat Hairy Adventure. You know, I'm starting to think that Big Fat Hairy Deal is more of a big fat hairy deal than I gave it credit for. So technically, Grumpy Cat / Garfield was also a part of the 6th year of Garfield comic material released under the Kaboom imprint. So there's actually kind of a creative mix going on here. The art of the series is credited to Steve Uy, who did a lot of work on the Grumpy Cat comics earlier. But the story is credited to Mark Evanier, who worked on the Kaboom Garfield comics and was even a head writer on the animated series Garfield and Friends. It's actually admirable how well Uy captures the Garfield art style, considering I couldn't find any evidence that he had worked on the Garfield franchise before this. It only has the slightest stiffness that usually comes with, you know, comic book art that is probably checking the model sheets just a little too often. It probably won't be a surprise that Uy contributed a couple different cover variants for this series, but Kaboom Garfield artist Andy Hirsch also contributed a few of his own. Oh, sorry. Wrong comic crossover. Here we go. This is the one I wanted to show you guys. Here we have Garfield and Grumpy Cat popping out of the word no, and in the period there, you can see Squeak popping out, and that is kind of a Garfield glup shitto. Squeak is the mouse that lives in John's home. Unless you're watching the cartoon, in which case it's a different guy. Kind of like Garfield's girlfriend, now that I think about it. Some of the artists hired for cover variants had worked on neither of the former runs. Fernando Ruiz drew this cover, showing Garfield laying in Grumpy Cat's food bowl. He also did this cover for issue 3, where Garfield celebrates his Thanksgiving Day parade balloon, while Grumpy Cat holds a needle. Some of these covers reinforce the analysis I did earlier of how the Grumpy Cat brand approached the Garfield comparison. Cover A of issue 1 depicts a compilation of the many expressions of the characters. Garfield shows off a wide range of emotions and faces, but Grumpy Cat
can only do one face. Cover B of issue 2 shows Garfield grinning to the audience while stretching Grumpy Cat's face to match. This was later reused as the cover to the compilation graphic novel. Right here I have cover D of issue 1. This was drawn by Tony Fleeks. Here we see Garfield and Grumpy Cat drinking coffee together, and Garfield says, "I hate Mondays." And Grumpy Cat says, in that classic impact font, "I hate all days." Tony also did this cover for issue 3, showing Garfield and Grumpy Cat acting out various feline memes. I actually bought this issue so I could have this cover to show to you guys, and then I scanned the issue, and then I lost it. I don't know where it is, but I got a really good scan of it, so there you go. I haven't been able to figure out what the burrito meme is. Like, it looks very specific, like there must have been a very specific meme of a cat wrapped up exactly like that with text that says burrito. I couldn't find that meme, so maybe they made it up. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want to. Maybe they didn't want to use a meme that wasn't owned by what's his face. I have forgotten the name of Grumpy Cat's manager. It is slipping my mind. If that disappoints you guys, osteochondrodysplasia. I can still say that, but my all-time favorite has to be cover D to issue 2. This is another Tony, I believe. Here we see Grumpy Cat being pampered by John and Odie in their home while Garfield looks on from the outside world. Garfield looks devastated, he looks depressed, and Grumpy Cat looks... well, she's ambivalent to this. This has the same energy to me as one of the old 1980s TV specials. You can imagine the plot being that Garfield doesn't appreciate his found family and the love they give him, so this story is kind of about him realizing the error of his ways. And you can picture that right after this scene, he sings a surprisingly good, swanky blues song. I really like how John is drawn on this cover. I know that's an oddly specific thing to point out, but it really, really captures the Garfield art style without just feeling like they traced, promotional art. It kind of has this animation cell vibe. It's just a very charming, pleasant image of John. But with that, maybe we should stop talking about the cover of issue 2, and we should talk about the contents of issue 2. So we regroup with Garfield and Grumpy Cat where we last saw them, in a mysterious cell in the headquarters of Pet Mogul.
So they're in a jail. That's all. Okay, I'm curious. They've
basically
been kidnapped by this is just some corporation that's
corporation that makes
right.
It's like Friskies would basically just kidnap both these cats.
And so they're locked up in a jail cell, like in the
solitary confinement. Like every
like,
cat food company has the solitary confinement room.
Right.
Where they just lock cats to do
the rage room.
To do these scientific experiments on. And so they're in solitary confinement in this little CEO cat prison.
So,
you want to see what happens? Pokey and Odie come across each other. Through barking, Pokey somehow figures out that his friend has been kidnapped by the same person who kidnapped Pokey's sister.
That's a huge mistake. Why would you leave witnesses, right? Isn't that...
Why would you leave witnesses?
I think that would be... Obviously, you would kill the dog. I don't know. They're just animals.
Garfield comes up with a plan to escape. He fakes being sick. The guy comes in, and Grumpy Cat is on the ceiling and attacks the guard.
Okay.
And so now they're on the run. But it's Slidge and Slime or whatever their names are. The spies are back. They get the guys again. But now Odie and Pokey know where the cats are. This is about where the comic ends. They've been hooked up to the machine.
All right.
And the scientist character here, who's dressed up like my dad for some reason, he's like, we're gonna get this going, and they're gonna do this test to try and turn them into dogs. And you see, it gets all Frankenstein-y on us.
They look and see Grumpy Cat begin to stir. She slowly wakes up and gathers her senses. Hesitantly, she opens her mouth, and what comes out is...
Arf!
It worked! It worked!
I can't believe it, but it did! My invention is a success!
Moments later, Garfield comes to, and what he has to say about all this is,
Bow wow.
Do you feel as weird as I do?
I feel hungry. Do you have any idea where I can get a nice juicy bone?
I'm gonna make so much money off to digitize it and store it all in the cloud. Hotchkiss, I'm promoting you to vice president of Pet Mogul.
What's that movie, The Fly?
Yeah. This reminds you of The Fly?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. Like, that's what you're getting from this. You're getting The Fly.
Yeah, like a John
like if John Carpenter made a movie about Garfield being turned into a dog.
Did John Carpenter even make The Fly? Or is that Cronenberg?
It seems more like a Cronenberg thing. The other day, Hippie Rat, he's a friend of mine who sometimes helps me with scripts and stuff. He says to me, you should do more videos reviewing horror movies. And I go, I literally don't have a favorite horror movie, so I feel like why would I be the guy?
Horror's big, like artsy horror.
Yeah.
A24, type, like
Critters.
I don't know, but it, like in The Fly, like there's kind of like, isn't it like? It's kind of like, doesn't someone gets like their mind is put in a fly, or like they.
Is that what that movie's about?
Wait. I barely remember. I think I remember the.
I think I remember the Simpsons,
the spoof,
the Simpsons parody.
Because that's what happens in the.
Yes.
The Simpsons. Bart gets switched with the fly, and yeah, their heads get switched. I know.
Yeah, but like, what if you could turn a man into a fly in terms of personality? Through the power of AI,
just rubbing,
anything is possible. Pokey and Odie eventually they break in, and they somehow convince these two cops to follow them without being able to speak. But it's too late. Grumpy Cat and Garfield, they are dogs now, and that's a cliffhanger issue too. Now, how would you feel if you were reading this series and you couldn't find you just couldn't find issue 3 and you thought that's where it ended?
Pretty blue-balled, I guess. Like, I'd feel like, I don't know. But it seems rushed. Like, it feels like nothing happens in the first one. And in this one, it's like...
They're dogs.
Yeah, just immediately. Like, basically nothing. It doesn't feel like there was as much... I feel like they could have made more of it. Like,
you think this should have been like a 5-issue or a 10-issue?
Well, yeah, like they bust out of the... like more of like a cat and mouse thing with the detective instead of like the dogs. I don't want to dither over this too much. Like I'm sure people want to know what happens.
What happens next?
I have to take a piss.
All right. Well, try and take your mic off before you go. Okay. At the start of the story, usually Grumpy Cat is just lazy and lays down and says, I'm not going to get up for you to vacuum. But here, Grumpy Cat's excited and says, wee, this is fun. Can I help? Can I help scrub the kitchen floor? Like a dog. Usually, Garfield's in the way when John needs to shampoo the carpet. But now Garfield is mopping the carpet like dogs do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like...
First of all, why does John Arbuckle have a carpet on the carpet? I feel like that's overkill.
That's true. To dull the soundproofing, for...
Yeah, I thought you were going to be like, dull the monotony of life.
Oh, I mean, so he's not suspicious?
Oh, I think we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Hey, Pokey, you want to go play a game? Want to go climb a tree? Oh, how about we climb a tree and play a game and watch cartoons? Oh, whatever we do, we should do it outdoors. Oh, isn't it a beautiful day? The sun is shining, the sky is blue, and the leaves are green.
This is so not right.
Oh, I know I used to be a little grumpy. Okay, make that a lot grumpy, but I've changed. In fact, I'm changing my name to Happy Cat.
Happy Cat?
Right, new name.
New name. New beginnings.
It's like, how could a cat give itself, it just doesn't really make, a lot of sense.
You think that's a plot hole?
Yeah, that's a definite plot hole. Because
how is the cat going to communicate?
If a lion could speak, we wouldn't understand it, or.
You think so? I watched this show when I was a kid, and I understood the lion in that show.
Hey, isn't that the cutest little birdie you ever saw? Birdie, I love you!
The only thing I ever heard Grumpy say she loved was having no one around, especially me.
I don't know. You think dogs are happier than cats? I don't know. That's probably not even true.
A dog always feels like you've adopted a toddler, and a cat feels like you've adopted a roommate.
Right.
I think that's the difference, where it's like a cat will get excited, but they'll grow out of it.
I mean, I think they need more, like they're social, right? So
they need the stimulation.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean,
So John says, Garfield, I wanted to let you know the lasagna will be ready in 3 minutes, but Garfield is so excited about being outside and running around and having fun. He doesn't even want lasagna. He says, I'm not even going to have that lasagna.
See, I think a dog would still greedily eat lasagna, right? Or like.
You think so?
Yeah.
So you think a dog would not be like, well, I'm enjoying being outside so much, I'm going to stay out. So the dog would eat the food.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel in real life, I feel like most cats would not have any interest in lasagna.
But a dog,
almost every dog would
eat the shit out of a lasagna. Yeah.
So,
plot hole. Here's what happens next is Garfield.
Another plot hole coming up here?
Yeah, probably.
Garfield soon runs into Nermal, who wants nothing to do with him. Nermal recounts a recent attempt by Garfield to ship him to Abu Dhabi, but Garfield apologizes and says that he knows how to make things right.
What is Garfield up to? The last time he acted nice to me, he dragged me down to some place where they launch rockets and tried to stuff me into a flight to Saturn.
Here, Nermal, John made this lasagna for me, but I want you to have it.
Get that away from me!
Taste this delicious lasagna, my friend.
You're not my friend, Garfield. That's probably full of Chinese mustard or super hot sauce or something.
I don't know what's happened to Garfield lately, but I don't like it. Do you, Odie?
Odie doesn't like it one bit, and he'd do something about it if he had the slightest idea what to do about it.
Now, there's one creative choice in this crossover that I actually haven't pointed out yet, and that's the speech balloons. In the Garfield canon, animals are traditionally seen communicating via thought balloons, those big, fluffy spheres, with increasingly shrinking circles connecting them to a person's head. The reason is that originally, Garfield would speak to the audience through his internal monologue. Since the humans can't hear him, and Odie apparently has no thoughts, it was a while before we actually saw animals speaking to each other through the thought balloons. But once they did, it was a pretty clear way to communicate to the audience that, again, the humans couldn't understand the animals. Meanwhile, the Grumpy Cat comics show the characters communicating via regular speech balloons, although the implication is still that they are not speaking English and the humans cannot understand them. This distinction has always been problematic whenever Garfield has done a crossover. For instance, in 2005, Garfield appeared in several Blondie strips to celebrate that comic's 75th anniversary, and in those comics, Garfield was seen speaking with a regular speech balloon. And I know a lot of you guys are saying, well, Quinton, obviously this is just a little cameo, it's not something you're supposed to take seriously, except for the fact that you very clearly were supposed to take it seriously, because the day before Garfield appeared in Blondie for this story arc, Dagwood showed up in Garfield to give John Arbuckle an invite to this 75th anniversary celebration. I was also able to find at least one other comic where they did this same thing, where a character from Blondie showed up in the comic strip to give them the invite to this big celebration. So this was very clearly a storyline that was meant to be canon that you would follow from one comic strip to another. So the fact that Garfield speaks with a speech balloon, it is potentially a universe rippling mistake, like a major production error, except for the fact that the comic I mentioned before, where they get the invite, they went in and lampshaded this mistake ahead of time. So they actually explain why that mistake happens in universe. Because when John reads the invite from Dagwood, it says, dialogue and lettering will be provided. This causes Garfield to reply, yes, I won't even have to think. So that's why that one time Garfield spoke with a speech balloon, and it might seem like this was an intentional thing that they did as a joke on purpose. I truly don't think it was, because every other time Garfield has made an official appearance in a Blondie comic, he has used the thought balloon. So I really think this was a production error that kind of slipped by, and they decided to lampshade it instead of fixing the Blondie comic. Another crossover worth bringing up came out in 1992, when Garfield was depicted meeting the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 4 characters from the video game Raid Shadow Legends. In the story, Garfield infiltrates the turtle lair and attempts to disguise himself as Garfello, the 5th Ninja Turtle. But a screw-up by Odie leads to them getting caught. Decades later, it would just happen to work out that Garfield and the Ninja Turtles were both owned by Nickelodeon, and they would start releasing, like, a lot of merchandise of Garfello, which is pretty odd when you think about it, because it's a one-page crossover from a really obscure Ninja Turtles magazine. But yeah, they've not only released 2 plushies, they've also released 2 posable figures, which are dropping at the same time, so their license holders can compete with each other. That's genius, guys, come on. In this specific case, Garfield thought all of his dialogue, but the Ninja Turtles were able to understand him. So the implication is that Garfield kind of has a superpower, that he can communicate with other animals through telekinesis, even when those animals are anthropomorphic and so mutated that they're basically almost human. In this comic, the internal logic of the speech balloons is kind of weird, but natural feeling. If 2 characters appear together in a scene, they will usually be seen talking through speech bubbles. But if a human also appears in the panel, then they will be seen talking through thought balloons, to kind of remind the audience that the humans can't understand the animals. This is an interesting thing to ponder. In a couple pages, we're going to have a scene where Grumpy Cat and Pokey speak to each other, and they also have internal monologue, which is separate from that dialogue. And I want you to stop and think about the fact that if this were the Garfield side of the comic, it would be significantly harder to do something like that, because there is no proper distinction in Garfield between a thought balloon that designates animal dialogue and a thought balloon that designates an internal thought. Now we're back in the corporate offices.
What's this company called?
Pet Mogul. They're called Pet Mogul.
That sounds real. Like it could be real.
That could be real. It's dystopian fiction. It's so close to being real that it's scary.
Like today, it would be like Petly or like something.
The scary thing is when they wrote this was satirical. But now that this is just the world we live in now.
That's true. The world's absurd.
So this is, here we have the 2 guys are talking, the scientist guy, and he's saying, how would you feel if there was a small flaw in my invention? And the guy starts screaming that he would fire him. So the scientist guy, there's clearly a flaw in the invention, but he's not going to tell the CEO guy about it. He's just going to fix it. And so he runs out to fix the machine, and meanwhile, the spies show up.
Frickin' frack over here.
Yeah, and he tells them, hey, go and get those 2 cats from the cell. And they go, oh, well, we just took them back to their homes because we thought you were done with them. And so...
Are they the first cats this has been done to?
Yes.
Right.
So they're
it's like a proof of concept.
Mm-hmm. What do you call it? Prisoner 1 or something?
Yeah. Patient 0.
Patient 0, that's what it is.
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense that they would turn them loose, right?
I don't know what Spy and Spy here were thinking. And so he says they're fired, but first they have to go and get the cats and do all this other stuff.
Meanwhile, Pokey continues to worry over Happy Cat's condition. It's then that he happens to overhear the humans.
Did you read the newspaper yet?
I've stopped following the news. Everything in there is just too depressing.
I know what you mean. The news could turn anyone into a cynical, complaining, crabby being.
Anyone? Happy Cat, I need to show you some things in this newspaper. Look at this news item. Isn't it terrible? And this one. Isn't that the most awful thing you've ever seen? And this one, and this one, and this one, and all of these.
Do they have any like? So they have all their memories and like it's not like a complete wipe.
Right.
It's like
so that there is lucidity. There's continuity from when they
like I'm like I'm completely different now.
Yeah, but I guess it's like a high. It's just like it's like if someone if someone were to like slip you LSD or something, it's like you're not gonna be like, well, hold on,
probably true.
I'm aware that this is not how I usually am.
Not a single grump out of them. But now I'm furious. I may change my name to Grumpy Cat.
Oh, this is bad news. Somebody spilled marinara sauce on the Garfield comic strip. Now I can't read whether John spilled his soup.
His soup.
Yeah, John's got soup. This looks like a Garfield minus Garfield to me. I don't. Garfield must have a very significant punchline in the third panel because Garfield's not in the first two. But maybe this is what in-universe John's comics are just.
Yeah, they're Garfield without, or not without, but
they're
the
just
other
like,
one where it's just like,
can you imagine
John's just talking to himself?
Yeah, the Garfield without Garfield, just like John Arbuckle makes like surrealist pieces about himself, just holding bowls of soup. It would kind of match like in the first comic, you can see his comic in the comic, and it looks really abstract. So I mean, him releasing a whole comic that's just him holding a bowl of soup, I kind of want to buy into the idea that John Arbuckle is that kind of artist. That he's making a statement,
He's doing like Fritz the Cat or something.
Yeah.
He's doing like Doonesbury. He's doing like political stuff.
Yeah.
I give up. She's gonna be like that forever. I'll have to get used to calling her Happy Cat.
And Odie is so cute. And Pookie, I need to tell my dear friend Garfield how much I love his comic strip.
This is a fun moment to bring up a theory I developed while working on this review. In this story, we are introduced to Hotchkiss, the pet mogul head of development, who is basically an evil scientist. He is, of course, an inventor and builds the ray that turns cats into dogs. This kind of reminded me of something from a little bit earlier. Do you guys remember a character named Marbles? The conspiracy theorist dog whose owner lives in the same neighborhood as Pokey and Grumpy, and that owner just happens to potentially be some kind of evil scientist. He built the robot that attempted to kill the main characters and take over the world, and also invented the time machine that sent Marbles, Pokey, and Grumpy back into time. Back into time. You guys can probably guess where I'm going with this. Is it possible that Hotchkiss is actually the owner of Marbles, the conspiracy theorist dog? It's a fun theory because it ties everything together. Since this is the final Grumpy Cat comic, it would be cool if there was some intentional Easter egg like that. The big question is if Mark Evanier had even read those stories. I've got mixed feelings. It is a really fun idea, but one problem I have is that Hotchkiss kind of gives off the impression that most of the stuff he invents doesn't end up actually working. So the idea that he could have built a fully functioning robot and indeed a time machine is kind of a big ask in my opinion. The counter to that would be that as far as Hotchkiss knows, those inventions didn't work. They were all triggered by accident by a bunch of animals. It's possible that the inventions went haywire after this, or maybe even just went missing in the case of the robot. Either way, we can be secure in knowing that, much like myself, Marbles would be completely immune to any personality-altering rays or inventions thanks to his special hat. The spies kidnap both Grumpy Cat and Garfield yet again. Normal, left alone with the lasagna, is now convinced that Garfield has turned over a new leaf. Pokey and Odie team up to infiltrate Pet Mogul, but the security guard manages to grab Pokey on the way in.
Now the scientist gets ordered to use the ray that turns cats into dogs on Pokey, but he says, quote, "If I make him cheerier, he might explode."
Cheerier?
Yeah, so because Pokey is too like vibrant and like excitable. If he uses the dog ray on Pokey, Pokey will explode.
That's possible. I mean, scientifically, that's probably like, or he gets like a brain bleed or something. Maybe not literally explode, but it's like, I mean, they're just animals. The scientist said that, or Mr. Gross?
The scientist.
Oh, so yeah.
So I mean, we got to trust the word.
So I mean, I think he would probably know.
We learned earlier there's a flaw in the machine. The flaw in the machine is the first test subjects it'll wear off in 24 hours, and so the scientist has figured that out. He's fixed that.
He figures that out before it even wears off on Garfield
and so Mr. Gross, by his own volition, does not know about this flaw in the machine. So he's just ready to go live stream and reveal his amazing invention that turns, or his company's invention that he bankrolled that turns cats into dogs. And at the exact same time, the conditioning breaks and Garfield and Happy Cat go back to being cats. And they try and pretend to be dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Then Mr. Gross comes over and he says, "Here, you two, try our special Pet Mogul brand cat food. All chemicals, no meat. See, most cats are too fussy to eat most cat foods, but they love this, don't you two?" And then the cats start like going, "Eh, yuck," and then they throw the food.
Right.
Now, here's a weird panel. I think in this panel, the speech balloon is attached to the wrong person. Because it's clearly supposed to be said by Mr. Gross, but it's being said by this guy just commenting at home.
Maybe you have a misprint. It could be really valuable.
Maybe.
What?
That's my cat. And he's even acting like my cat.
You cats are obedient. You do as you're told.
I feel like I've lost some piece here. Like, why is John... Oh, John's watching
Yeah, so John was just organically watching the live stream, and he says, "Oh, they kidnapped my cat."
Why would the cats eat the food? Right?
Because they say earlier, that they're going to pretend to still be hypnotized so they can get away.
Oh.
So they're pretending that they're still dogs.
Right.
But they actually are cats now. And so then they just attack the guy. And he says, "I hate cats, I hate cats, I hate cats."
Wow.
And this causes all the viewers to say, "We're not going to support this company anymore."
Because he hates cats.
Because the CEO says he hates cats.
Hence the machine, right?
Yeah, that's why he pushed for this machine.
It's not just about the money, right? There's always some...
It's not always about
psychological
the money,
defect. Well, yeah, there's some kind of, right? Like, there's some kind of like sick, like perverse...
Yes. So Odie runs in and he reveals through barking that Pokey's about to get dogified.
Mm-hmm.
And so now they're running off to save Pokey, and the Mr. Gross is chasing them, and he says, "I hate cats and dogs."
Oh.
So like what?
I hate all days of the week.
Yes.
Right.
So like what's he getting out of it at all?
Yeah, like why would you go into that kind of business if you hate cats and dogs, right?
Yeah.
What is he getting out of it? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just like...
I think it's probably just about power.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. And...
Here's the big twist. Here's what ends up happening. They run in just as the machine is turned on. Now, the machine has been fixed, so it's going to be permanent now. And Grumpy Cat, formerly known as Happy Cat, it gets Pokey out of the contraption just in time. As Mr. Gross runs in and he screams, "I will destroy all of you, I will," but then he's caught in the ray.
The ray somehow hits him.
Yeah, so now he's getting dogified.
Right.
It takes minutes for the ray to work, but...
Look at the adorable kitty cats and puppies. I love kitty cats and puppies.
What's he turned into?
I don't know, but let's get out of here. It might be catching.
So he's a dog now.
Wow. But it seems like, yeah. It seems like it also made him kind of like stupider too. Like does he, like does that hold in Garfield and in like are dogs always like, I don't know if Odie's supposed to be stupid exactly, but like
there are dogs that talk in Garfield.
Right.
Odie's mute.
Odie doesn't talk at all.
Odie
I didn't
doesn't
remember that.
Odie does not.
But Pokey talks.
Pokey talks
in complete sentences. Too.
Yes.
Right. So it's not. Yeah.
And the dog in Grumpy Cat can talk, but he usually talks like a caveman, which is maybe not politically correct. But as Pokey, Garfield, Grumpy, and Odie triumphantly stride out of Pet Mogul, they run into Nermal, who still believes that Garfield is actually his friend.
I'll bet your friends would like to meet me, the cutest and most adorable kitten in the whole wide world. No, make that the entire universe.
What do you think?
I'm thinking overnight express to Abu Dhabi.
That's too close. The Antarctic would be better. Also, it's colder.
This isn't funny, you guys. Put me down.
I like how you think, Grumpy. This could be the start of a beautiful friendship.
Capablanca.
Yeah. Kazakhstan.
Is that Casablanca? Casablanca?
Get on that plane, or if you don't
play it again, Bogey Sam.
So here at the end, they made a bunch of Grumpy Cat comics that are like newspaper comics. So kind of approaching Garfield's turf, if you ask me.
And this is like, sort of like the bonus, a little treat.
Yeah, this is the little bonus, and then you also get some Garfield comics. And these are just random
classics.
Here's one. Garfield is sleeping. Garfield wakes up. John says, "I gave myself a wedgie getting dressed this morning." Garfield thinks, "I hate Mondays."
That's pretty formulaic.
But I mean, that's kind of what you want.
Yeah,
you kind of want, like,
you play the hits, right?
But if they're doing that, where's John holding a bowl of soup?
Where could my soup be? Right. Was that one guy? Now where?
You have any general thoughts about the crossover?
I think, it's just is it just a cynical cash grab? Is it is there is there any real point to this? It just seems like emblematic of some kind of just rot, at the root of, it's just Grumpy Cat's just a picture of a cat, that was a meme in 2012?
Yeah.
And this comes out 5 years later.
Yeah.
Right. It's just kids aren't reading it. Maybe this is something you could get at the Scholastic book fair or something. I don't know. I don't want to bust on, I don't want to rag too hard on Garfield or anything.
But you don't feel that way about Grumpy Cat?
Well, that's not like an IP. It's not like a character, right? It's just some, it could be any cat, really. I guess, Grumpy Cat has but it's this, the whole persona, right? Beyond just being grumpy, or that's, or there was a comic. There was a Grumpy Cat comic. Okay, so I guess that
there was a movie where she was played by Aubrey Plaza.
Wow. That's kind of funny. The It Girl. I guess at the time.
I don't think she was in it.
No, but she was Aubrey Plaza was big 10 years ago.
I think she's still big, but she's more of an art scene. The other day I was thinking to myself, Aubrey Plaza would be a good Arlene. And then I realized, wait, Chris Pratt is Garfield, so that'd be ironic. But it's just it's gotten to the point where I can't picture Chris Pratt and Aubrey Plaza in the same room.
Chris Pratt, he's the Mint Mobile guy.
If you were financially invested in this company,
Right.
You know, and you see this guy coming out and he says, you know, screw the dog food, screw the dog toys. Big machine that turns cats into dogs. Like, do you feel like you would want to get your money out of that, or do you think that's an investment?
I would say I'm hodling that to the moon, dude. I think this Mr. Gross guy, like he's, you know, he doesn't wear a tie, maybe. You know, maybe he wears blue jeans. He's got there's a basketball hoop in the office. You know, like he's not, at first you think, well, does this guy know what he's doing? But it's because he's a genius. You know, he doesn't have to play by, you know, he doesn't play by our rules, right? Because he's 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you know. He's
playing chess, we're playing checkers.
Mm-hmm. It's like 2007, Steve Jobs. This is the iPhone. And everyone's like, what is it? You know? And I wouldn't want, you know, like I'm not, you know, there would be, you know, like a fear, you know, there's the fear of missing out, right? Like I think I would just be, I'm exactly the kind of guy to be taken in by
The machine that turns people.
like a, yeah, like, like a great idea like that can change the whole. It's like I'm Sam Altman in, or I'm not Sam Altman. I'm Larry Fink, or you know, I'm David Rubenstein, or Larry some. You know, I'm some fusty old. You know, I don't know what's going on, and but we're gonna make computer. It's gonna be on your phone. Just this great idea that's just going to change it, you know? It's just like, you know, it's all just, I don't know. Like the actual like utility of it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just all about dumping the bag on someone else, I guess, or I don't know. I mean, what, like, I don't know. I don't know if this machine would really, if it's even possible. What? It's kind of like Theranos.
Yeah.
Elizabeth
Yes.
Holmes. Is that her name? Or is that an actress? Yeah. Right. It was just a complete hoax. It was completely fraudulent. And like she convinces all these people. So I don't think it's that far-fetched, right?
Yeah, there was
especially when the machine actually works. Like it actually does what it says it's going to do, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. It's like a Theranos, which I would invest in Theranos. I'm excited to see what she's doing. You know, her next project. And Pet Mogul, like, does an IPO or something. You know, like it just becomes this huge like part of the economy, and like it becomes, you know,
too big to fail.
Right? I mean, that's what you want. You want to be in something, yeah, like, I don't know.
It's like we replaced
Microsoft. Well, I mean, it's not like Microsoft, but like but like OpenAI or something like that. I mean, like, you know, like these sorts of companies that
load bearing
will never really be profitable and like don't really do anything. Or what they do is like completely like inimical to like human well-being, and you know, like it's just like, yeah. You know, like there's no like point to any of it. It's just another turn of the, you know, it's just, I mean, I guess it's working, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
We're competing with China here.
So we don't want China to invent the machine that turns cats into dogs.
I think, you know, China invades Taiwan and takes over the chip fabricators or whatever. Next thing you know, every American has a dog's brain, right? Has a dog. And then, where are we? Russia develops a dog bomb, drops it over I don't know, Brussels, and then they just roll through, you know, Europe's gone. That's it. That's it for Europe. And then I think from there it's just pretty, you know, it's pretty obvious.
So you're saying that the machine that turns cats into dogs actually would become profitable through a weapon of like chemical warfare?
Yeah, I mean, like sort of like a bio, or you know, like a.
Because it clearly affects everybody.
Well, like what they were trying to do with MK Ultra, right? Like,
yeah,
you like dose people with acid, and like you can just like
control their mind,
program, yeah.
But now it's like, what better way to brainwash someone into being obedient than to give them the dog of a brain?
Right. Dogs are, I mean, like they're just servile, you know. I mean, the guy is, I mean, it's just dogs, right? Like, I don't know. I don't want to, you know, I'm not.
No, attacking dogs.
I don't want to denigrate dogs or anyone who is a dog, but it's like, I mean, you saw it. I mean, it's like, it's right here in black and white what happens. Like this, like, Lex Luthor type, you know, this, like, you know, captain of industry type guy, right? You know, like
he's a dog now.
He's like you know, he's like John Galt, or you know, he's like you know, some kind of like capitalist Superman, right? I mean, he's like and then he's just completely the dog ray hits him, and he's just, I love dogs. I love, what did he say? I love cats. I love dogs. Cute and pretty. Like, it's just like he's, you know.
Basically lobotomized.
Right. I mean, like, that seems to be like the subtext. It's like, it doesn't just make you like happy and agreeable. It's like, I mean, you become like, you know, kind of like a slave or something. It's like, ergo, right? You know, like, it's like, like The Matrix or something, or like Inception, you know, one of those movies that makes you really think. Like,
yeah, that's how you feel about Grumpy Cat Garfield.
Yeah, it's like the Avatar: The Way of Water of. It's like The Fly meets
Homeward Bound.
Yeah, it's like. What's Johnny Five? What is that movie? Short Circuit. It's like Short Circuit meets BoJack Horseman or something, right? Like,
I do have to ask you, this doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem.
Oh, the screw came out.
But it's sticking out. Like, just the screw coming out means that the light switch sticks out of the wall?
Oh, I mean, it's probably come. Let me see.
So it's just, I don't know. I mean, I don't want you to get shocked.
No, it's. That would be all right with me, but I mean, like, I don't know. You think I could? No, I don't. You know, I don't know when this even came out, but it's fine. See, like,
light switches, you know, I think those came out ages ago. Yeah. So
I don't know when the screw came out.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the technology.
This place is, you know, it's an old building.
This place is displaced.
You know, there are a lot of problems.
So I guess the light switch is the least of your concerns.
It's haunted, actually.
Really?
I got a letter from some lady who used to live here saying it's haunted. I have it on the fridge, actually. She was like, write me about any stories. It's the one on the left. Blur all that out. Yeah, it's like she just says it's haunted. Like,
it's like the scientist before. It's like you gotta.
It works.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, you know, this kind of like Minority Report, like Gattaca kind of, you know, like this you know, like this dystopian sort of whatever. you know, this dark, turbulent period we've entered, right? And it's going to get worse, probably for the rest of our lives. And it's like, what kind of mind, like what kind of like genius, like, I mean, what, like, who could have seen this coming in 2017, right? And the answer is Scott Adams. Dilbert went all online, but I think that was because Scott Adams got in trouble for saying something racist. I looked at some of the recent ones, and they're not very funny. I guess it was before he had to like go online. I read like 5 or 6 of the ones in like March and April 2020, and like all this COVID stuff. I mean, but it was pretty safe, like benign.
Do you know what's a Dilbert comic he did like in the last 3 years that I distinctly remember? It's like they're in the office and there's a black guy sitting in the office, and they go, we've got this new guy in, he's our diversity hire, we finally have a black employee at the office. And the black employee goes, actually, I identify as Caucasian.
Wow. And that's the whole joke.
That's the whole. Yeah. So any final thoughts before I turn the camera off?
Buy this book, right? Run, don't walk. Because they're probably not going to do another run of these. Like, so when they're gone, they're, you know. This is a piece of American history, cultural history. So I'm sorry. I don't know. It's I was trying to think of another comic strip to remember. Head Start. I thought that was good. I never read Calvin and Hobbes. I like the decals of him like pissing on the Chevy logo or whatever.
Do you need anything other than that? I mean, I think they didn't even need to publish a comic. I think just
that would have been enough.
That legacy is enough.
High and Lois.
The military guy.
Beetle Bailey. That shit sucked. Beetle Hagar the Horrible, and like there was another Viking one. I thought that shit was terrible. Ziggy. I hated Ziggy. I mean, Peanuts. The Stone Cold classic.
I mean, in my opinion, there's no comic better than Peanuts. It's the greatest newspaper strip of all time. I mean, it's probably, I would actually say it's one of the greatest works of American literature. What do you think about Blondie?
Blondie, I didn't like the...
he makes sandwiches.
Yeah, I didn't like the way they were drawn. What's the guy's name? Dogwood or something like that? Yes. Yeah,
Dagwood. It started off as like an episodic, like who, like will they, won't they? Who's Blondie gonna marry? Who is this beautiful woman gonna marry in this completely serious plot line? Oh, it's this guy who looks really weird and he makes sandwiches.
It was different back then, dude. That used to be the most attractive thing a man could be. A guy who makes really tall sandwiches, Shaggy and Scooby.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's coming back. People are down bad for Shaggy. Like,
I mean, it's a timeless look, dude.
Like, let the jingle ID the show. Like, don't I play the jingle?
That's a good Shaggy, dude. I wish I could do impressions on it. There's another one. Oh, Dennis the Menace.
Oh yeah, and Dennis the Menace, but we didn't get that guy.
We didn't get him.
The same like month that in America Dennis the Menace came out, there was a British comic that came out that was also called Dennis the Menace.
So it's a complete switcheroo. Kathy.
Those are our comics.
Well, I just want to get out as many as I can. I just want to name all. They didn't print Heathcliff in the paper I read, so I never even had any exposure to Heath.
I kind of think if Garfield hadn't existed, no one would know what a Heathcliff is.
But I mean, Heathcliff is kind of like, it's more like, you know, Gary Larson kind of like non sequiturs and like, you know, like great, you know.
I think it became that in the last like 15 years.
The ham thing.
Yeah. I read like 1,000 of the early comics and they're very different. The early comics are like Garfield but edgy. So like.
That's what I want. I mean, that's how I think of myself basically. So.
In December 2018, Grumpy Cat appeared at a Skechers store in Santa Monica, California. Those who stopped by were allowed to take selfies, and the first 25 in line were given free t-shirts. In January, Grumpy Cat took part in LA Gives Back, an auction benefiting the homeless. The top bidder pledged $600, or about $778 in today's money, and were given the chance to have a photo taken with the meme legend. These would be Tardar Sauce's final public appearances. On May the 14th, 2019, the cat known to millions as Grumpy Cat passed away in the arms of her owner. Tardar Sauce had been suffering from a severe urinary tract infection, and while she did receive swift treatment, the infection became too serious to overcome. She left the world on a Tuesday, and her passing was announced the following Friday.
One more for you. Grumpy Cat.
How could you bring Grumpy Cat up right now, at a time like this?
Because it's important that we don't forget Grumpy Cat.
Yeah, we can't, because Grumpy Cat died. A week ago. I'm still grieving. And you know what's messed up about that is I had written a movie for Grumpy Cat and I to star in. And now what am I gonna do?
Several tributes were soon posted online, including this post made by Garfield himself. On August the 8th, a cat video festival in St. Paul, Minnesota was dedicated to her memory. For Tabby and her family, grief was not only swift, it was public and parasocial. The world mourned for Grumpy Cat. But Tabby and her family, they mourned for Tardar Sauce. And that's a distinction worth pausing for. And as some articles at the time speculated, alongside any sadness over this loss was also probably anxiety over the future. This little cat and her dour demeanor had turned this woman from a waitress at Red Lobster to, by all accounts, a millionaire. There was going to be no catching lightning in a bottle a second time. So were people still going to care about the Grumpy Cat brand now that the actual cat was gone? That was a question the brand was going to have to answer very quickly. In the year leading up to Grumpy Cat's passing, numerous new projects were in the pipeline with this character. These projects and collabs had unfortunate timing, because many of them launched in the weeks following Tardar Sauce's passing. Because of this, several of these collaborations were announced alongside phrases like, "1 year in the making." And indeed, Tardar Sauce's death would rudely interrupt the final run of Grumpy Cat fiction. 2 months before all of this, the children's book Unhappy Birthday, Grumpy Cat would be released. 4 more books would follow in late 2019, with 3 coming in 2020. In total, 5 storybooks and 2 activity books would be released in the posthumous Grumpy era. These books are a direct continuation of the Little Golden Books continuity, with some of the original writers and artists even coming on board to work on these newer titles. However, the art style was slightly revised, with the stories now going for a less sketchy, more color within the lines, digital kind of look. The biggest clue that this is the same continuity is that these books feature a lot of the same extended cast. In Unhappy Birthday Grumpy Cat, Pokey tries to throw Grumpy Cat a birthday party against her wishes, and all of the people that show up for the party are primarily characters that were introduced for those first 2 books.
After this, we have Grumpy Cat. Don't pet this cat. This book's main gimmick is that pretty much every page features some kind of sensory element that you can interact with. Here on the front cover, we can see Grumpy Cat's fur poking out, and if we open the page, we see, again, Grumpy Cat with her fur, and Unicorn is hanging out with the siblings and wants to pet Grumpy Cat, but Pokey says, "Hey, whoa, not a good idea." The other pages feature spilled milk you can knead, the googly-eyed cactus with pricks you can rub, and glitter that you can avoid because glitter is a creation of the devil. On the final page, they have Pokey's fur, and Pokey is apparently a short hair, and Grumpy Cat says, "You can pet that cat all you want. Just leave me alone." The next release was a little similar because here we have Grumpy Cat. This book stinks. And as you can probably guess, this book features a series of scratch and sniff stickers, which feature smells, and you can actually smell the different scenes in the book to kind of immerse yourself in this 4D environment. Smells like a sticker. These next three books are kind of their own little mini run, with each being set during a specific holiday. These are unique because they feature Grumpy actually enjoying things and doing nice things for her friends. In the Valentine's Day book, all of their Glupshido friends send the siblings Valentine's Day cards and chocolates for the holiday. Grumpy admits that she loves chocolate and eats everything. Pokey says that they should make cards to give in return, and Grumpy ends up thinking it looks fun. But when Pokey accidentally covers her in glue and glitter, she quits immediately.
But Valentine's Day is all about giving,
pleaded Pokey.
Our friend sent us flowers, cards, and candy today. We need to do something nice for them, too.
Grumpy Cat agreed.
You're right. Pass the glitter. Carefully this time.
So they make cards for all of their friends, and while the day is a success, Grumpy is happy that it all only comes once a year. The second book is called A Grumpy Easter, and is kind of the same deal. The siblings make an Easter egg hunt for their friends, and while Grumpy is too tired and lazy to find any eggs, they all share, and Grumpy nearly thinks that Easter is alright. I'm picturing after the final scene of this book, Pokey has like a little Linus moment, and he says to his friends, "Well, you guys know, Easter's really about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ." And then he starts talking about, how Jesus was awesome, and how Jesus died for our sins, and, explaining like the crucifixion. And Grumpy Cat thinks to herself, right about now, that sounds like a great time. Finally, we have a Grump in the Night, and finally, after covering so many Christmas specials, we have a Halloween story. You probably won't be shocked to learn that this story is about Pokey and Grumpy throwing a big party for all of their lore character friends. A fun gimmick in this one is that Grumpy can't decide what Halloween costume she wants to wear, so she actually wears a different one on every single page. And there's a bunch of stickers here of Grumpy in all these different outfits, among other stuff that no one in their right mind could possibly care about. Oh, wait until all my friends at school see that I got a sticker of Ladybug from the Grumpy Cat books and Pokey from the Grumpy Cat books. He's dressed up as Toast. Candy corn.
Meow! I'm so excited! Our friends are here!
Pokey purred. He opened the door to find all their friends in costumes.
I'm a ghost.
I'm a mummy.
I'm a taco.
I'm a skeleton.
I'm a vampire bat.
I'm a candy corn.
I'm not impressed.
Grumpy meowed.
In the roll call scene, they just skip the ladybug. The ladybug doesn't get to say shit. So I just have to assume the ladybug is a cat. Probably the one with the suitcase. I can't remember his name. The gang go through a series of Halloween traditions, ultimately ending with them entering a haunted house filled with trick mirrors.
Grumpy Cat looked into the mirror, and her frown turned into a smile.
Ugh, now that's scary. Happy Halloween.
One odd detail in this continuity is Dog. While we see that this character exists several times, and in fact his design is more accurate to the real Dog than how he usually looks in the comics, I'm pretty sure he doesn't live with Pokey and Grumpy in these books. He's not in the bedtime storybook, and you never see him in their home unless it's one of these stories where a bunch of lore animals have been invited over for some party. In fact, I'm pretty sure that in Love and Grumpiness, Dog appears as the neighborhood mailman. Or I guess he's actually like a candygram delivery person. And while he could probably have his own home on his route without that necessarily violating some candygram code of ethics, he doesn't deliver himself any treats, doesn't help plan the party, and isn't invited to the party because he also didn't give the siblings anything himself. So far, we have seen Dog depicted as the canine equivalent to Grumpy Cat, as a lovable goofball who is also owned by the lady, as a conniving criminal genius trying to steal from the cats, as a constantly reincarnated foe of Pokey and Grumpy throughout several lifetimes, and now as a local working-class dog who doesn't live with them, that they know, but not well enough that they invite him every single time that they throw a party at their house. Look, I'm not complaining. They can make the lore of this character as inconsistent as they want to. But if I ever see these two kids again, I swear to God, I will go on a killing spree. After that, all that's left is these two activity books. Starting off, we have Grumpy Cat, Puzzles, Games, and More, with mini posters, over 50 stickers. Now, I'm not sure if that's all going to be there because, unlike the first time I did one of these in this video, someone owned this book before me as a kid. So there's going to be stuff missing, and there's going to be drawings all over the place. But in some ways, that's the fun part, right? There's a fun element to that. So this is a big puzzle book. Grumpy Cat looks bored. Draw something she can play with. Ball. Yane. Two gun. That looks like Two Gun to me. Hi, Bonbon. What do you think of the Grumpy Cat book? Oh, you see, this person had patience enough to do all the lines. You see, but earlier in the video, I didn't want to do that. This is a throwback. And then they got word search. How many words can you make with displeased? Pleased, dis, said, displeased. This one should count if they had put the second S on. It's just funny to me. Dis, said, displeased. Yeah, this person did all the fun ones, it looks like. So here's where things get weird, right about here. So this book does not use the extended cast that we've seen in all the other books that started in the Golden Books era. Instead, it kind of invents its own characters, and because of that, there's a bunch of new little characters in this book, and they're all like off-model feeling. Like, this character does not feel like the same art style as Grumpy and Pokey. And every time I look at these, they give me the same feeling as like when you're scrolling on like Instagram or Facebook or whatever, and like an AI-generated comic pops up. And before you've even analyzed it and realized it's AI-generated, you've just sensed that there is no soul. That these drawings of these characters, for some reason, they give me the same vibe as that. Bonbon, be careful around Starscream. This person who filled out this book, apparently they're not good at improv because they didn't fill any of these out. Let me think. Jack is stuck on this box. Let's help Jack off. I shit in that box. Bottom text. These puppies are growing on me. I know, but if we don't take them out, the mob will kill us. Well, it would have been, could have been worse than you had ever known. Well, the dashboard melted, but we still had the radio. Oh, look. I found my OC. That's my OC, Epamerg. Pretty cool, huh?
Yes.
Why should dogs get their own houses? Draw a fancy cat house for Grumpy Cat. Oh, it's this. Look, you see, they wanted the person to draw it here, but this person decided
to draw it there. And it says cat love. And again, look at this Popeye ass dog. It's just weird. Use your stickers to make picture on the right match the one below. Oh, this is fun. I don't know if this book has the stickers. Maybe it never had the stickers because you're supposed to take stickers somewhere and plop them on, but instead this person has drawn all the missing things, which is not what the instructions said to do. But, we're here. Grumpy Cat is a celebrity with a very busy schedule. What do you think she should do today? Write your ideas on her phone. Draw, color, a small nap, eat, play on your mom's phone. Yeah, that's a pretty full day. You get to draw, you get to color, a little nap in the middle of the day, you get to eat, and then play on mom's phone. This one cracks me up for some reason. You're out to dinner with Grumpy Cat. What will you order to eat? And they just drew one slice of pizza. I don't know what I expected, but it's just this image cracks me up. See, there's some more original characters here. Oh, wait, I was wrong. Look. Yeah, I was wrong. There are some original Golden Book characters in here, because here's the bird from the first Golden Book, and here's the cactus, and here's the butterfly. So they do have some of those original lore characters. It's just that they're inventing these, uncanny new characters that kind of creep me out. Oh, you see, here's the stickers. So these are the stickers you were supposed to use for that previous puzzle, but I guess they wanted to keep this, this page in mint condition. You see, look at this cat. That cat doesn't look like it belongs in this book, man. What the hell? I'm not doing this shit. Grumpy Cat has a negative reaction to everything. What do you think she would say in each of these situations? Grumpy Cat receives a Valentine's Day card from a secret admirer. I didn't like the card. Pokey plays hide and seek with Grumpy Cat. I lost. That's not very grumpy. Conceding defeat. Grumpy Cat goes to the zoo. A lion tried to eat me. That's a valid reason to be grumpy. Must have gone to the Cincinnati Zoo. Grumpy Cat takes a bubble bath. I got wet. Yeah, that is how it do, Grumpy Cat. That is how it do. Trick-or-treaters come to Grumpy Cat's door. They were too loud, but 2 with 1 O, so they were too loud. Here, the artist has helped Grumpy Cat get out of town. She's got some creditors, so now she knows how to get to the mountains, the forest, or the beach. But what she doesn't realize is they'll find her no matter where she goes. Okay, so this one you are supposed to draw the missing details. Okay, so I want to see what they did. They didn't do this one. Okay, so now they don't want to draw butterfly and bird and other butterfly. Now what the fuck? There's never been 2 butterflies. Who's this other guy? What's happening right now? Oh, and here's Ladybug. Draw yourself as a cat. What would you do if you were a cat? What toys or accessories would you have? That's art right there. They said to themselves, no, I'm done. I nailed that shit, and now I'm gonna go ask mom to borrow her phone. I'm gonna play games on my mom's phone, because I finished this shit. Yeah, so they unscrambled this, and then they also wrote down the alphabet so they wouldn't forget it halfway through. Oh, look, another door hanger for when you're doing it and you want people to know that you're a Grumpy Cat fan, but this one's more of a deep cut. Oh, no, Grumpy Cat's on one of the sides. But can you imagine if it was just Pokey, and it was yeah, not only do I want you to know I'm a Grumpy Cat fan, I'm gatekeeping you. You have to know about Pokey and recognize this version of Pokey in order to understand, in order to be in on this. Because if you don't know Pokey, you're a fake Grumpy Cat fan. Ah, look at this. Look at it. There's just something's off about this kid. I'm telling you, all the original characters in this book look weird. You and Grumpy Cat are going to a costume party together. I don't know how you convinced her. Draw the costumes. Yeah, the kid was not inspired by this one, but I'll help her out. Yeah, so we're gonna little bow in her hair, and then it's like an inflatable suit. Grumpy didn't pick out this outfit. Tabby probably put her in this. There we go. They are ready for this Halloween party. Grumpy Cat is going as cartoon character Hello Kitty, and little Timmy is going as leftist political revolutionary Che Guevara. Carefully remove the posters from the falling pages and put them on your wall. Or don't, it's your book. Hold on. Okay, yeah, so far we're good. Uh-oh. The kid that had this liked this poster, and it looks like this was Glad You're Not Here. There you go. So that's what that one was. Answer key. Wow. Wow, yeah, I got some of these real wrong. When I was a kid, if I wanted to be a smartass and the teacher was like, yeah, solve this maze, because they had a hangover or whatever, I'd be like, well, you know, they tell you to think outside the box. Why is that a wrong answer? That should count. Reminds me of when I was in middle school once. I had this encounter with a teacher. I'm confident I've talked about this on camera before, but I had this encounter with a teacher. It's one of those weird things where it just still makes me upset for no reason. Where we were in some class that was like a class you had to take, so they made it really, really dumb. And we learned the difference between opinions and facts. And then we took a test to see who had best learned the difference between opinions and facts. And one of the things on the test was, Timmy says that blue is his favorite color. Or maybe it said like Timmy's favorite color is blue. Like it said one of those things. And I thought about it and I was like, wait a minute. That's a fact. You just told me a fact. That's not an opinion. So I filled it in as fact. And then sure enough, we go through the test the next day, and he's trying to explain the answers to all of us because, you know, some of them were really, really dumb. And we get to that one, and the correct answer was opinion. And I said, well, teacher, Timmy's favorite color is blue. That isn't an opinion. That statement is a fact. And this was his response. He leans back and he goes, yeah, folks, for question 12, I was looking for opinion on that one. And that's all he had to say about that. And I still get upset about that because I was like, that wasn't a fucking opinion. You put a fact you put a fact about an opinion on the test, and then you gave people who got it wrong the right answer. It's just, there's something deeply wrong about that. You know, if that impacted 0.001% of my grade in that class, I would have snapped. Legit, that's some bullshit. So this is the final proper normal activity book. And then we have this one. I mentioned this one earlier in the video. I found it. This is the Grumpy Cat paper doll book. That is the cartoon character version of the character. And I think it also has some other stuff in here. So I'll flip through here real quick. Yeah, so Grumpy has all these different outfits. Cowboy. Bonbon, are you eating plastic? Bonbon. How you think I'm going to feel about that? You don't want me to come over there. Don't. Leave that plastic bag alone. I'm coming over there, honey. Okay, yeah, so here's the center of the book. And what I appreciate about this book is that you can actually pop all the things out. And luckily, if this was pre-owned by someone, they didn't pop it out. I don't think this was pre-owned by someone because I got this off Amazon. I think this is new old stock. So we've got a bunch of images of Pokey. And I know I kind of looked at this earlier, and I'm pretty sure all the Pokies go with the previous ones we saw. Like this one would go with Amelia Earhart, which is kind of dark. And then here's the We Can Do It, because Grumpy Cat dresses up as the feminist We Can Do It lady. Horsey, come on. Come on. Okay, come on. Okay, there you go. Oh, little award there. And then I guess Grumpy's on the moon at some point in this book. Yeah, so these all pop out, which is extremely convenient, but they only spend that money on those few pages. So the rest of these you gotta cut out, which sucks. Oh, look, it's Staying Alive. Grumpy the hippie. The Grumpy. And then here we go. This is Grumpy on the moon, or you can have it be Pokey on the moon. Progressive. I want you. I'm gonna call HR. Yeah, so this is the Grumpy Cat paper doll, and you fold at the corners here, and then it pops up like that. So that's the Grumpy Cat paper doll, and the idea is you can cut the clothes out and put the clothes on her, and then you can put these little things next to her. So here's Pokey riding a bike. I feel like this one can be in any context, really. Pokey riding a bike. Before we go any further, earlier in this video I did show this off. this is the first Grumpy Cat Paper Dolls book. There was also a sticker version, but I just left that with the other stuff. And I thought if we're gonna go through the effort of putting those paper dolls together, we should put some of these together and see how they look next to each other. And sadly, we do have to cut these. This is a very bad pair of scissors, but it's giving the added effect that it looks like the cats have like kind of fur, like kind of, because it's not cutting very well. So it's like there's like a texture to the cuts that makes it look like fur, but not really. I think this part is just kind of viscerally wrong feeling. In order to put those dolls up, we have to cut out part of the back cover. Which again, I just feel like there's something wrong about that, but here we go. I'm gonna cut into the back cover. I'm so good at cutting. So now I could look at the instructions, but that's for losers. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to cut these. If not, I've made a horrible mistake. Oh, my hands shake a lot more these days than they used to. I'm gonna guess that you're kind of supposed to do it like... I'm gonna do it like this. Okay, yeah, so I've done something wrong. Well, clearly we gotta fold them like this. I assume do we cut it on the dotted line? That doesn't seem right. I'm gonna take the risk. I'm gonna try and cut this. All right, and already something feels off. You see, I think that does make them stand better. Yeah, boy, we got our base figures. So these are the old Grumpy Cat and Pokey paper dolls. This is the new one. I will admit this is not a very well lit set right now, so the older dolls are being affected by that, whereas the newer dolls, I guess, are just better at absorbing light, but just temporarily. This is what it would look like if this part of the set was lit really well. This is a very interesting comparison, I think, because like Grumpy Cat's father, we have strayed a little bit far from home. So I think if you're going to get one Grumpy Cat paper doll, you're probably going to want these. I know just being photos makes them feel cheap. You could have printed these offline, but someone comes over, they're like, oh shit, it's Grumpy Cat. Whereas I feel like we all know this is Grumpy Cat and Pokey, but it's because we've been on this journey. I think to someone who doesn't know that they were Grumpy Cat books and that it did this whole thing and it splintered, I think they'd be like, what is this stuff? Why is it in your home? Which, even if you know it's Grumpy Cat and Pokey, valid question. What am I doing with my life? I'm gonna become the fucking Joker. I swear to God. I figure we should try and do at least one outfit for everybody. Let's start with some outfits for the old ones. This is interesting. A lot of these come with like different Grumpy Cat, like top text, bottom text. So you can put those next to, whatever outfit you put on from the book. All right, so this is the first hat I picked out, and we're gonna see how these work. It's a jester hat, and I picked Pokey. Man, am I supposed to tape these? That's lame. Boo! Boo! What about Grumpy? Does it fit on Grumpy? Boo! You have to tape them. Boo! Boo! That's a thumb down for me. Boo! But look, Pokey looks cute, and it's a good hat for Pokey. All right, well, that's kind of a bust in my opinion. I don't feel like doing a second hat because it seems like they don't actually fit. You have to tape them on. Whereas with this one, it looks like they at least have tried to make it a little more like folding friendly. So, okay, this is the wrong thing. So I'm gonna try and cut something out of here. Let's see, who do we want to do? Washington, Lincoln, 7 years ago, cowboy, a racist suffragette. Her being racist isn't relevant to her being a suffragette, but she probably is, because, Just Google any suffragette from that era. It's just like, wow, Jesus, you know. Let's go ahead and do Rosie the Riveter. Every year for Halloween at school, like a bunch of girls in school would dress up as this. And it was just interesting because it was women all over the political like landscape, right? Because unlike other feminist stuff, Rosie is very like, yeah, you can watch Fox News and still think it's cool to dress up as her, you know? But no one would dress up as like a feminist. If you were Republican, you wouldn't dress up as like a feminist icon from the 80s, right? But Rosie's different. You can dress up as Rosie and not have to, you know, confess your sins at church or whatever. A riveter. A riveter. You don't hear that word used a lot outside of Rosie. You don't go, hey, did you hear about Jim? He's a rivetor. He rivets. I suppose it's much less common of a job now, you know. Like I rivet, but as a hobby. So I wouldn't call myself a riveter, but I do rivet from time to time. Like a frog. So let's see this. I already feel like this has promise. This is already looking good. Okay. They're cooking a little. Yeah, look at that. It's staying on. Wow. And now let me get the hair out. What they've done with the hair is really clever, I think. Or just the hats in general. I am in a rush just because I don't want to be doing this. I would rather be doing something else. That's my only excuse. All right, now look at this. I noticed this before. They've already designed it so the hair pops out here. At first I was like, well, why does it do that? And then I realized it's because that's how you tuck in the hats. So look at this. We've got a lovely Rosie the Riveter, and then we can come over here and we can pop Pokey out, and Pokey says, "Hey, let's do it," or whatever. Yeah. So I definitely think the cartoon ones are the better paper dolls, just because like I think you have to tape the accessories on these, but at the same time, I still stand by the fact that if you want people to know that the thing you have in your home is Grumpy Cat, like you're gonna want these. I happen to have some other paper dolls here if you wanna see the scale. There's 2 dolls that came with this set. Here's Ellie Mae Clampett. Right there. And then, if you give me a second. Here's Oliver Wendell Douglas. He's a little taller than everybody else. And then, this is his wife. You want a Petticoat Junction? This is Bobby Joe, I think. Ooh, Bobby Joe, yeah. So that's how big the Bobby Joe paper doll is next to the Grumpy Cat paper doll, in case you needed to know that for scaling reasons. So now you do. And yeah, those are the Grumpy Cat paper dolls. This video's, just look at the time code at this point and be like, you know, this video is so many hours long. Did he need to do the paper dolls? I don't know. Probably not. It seems as if there were probably a handful of Grumpy Cat projects that were cancelled in the time surrounding her passing. 2 or 3 years before she died, some articles reported that the brand had a second movie and an animated series in the pipeline, although I'm not entirely sure if her death is the reason that those things didn't come to fruition. Either way, it's undeniable that Tardar Sauce's death slowed the growth of the Grumpy Cat brand, although in the next few years, a few small things would cross the finish line. In August 2019, Grumpy Cat was the face of a lottery campaign, specifically the Pennsylvania State Lottery. The Grumpy Cat game cost $2, and winners could go home with anything between $20 and $20,000. During the global pandemic, you could buy Grumpy Cat face masks, and in 2020, the character was briefly featured in the mobile game Bingo Bash. In January 2021, there was a Grumpy Cat Kickstarter, but I don't think you'll easily guess what it was for. The campaign was run by Crazy Bricks, which is a group that basically makes parts for custom LEGO minifigures. This was apparently fully licensed and approved. By Grumpy Cat, that is, not LEGO.
Initial funders would receive a Grumpy Cat head and torso, with stretch goals including a Pokey minifigure and a sitting Grumpy Cat figure. I wasn't aware of this campaign at the time, and I've never seen these minifigures available for resale on the secondhand market, so if you have some of these, they're probably really rare. I think this one is really interesting because of how unofficial it feels. Each figure looks homemade, and in general, all of these figures look like the kind of customs that you would buy on Etsy. This is a stark difference between the kind of projects that Grumpy Cat was endorsing just a few years prior. But maybe I spoke too soon, because the next Grumpy Cat product was an official Funko Pop, which you can see right here. Funko Pops have a bad rep, and for a good reason. I do think the Grumpy Cat Funko is one of the rare ones that does work pretty well. Apparently, I have the flocked variant. I completely forgot that I have the flocked variant, but yeah, this is the version that has that kind of fluffy texture on the figure. If you only end up with one piece of Grumpy Cat merchandise, I actually think the Funko Pop isn't a bad choice. Back in the merchandise segment, I spoke about how Grumpy Cat had a lot of features that most merchandise didn't even try to emulate because she was just too detailed and wasn't designed as a cat to be turned into plushies and toys. The Funko Pop is a rare case where they really did try and capture all of those subtle nuances. There is a little bit of brown on her back left paw. Her right paw has that full brown sleeve, which is a little inaccurate, but you can tell that they're trying to still capture that weird asymmetrical dichotomy. And of course, you have all these patches of kind of a peachy, almost white, contrasting with just the white on other parts of the cat. One of my big complaints about Funko Pops is because they don't have eyes, they feel kind of soulless. But again, Grumpy Cat is a character who kind of benefits from that. I think Grumpy Cat looks pretty good as a Funko Pop just because, yeah, she looks like she isn't engaged. She looks like she doesn't have a soul, but it's Grumpy Cat, so I think it works. But for some, the Funko Pop was not enough. In March 2021, a restored version of the original Grumpy Cat photo was sold online as an NFT. I'm not entirely sure what restored means in this context. Must have pulled out the 35mm for that one. The proceeds here benefited charity, with the final amount being donated to the Sterling Animal Shelter in Massachusetts. In the end, the Grumpy Cat NFT sold for more than $70,000, or just over $87,000 in today's money. Speaking of reckless gambling, in 2023, Grumpy Cat entered the magical world of Las Vegas when she received her very own slot machine. This featured animated memes alongside 2D art of Grumpy and Pokey. In 2023, the company Iron Studios released a statue of Grumpy being held by Stan Lee, immortalizing the iconic moment where the two had met so many years before. Jumping back for a quick moment, in April 2021, the Grumpy Cat Facebook page posted this.
I had fun once. It was really fun.
Yeah, anti-memes were a big thing back then. You had to be there. It was in 2024 that Grumpy Cat returned to the world of cryptocurrency as the brand launched its very own coin. Money symbol Grumpy. I don't know how you're meant to pronounce meme coin names. Okay, scratch that. I just looked it up and apparently you're supposed to say cash tag. Fuck you, I'm not doing that. If you're invested enough in the world of cryptocurrency that bothers you, then cash tag, get a real job. If you're even remotely familiar with the strange world of meme coins, you may have noticed the similarity between Grumpy Coin and Dogecoin. Dogecoin is a cryptocurrency based on the Doge meme, which, much like Grumpy Cat, originated from a completely random picture of a Japanese woman's dog that just happened to carry a bit of aura. Dogecoin was started as a parody meant to poke fun at things like Bitcoin, but it steadily rose in status and value. If you had bought $50 of Dogecoin as a joke the week of its launch, today your stake would be valued at probably around $15,000. The idea of making a crypto purchase partially out of pure irony, only for it to drastically change your life, is something that has become a big fantasy to many people in the modern age.
This has inspired a long legacy of meme coins sold as a joke, which have then attracted crypto enthusiasts hoping to dumb luck their way into a successful get-rich-quick scheme. In many cases, they instead end up losing a lot of money because a lot of these meme coins are worth absolutely nothing and are actually just rug pull schemes. For legal reasons, I am not making that claim about Grumpy Coin. Nowhere in this segment am I making that specific claim about Grumpy Coin. However, when Grumpy Coin first launched, each coin was worth roughly 72% of 1 penny. Within a few days, it had dropped to about 25% of 1 penny. As of the time I am recording this, 1 Grumpy Coin is worth 1/10 of 1% of a penny. You would need to own 787 Grumpy Coins to own roughly 1 penny in that market. That is a drop in value of 99.8%. If we look at coinmarketcap.com, the top 10 holders of this coin maintain 87% of the Grumpy market. Apparently, in fact, one holder owns almost 77% of all Grumpy coins. I spent an entire afternoon researching this one account. They first bought into Grumpy Coin in September or October 2024, when they purchased 111 million Grumps. At the time, that would have cost about $85,000. Today, they own more than 6.5 times as many Grumpy Coins, currently sitting at about 745 million of them. And if they were to fully cash out right now, all of that would equate to just under $9,500. Based on everything I've seen, it is almost certain that this single person or group has lost more than $100,000 speculating on the Grumpy Cat meme coin. All within less than 2 years and without inflation considered. Honestly though, when a meme coin launches under the catchphrase, worst coin ever, if you lose your life savings, I kind of think that's on you. Of course, some of those investors would probably argue that this coin is still young. Dogecoin didn't really blow up until 7 or 8 years into its existence. Come 2032, Grump coin might be more stable than the US dollar. Personally, I'm not going to bet on it. Literally, I'm not going to bet on this. It seems stupid. With that, we've basically done it. Grumpy Coin was the most recent significant Grumpy Cat project. We're not only caught up, but for the first time in this video, we're synchronized. This is my 2026 set, and we are now at 2026 in the timeline of this meme. So, what now? June the 25th, 2026 will be a sobering moment for the Grumpy Cat brand. The reason is that this will be the exact day where Grumpy Cat has been dead longer than she was alive. While the Grumpy Cat social media continues to post photos, cartoons, and memes, and I'm sure there will be more projects in the next few years, soon, we will have all spent more time remembering the Grumpy Cat phenomenon than we ever did experiencing it. This is a meme from a simpler time. When technology was less advanced, the novelty of the World Wide Web was fresher, and any sense of community found on the internet felt like some strange miracle. Today, everything online moves fast. If Grumpy Cat had become a meme in 2022,
people would have moved on and forgotten about her within a few weeks. But in a world where the internet was present in people's lives, but not quite load-bearing, these things tended to stick around. And if you were the right person in the right place, that could change your life forever. But the Grumpy Cat brand team was ambitious enough to see past an internet blog about a famous cat. They wanted Grumpy Cat to become a fully rounded character who could be represented in any medium. Did they successfully create compelling stories that are still worth revisiting years later? Yes, I think they did. Did they successfully divorce Grumpy Cat from Tardar Sauce's shadow? No! When I would tell my friends that I was making this video, the first thing everyone would do is they would do the face. They would do that imitation of the Grumpy Cat frown. You know, that big frown that everyone on Earth can apparently do. And the second thing that would happen is they would say something like, you know, he's dead. Yeah, Grumpy Cat died. He's dead. Which, of course, then I'd go on to explain that Grumpy Cat was a girl cat. But I think it's interesting that to people my age, they have two very strong memories about Grumpy Cat. They remember when the meme first became popular and they saw it everywhere. And then they remember when they learned that Grumpy Cat died. I'm almost tempted to joke that Tardar Sauce's death is the zillennial version of the JFK assassination. You know, everyone remembers where they were when they learned Grumpy Cat was dead. It just so happens that in most cases they were on the toilet scrolling on their phone, so it's a bit of a less interesting story. The brand's longevity is a key reason for why this revelation was so shocking. 7 years is a long time. That's about as long as the Beatles' recording career. It's almost twice the length of the United States Civil War. And then there's the 7-year itch, which I believe is some kind of venereal disease. The point is that when I think about those 7 years, I think about the human connection. I think of the people that made those cat photoshops, who spent their days trying to think of funny text to attach to internet animals, and browsed forums looking for something funny to send to their friends. I think of the people who brought Grumpy Cat into their homes through merchandise, media, or virtual reality. I think of the people who made art of this cat in their free time, or used her as a tool to discourage prom night drinking and driving. In those 7 years, some of those people graduated high school, explored the world, and even started families. Grumpy Cat was a constant in their lives, through love, grief, and everything in between. But there's one random detail that my mind keeps racing back to. And that's the original litter of 4 kittens. One of those kittens would grow up to be Tardar Sauce, one of them would become Pokey, but those other 2 would enter the world without another whisper to their public record. Just 2 normal cats who were given away for free in a random town in Arizona. What were their names? Who adopted them? Did they also grow to have a sloped brow that everyone around them interpreted as short-temperedness? Of course, we'll never know. But I like to believe that to the people who adopted them, they were the most important cats in the world. They were more precious and darling than any internet meme or movie star. They were the comforting presence that was always there in the morning, curled up next to them in bed. They probably had some random human food they were obsessed with eating off the floor, and they'd find all kinds of ways to get into trouble, be it knocking down Christmas ornaments or eating weeds in the backyard. And when you catch them, they'd always give you this look like they were trying to play dumb. An eccentric, kindred personality that was not property, not something to be owned, but part of their family. To Crystal and to Tabby, that's what Tardar Sauce was. And it's what she would have been even if she hadn't become the most profitable cat in the world. And for whatever reason, this family shared that spark with all of us. And I don't know about you, but I'm very happy that they did.
I mean, they're just animals.
If you've watched this far, then congratulations on making it to the end of this whole journey. It's my best guess that this video is probably going to be something like 7 hours, hopefully less than 8, but probably a little over 7 hours. This has been a really special video for me, and I hope the same has been true for some of you. Originally, here at the end, I was going to do a kind of special bonus segment celebrating 10 years of Quinton Reviews, but I ultimately decided to delay that segment to some future video. After all, I'm hoping 2026 will be the year that I finally hit 1 million subscribers, so we're gonna have a good amount of celebrating to do, you know, in the next year or so, hopefully. And of course, if you want to keep up with my content from here, I encourage you to subscribe. If you're already subscribed, tell your friends, tell your family, tell that weird guy that waves at you on the street when you're walking to work. I don't know, it's just, I never know what to say about these things. Other YouTubers, they pull up the graph, they say, look how many people aren't subscribed, y'all's a bunch of bitches. I never know what to say, which is why I've never hit 1 million subscribers, but if you haven't subscribed yet, it'd mean a lot if you did. Even though we're not doing that special bonus anniversary outro thing, I did want to stop here and do one thing, which is to say thank you. Thank you for watching my content and supporting me. Whether you're somebody who's, you know, been watching me since the Fallen Titan days, and you've seen me kind of change and grow and evolve, or if you're somebody that found me 2 weeks ago, and you haven't even finished the first video you started watching yet. No matter what, if you've ever watched even one of my videos, thank you so much, because you'll never know how much that means to me. On that note, I did try to make this a unique video for those of you who have actually been watching me since the mid-2010s, partially because I feel like there's such a stark contrast between the stuff I used to put out and what my content feels like today, but I hope that somewhere in the mess of it all, it's all still Quinton Reviews somehow. And as I filmed this video, my hope has been that somewhere out there, there's somebody who will watch this video, and before they watch the video, they'll consider themselves a Quinton Reviews fan, but they'll think of me as the iCarly guy, and they'll think that that's all they know me for. And then as they watch the video, they'll realize that they've recognized the old aesthetics, the old sets, the old style of humor, and they'll realize that they've been watching me for way longer than they thought that they had been. You know, I just love the idea of someone out there going, wait, Quinton Reviews is that guy? The 2017, like, basement drama videos guy? Like, that's him? Quinton's the Fallen Titans guy? He's the guy that made Passive Plays Bowling? And as I said before, even if you've only ever watched 1 or 2 of my videos in the last 10th of a century, you have still had a phenomenal impact on helping me find my path. You guys have gifted me the most amazing life. And for that, I will forever be grateful. And I promise you, it will not be another 2 years before you see me hosting a video on this channel. I hope that I can see you all again very soon. And with that, I'm Q Hoover, and that's all you need. I've been Quinton Kyle Hoover, and that's all you need. I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you need. I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you need. I've been Quinton Kyle Hoover. This has been my Quinton Quarantine, and that's all you need. I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you need. I've been Quinton... fucked up my name. I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you...
I've been Russ Reviews, and that's all you need.
I have been Quinton Kyle Reviews, and that's all you need.
You're still here. How disappointing.
Special thanks and apologies go out to Raymona, who was also a voice in this video, but I accidentally left out of the last sequence. Quinton Reviews is possible due to support from viewers like you. Thank you. But of course, special thanks goes out to all of you who support me on Patreon and YouTube memberships. But especially to my top 3 Ultra contributors. Angel Angeline, That Man Stan, and Wes C.
No, 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 no. I thought I could make it. You know, you need your background music, right?
Okay, let's get one thing straight right now. I know for a fact that there is a ton of YouTubers who started out in 2016. And I'm sure a lot of those guys are also going to be making 10-year anniversary specials. And hell, maybe a few of them will actually get the video out on time instead of more than 4 months late. So there's going to be a ton of YouTuber 10-year anniversaries this year. I can just feel it in my bones. But let me ask you guys this question. How many of those YouTubers will put a little thing at the end of the video for those who watch past the credits? And out of those that do, how many of those YouTubers filming 10-year anniversary specials, filming a little extra segment after the credits, will film said segment with an iCarly camcorder and an iCarly microphone? One motherfucker, that's who. And that's me. They call me Quancy Repute Boy. I'm Brendan Reacts. Or maybe I'm Clinton Loose Screws. To some of you who have historically not liked me, at some point I was called Lego Man. Here's a fun fact. When I was in high school, my nickname was Q. So around junior year, everyone started calling me Q. My friends from high school still call me Q. Q's a less cool nickname now because, I ran this blog into the ground and people got pissed off about that. But luckily, I didn't use my last name on it. Anyways, a few things before we sign off. First of all, there's a chance this video might not be monetized by me initially because of copyright claims that will come from things like the movie. So if you want to support me directly, you can become a YouTube member or support me on Patreon. Members and Patreon supporters get exclusive access to previews of upcoming content, and I even have released sponsor-free extended edits of some of my specific videos. But those are just on Patreon, because I haven't moved over my backlog of crap. As I say this, I can imagine that there's a lot of you out there who want to support the channel, but can't afford Patreon or YouTube memberships because the economy is in shambles. I also figure there's a good amount of you who feel kind of left out because of all the inside jokes and references in this video. Well, luckily enough, I have a solution for both of those problems. On your screen in just a few moments will be a playlist that I recently created called The Essential Quinton Reviews. This is my pick of the best and most important videos from the last decade of my career. There are one or two videos near the start of the playlist that I honestly think are kind of duds. I would never force someone to watch those videos, but I had to include them for lore reasons. You gotta know the lore. But for the most part, I think these are, the best of the best content that I've made for the Quinton Reviews series. And some of these videos didn't necessarily pull in big views. So if you watch that playlist, you might come back to this video and find a bunch of in-jokes that are basically just between you and me. Why do I have so many of these? It's a riddle no one can solve. They're the cars from Monopoly Junior. That's one of them. That's one of the inside jokes you'll get if you're a real fan. I'd say the people who have seen all the videos in that playlist are the true diehard Quinton Reviews fans, the true Quint heads, the true Quintonites and Quintonites. No harm meant to the Quinton fans out there, those who joined me when I started doing the sitcom bullshit. But I have a special magical place when I meet someone in public and they go, "Hey, do you want to talk about Quinton Reviews Cyberron?" And I'm like, "No, but it's so cool that you would ask." I also have a playlist of all 20 Fallen Titans episodes with a few bonuses, a playlist of them in chronological order, so it'll feel like you're enjoying a view of the internet blossoming from the very beginning. And a playlist of my infamously long content. That's called Long Boys. It's the Long Boys playlist. And in that playlist are also some other long videos made by other YouTubers that I think you might also like if you liked this video. So if you liked this video, but somehow 7 hours wasn't enough, if you need more, I have a lot of options. I have so many options. I'm giving you everything you could possibly need. Mitch! Really mad, Plot is cat, even down, fourth round, use verbal views, kitten views, dwindle views, fucking hate, caffeinate, white people alienate, Okay, that was the review. Thanks again for sticking with me or for joining me for the first time today. Either way, you've spent about 7 hours with me. You know, unless you're one of those bastards that watches videos on 2x speed. Want to see more content from me? Well, as I said, it's been about 2 years since I did a new video. But I think there's at least 4 videos on this channel I think are pretty okay. So those should now be linked left or right, right to the right, left or right. I haven't made it yet, but it'll be there. I hope you guys have a good day and a good Christmas, a good winter season. I think it's going to be a good one.